tarik kekuatan untuk terus ke depan. Aku boleh buat dan kejar apa aku nak. Percaya pada perubahan. Jadilah bintang. Be the superstar.
Kehidupan yang lalu memang sangat biasa. Aku penuhinya dengan warna. Tak kisah apa orang cakap, aku teruskan jua. Aku terus positif dan tingkatkan usaha. Bermula dari bawah, aku buktikan kemampuan. Hanya aku yang mampu mengejar cita-cita. Jadilah bintang. Be the superstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a rock
win.
star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 11 is powered by Munton. Official mobile internet, Hotlink. More internet, more speed, more Gaia with Hotlink. Game like a pro with ROG phone. Republic of Gamers, the #1 gaming brand in Malaysia. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Official gaming chair, OSIM. Partners in Esports, AirAsia Super App, ESI, PKL, EGG, PSM, and Grand Pride.
Fate has decreed that divergent paths must converge once more as we see a repeat of the battle on the day 2 of the playoffs here, with Homebois and Team SMG facing off once more in the lower bracket finals to determine who will get the final slot in our grand finals tomorrow. Welcome back to the English desk for MPL MY Season 11. The last match of the day will be brought to you by me, Staffa, as well as Gideon.
One chance, one opportunity to get that slot in the grand finals, and one slot for MSC. The battle continues and is going to be uphill from here on out as Homebois face fatigue against a very fresh, a very well-rested Team SMG in this best of 5.
Yeah, you could say that the odds are definitely stacked against them here. Remember, it was Homebois who were responsible for sending Team SMG down to the lower bracket in the first place. So, typically you would say that them meeting up again, Homebois should be a shoo-in, but considering fatigue, considering all sorts of other factors, it's really hard to say who's going to be the victor here. So, if you guys have a better idea than we do, make sure to take part in MPL Predictor by predicting who you think will win this match with your reasons, provide your game ID as well, and you stand a chance to win epic or even Lightborn skins.
Make sure in your ID it also includes your server ID. That's the last couple of numbers in the parentheses when you open up your game and copy it. It's very important that you give all the right information. Based on what I've heard so far, people who have been getting it correct can't even receive the skin because they always forget these extra details.
I've always got to remember the tiny details here. I think we've gotten quite a bit of a taste of that here in the playoffs, where it has been full series all the way. We thought, oh, this must just be a trend for the best of 3s, right? Well, we just got our best of 5 today, the first one, and it went all 5 games as well. Gideon, What are your opinions? Are we going to continue this trend, or are we finally going to get a non-full series?
Look, history tends to repeat itself very, very often. I think this is going to go the full 5 games here. Homeboys,
Wow.
this is their first time that they're actually making it into the top 3, right? This is the first time that they made it this far in the tournament. I don't think they're going to give this away.
Well, hopefully not, because it would be quite an unfortunate end here. So expect some spicy games as we pass it over to our hosts on stage.
Terima kasih kepada caster-caster kita. Hello semua, hello again. Anda bersama dengan saya, Rose. Tapi kali ni saya dengan Sith.
Yes, dan kita berada dekat perlawanan terakhir hari ini. Stop kita yang terakhir sebelum kita pergi ke Grand Final pada hari esok. Semua dah ready ke belum? Last one.
Yes, perlawanan ini akan jadi perlawanan yang saya rasa the most important match for these two teams. Sebab yes, mati kali ini tak ada immortality, tapi bukan itu sahaja. The trophy is on the line.
Yes, menanti mereka yang menang adalah pasukan Todak yang securekan, tetapi Homebois dan juga SMG, misi mereka sama, iaitu cuba pergi ke peringkat final.
And with that, mari kita invite kedua-dua pasukan kertas pentas MPL Malaysia, Homebois and Team SMG.
Homebois!
Selepas melalui match yang sangat intens berhadapan dengan Todak, Homebois terpaksa turun untuk melalui satu lagi jalan untuk mendapatkan tempat di Grand Finals. Dengan persaingan sengit yang ditunjukkan oleh mereka, pasukan ini menunjukkan mereka adalah pencabar yang sangat menggunakan. Their flames are still here, terus membakar semangat mereka for another match. Adakah impian mereka untuk merebut gelaran juara dapat ditunaikan? Homebois with their flame boys akan sekali lagi mengegarkan pentas MPL.
Team SMG.
Mereka meneruskan perjuangan selepas berjaya mengalahkan Team Lunatix di peringkat lower bracket semi-finals. Perlawanan yang cukup genting buat mereka semua, namun dengan kecekalan yang dimiliki, mereka berada di sini. Dengan peluang terakhir yang terbuka ini, mampukah Team SMG kembali selalu menang game dan menempah tempat ke Grand Final. Sekarang tugas main ini sangat-sangat penting membuktikan kata-kata coach mereka untuk grab the champion title. Team SMG, this is the time to prove it.
And now, let us introduce the one who officiates the match and maintains MPL's integrity. Mereka inilah yang akan memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Head of League Ops, Jay. Head Marshal, Nicholas. Kedua-dua Marshal, Haikal dan Yitzis. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn.
Hanya ada satu saja slot yang menanti di peringkat Grand Final. Mampukah Homebois ataupun Team SMG untuk melangkah ke Grand Final? Kedua-dua pasukan dah bersiap sedia. Team, this is your moment. Please, game on.
The thought of Sith and Rose fusing together into one truly powerful being, oh, it makes me shudder.
It really does. So let's not think about that any longer than we need to here, because I think we're going to have a lot more on our minds. Homebois and Team SMG, we knew this moment would come. But now we're going to have to say goodbye to one of our top 3 teams here in MPL MY Season 11. The stakes are higher than ever. And compared to the teams who have already gone home, I'm pretty sure it feels even worse to know that you ended up in 3rd place.
Yep, and I think the Homeboys, looking at the faces of their players, they are looking very confident. They are, despite having to go through a full best of 5, they're not letting it hold them back. Team SMG, on the other hand, I'm very curious to see what they're looking like, because it feels like, you know, they're back into their usual form, cool, calm, collected, and mainly chilled.
Well, let's have a look at the average KDA that has been achieved thus far in MPL MY Season 11. Zorn leading the pack, but has already gone home earlier during the playoffs, meaning that Stormy now the final player with the highest average KDA at 7. With Sasa and Warlord not far behind.
Yep, and I think overall the battle of the mid laners is going to be what it's about, right? And we saw in the Todak matchup against the Homebois that Warlord denying some of his more comfortable picks does put him at odds, but overall, they got to dig deep here. Both of these teams have seen each other's drafts before.
Yep, they've already faced off once, with Homebois coming out on top that time. We saw in their previous meeting that Team SMG were actually trying out some different things, pulling out unusual pocket picks. We saw the Estes in the hands of Valence, which unfortunately didn't quite work out for them. And then we saw a very different Team SMG at the start of today when they sent home Team Lunatix. So I'm expecting that they're going to be facing this at full strength as well. After all, no one wants to end this close to the finish line. So without further ado, we shall be jumping straight into the draft between Homebois and Team SMG.
All right, draft picks have begun. Let the games begin. In our first match in this best-of-5 series, Team SMG and Homebois are not wasting any time whatsoever. We're seeing the Wan ban, we're seeing the Kaja ban, we're seeing the Joy, Arlen, and I don't know, I don't think it's going to be similar to our previous best-of-5. I don't think Franco's going to get banned out just yet.
Yeah, Franco as a hero, while very strong, not really prioritized by both these teams here. In terms of the dynamics that we're going to be seeing, Team SMG and Homebois are both very aggressive overall. But the way that they approach team fights differ slightly, and that Team SMG will go for pickoffs. They like to group together, but not too closely, and all of their players are individually skilled. For that last fact, Homebois going to be pretty similar. However, I am definitely seeing that they're a little bit more independent overall when they're roaming around the map.
Yeah, they are pretty independent, right? And the previous matchup, we saw that Homebois really started a tunnel vision towards that game number 5, and that's what gave Todak the advantage to start exploiting their defenses. Similarly with Team SMG, I would imagine that for Team SMG that they're probably going to stick to their diverse overall standard play style that we've seen throughout the regular season just to build up a little bit momentum before we see them get aggressive.
Best of 5s are always a tricky beast here, especially considering Homebois has already had to play 5 full games right before this as well. Not nearly as much rest as Team SMG has gotten, so definitely coming into this with a little bit more disadvantage than they would like. However, the faces of the players we already saw looking pretty energetic. Hopefully, they'll be able to reflect the same path in the Land of Dawn, as the Valentina, Stormy's signature hero, gonna be banned out, not allowing SMG to first pick it.
Yep, and oh man, first picks are going to be a little interesting here, right? No matter what you get, there's a counter pick available. Glue, Farmis is going to go into the hands of the Homebois. Joy has already been banned out, and we saw a lot of that throughout the playoffs so far, just not in this particular matchup. So it's going to be the Farsa first pick coming out from the side of Team SMG.
Very interesting. Farsa is the first pick. Pretty rare overall, but in this case, a lot of the more common first pick heroes have already been removed, and Team SMG has a large enough hero pool that they're gonna choose to prioritize Stormy's hero first, considering that the Valentina is already gone, preferably to have a solid matchup against Warlord. Now, when we're talking about Warlord, one of his signature picks so far has been that Faramis, as well as the Lilia, doing pretty good jobs on those. Looks like they're not gonna prioritize the mid lane here. Instead, locking in the Grok and the Fredrin.
Yep, good work coming out for the side of the Homebois. Fredrin has been Subway's big mean man that he's been picking up and constantly just farming opponents with it. So make him feel uncomfortable, put Subway on something like a Martis. If they don't even go for their jungle pick, then we know where Homebois is targeting them in the second ban phase.
But I wouldn't say that Martis is uncomfortable for Subway. After all, it is the hero that secured Team SMG's victory in their match against Team Lunatix earlier today. In fact, he honestly seems more aggressive with it as compared to the Brethren. So I'm not surprised at all that they would lock it in first. They're gonna follow it up with the smooth Benedetta as well. While this hero's performance in the playoffs has not quite matched what Smooth has been able to do with it in the regular season, still a very scary hero to deal with.
It's a comfort pick, of course, for him. Like, they don't mind throwing the EXP blind. They know for a fact that Homebois, no matter what they go for, even if they go for the Eve, that Smooth is going going to get on top of him. So it's all about cutting and splitting the fight in half, isolating that front line, and disengaging the back line so that the rest of his team can slowly collapse. And now we see the carry, and this was to be anticipated. Homebois, and especially for Anip, he's been having a good time on this carry.
Yep, this is also a hero that is within Sasa's hero pool, so Homebois locking it in for Anip as well as denying it away from the Team SMG gold laner. This is a hero that's very strong towards the early and late stages of the game and will allow Homebois to have ways of dealing with early or even late game aggression from Team SMG to make sure that they have the flexibility to deal with whatever they're going to be throwing at them. I think it's a pretty smart choice overall, and it looks like they're going to start banning out on gold lane options as well, just to give Anip the best matchup he can possibly get.
Yep, that does mean that Sasa has to really think about what he wants here, whether it be a 2v2 or whether he's going to have to sacrifice a bit of pressure for the team. Because, again, you don't see very often teams actually prioritizing Benedetta this early on in the matchup, and I guess Smooth is feeling very, very confident.
Yeah, I mean, he has reason to be confident with it, with the hero that got him week MVP for the first 2 weeks of the regular season. Understandable here. The Faramis going to finally been banned out by Team SMG. Very interesting. You can see that the fans are already expecting to face off against Todak tomorrow. Obviously, they already made it to the grand finals, and one of these teams gonna meet them there. As of right now, Homebois looking to ban their final hero here. I feel like they would probably continue focusing onto Sasa's hero at this stage of the game because Valence's hero pool just too big to focus on right now.
I think if Homebois is going to ban out anything, Brody doesn't seem like a bad idea here. Beatrix as well, and there we go. We do see the Beatrix get banned out, so now Team SMG can't just force priority into the side lane. This is going to be a bit of an issue, right? So there are very clear not clear win conditions, but clear priority in terms of which is going to be the strong lane, and I think in this case, it's probably going to be the EXP.
An interesting choice here. Beatrix definitely makes a lot of sense. But as you mentioned, the Brody is still open for Team SMG. I get the feeling that based on the way Homebois is banning here, they seem to be trying to orchestrate Sasa into picking that Brody here to maybe lock Team SMG into forceful early game movements. As long as they can make it so that Team SMG has a timer, whereas Homebois would have more flexible options in terms of their scaling, then it allows them to do a lot more within the game. Team SMG, recognizing the threat of this, will remove the Lilia, always going to be applying pressure from early to late game.
So they're okay with Homebois, and especially for Warlord to get his hands on this Yve, and that might be a bit of an issue here, because again, it's about mid lane control. Whoever controls the mid lane gets to influence the side lanes. Worst comes to worst, if they have the opposite where the side lanes have a lot of priority, they can invade the jungle, and that's the relationship we're seeing here. Homebois, they lock in the Yve as expected, and now SMG must complete their lineup. I think they might have to play Brody here, but then again, there are still other options.
Yeah, I'm still trying to think about what other gold laners are available in the pool.
Leslie?
The Brody's open, Leslie is open. Didn't quite work out for Homebois in their previous match, but still a pretty solid hero overall with that true damage. Besides that, they gotta look for a roam hero that will allow Valence to make plays across the map. Right now, not a lot of good options there against what Homebois has. The Lolita is still open, the Ruby, something that Valence is comfortable with, the Kufra, but is fairly vulnerable to the carry. Team SMG lock in the Harif right there. Haven't seen this in a while. If the basic marksman not available, let's go for the magic carry.
I respect it. I respect it. Team SMG recognized that, hey, Sasa, he's got a very large hero pool, and even though we banned out, again, 4 marksmen banned out in total, he's going to go with the Hara to ensure that he wins this matchup. And that's the thing, SMG is very to the book. They like to get that side lane priority. They like to start influencing the jungle and as well as the mid lane.
What worries me about this draft from Team SMG is that their main 2 sources of DPS, the Harif and the Farsa, are both going to be magic damage, which means that Homebois can very easily itemize into Athena Shield, Radiant Armor, and avoid a lot of DPS coming from SMG. And now by completing their draft with the Mincetar, they've already effectively denied Harif's mobility, not to mention make life a lot more difficult for Smooth on the Benedetta.
Yeah, it's really nice that, you know, Coach Dale was keeping this in mind, especially in this back back pocket. When we do see that Benedetta, I was already thinking, okay, maybe Minstar might just be the way to actually go. But if it's just for one hero, it's not exactly that worth it. And yes, it affects Farsa, but with Harith available, oh man, it's going to be so punishing. All the carries are vulnerable to the King's Calling.
I love this draft from Homebois right now. As we can see from the AI predictions right there, Homebois is going to have the edge in terms of utility and slightly in terms of team fight as well. But if Team SMG can leverage their pickoff and kill pressure and just go for the members of Homebois one by one from the early game onwards, it will allow them to build up the momentum needed to finish things off. The question is, will they be able to execute on it?
Well, let's find out as we start rolling into the Land of Dawn, our second best of 5 and our very final one of this season. Welcome to Team SMG versus the Homebois. And immediately we start to see, you know, opposite sides of the map. They're both going to go with a purple buff start and then start pathing in opposite directions.
Now, pretty default right here. Neither team thinking that they're gonna get an invade here, but also, while we're on the matter of things, we have hit a brand new PCU milestone right there. 285,000 of you guys out there interacting and watching along with our players. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all of our concurrent viewers right now, as well as the streamers, as well as our international casters watching the event go down. Help us, bring us to that nice round number of 300,000 PCU. And I don't know, maybe I'll do a cosplay or something. I've got everything to give at this point.
Okay, now I really want to see that. That's actually incredible, but 300k would be huge. Oh, hold on.
Yep, it looks like they've already found Barbosa. They're going to flicker out of this. Subway, he hasn't hit level 4 just yet. It's really frustrating as he just does. Barbosa is way too far away to decimate it now. The rest of the Homebois, they're looking for opportunities across the map, and they might find one up on the top side.
Yeah, we're definitely hoping that Subway would hit his level 4 by the time that Barbosa dropped low, but not quite. As now Sapat actually taking a lot of damage up here as well. Forced the flicker quite early before he hits that level 4. Smooth is ahead, but look out.
Yeah, can't really do too much here. Smooth without the King's Call, and he's basically going to walk around for free. He still has the eye for an eye, but he's making sure that Stormy is nearby so that he can achieve level 4 for this upcoming turtle fight. No time for Smooth to actually reset just now. Rock, he's going to start walking up. He sees the Kufra, Subway, and as well as Chibi currently for the showdown here. Smooth is going to start things off, jumping into the middle of that fight. But Barbosa, he sees the opportunity. Feathered Airstrike going to zone off the rest. Valence finds an opportunity into the real wall manipulation. Electro final blow connects on nobody, and an instant double kill for Subway. Nicely played by Team SMG.
That was beautifully orchestrated right there, and Team SMG definitely went into that fight with a plan. Zone out with the Feathered Airstrike, then try to group everyone together. Tyrant's Rage, multiple members of Homebois into the Electro final blow, and it all went off without a hit, allowing for Team SMG to get an easy 2 kills. The first turtle of the game. This is exactly what they want to achieve with their lineup here. As long as they control the early game momentum, it can be a bit difficult for Homebois to gain map control.
The worst part for the Homebois is the fact that their side lanes, the most important parts, are losing out on that gold. That's where we're seeing this gold lead coming in from Team SMG. Speaking of which, in about 72 seconds, that's when the next neutral objective comes, but Smooth instantly popping his ult to clear the wave and rotating down here. And now, Barbosa, he's still alive here, but Sasa drops on forward with the Chrono Fissure. Not going to find too much. Even the Xamarin Force being utilized there, they're going to have to wait 50 more seconds, and by then, they'll have all their abilities back up.
A lot of pressure from Team... Oh, hold on!
He gets a catch. King's calling as well. Smooth, stuck and unable to run. It didn't help that Chibi was there to lock him even further.
Really nice swing by the Homebois there, being able to avoid any casualties from Team SMG's dive in the bottom lane, and then translating that to a gank and kill onto Smooth. The King's Calling instantly gaining value now that Sapat has that available, instantly giving him an EXP lead against the Benedetta.
The worst part about all of this is that Homebois, by the time they actually have the King's Calling back off of cooldown, the turtle has been around for quite a bit of time. So I think that Homebois, they're going to do, as we see, the lane swap actually occurs, and I think Homebois are going to slowly play this turtle dance out until Sapat actually has his ultimate.
And I think that is the wise choice here. Homebois doesn't need to force things. It's SMG that has to make the momentum happen. And right now, they are trying to force the fight, but Homebois is doing a good job of keeping their distance.
I love how Supat is walking up as if he has his ult. They don't know.
Ooh.
Oh, he flickers forward and it actually calls right off of the timer. Sasa able to walk out just in time. The King's, the Spear of Glory doesn't connect, and Homebois will secure this objective, and this is going to escalate into the fight. Zaman Force has been popped, and Barbosa walking into all 5 members. I don't know what he was expecting there.
Now, a really nice initiation from Supat, but remember, Sasa and Stormy both have Purify, and that would allow the Harif to just walk out of the King's Calling just fine, even though he doesn't have his dashes to rely on. And after that ultimate is gone, Homebois are not at a state yet where they have enough consistent damage to face off against Team SMG. The consolation prize they get is that Chibi is still able to secure the turtle, but as we speak...
Yeah, bottom side is getting attacked here, yet they secure the kill, and Valence gets a clean dive, a good off-tempo play. They know that Supat doesn't have his flicker, so they punish him for it underneath this turret. But you can see that the Homebois have a lot of resources dedicated to this top side, and Stormy, he's got to be careful here. His death could slow him down significantly.
Absolutely, gotta keep himself alive, but here comes the real manipulation up top. Homebois gonna secure the tier 1. SMG makes the wise choice not to engage on this. I am liking the aggression from the Homebois right now, trying to trade out structures, but the current stage of the game is very specialized to Team SMG. This is what they like to do. They like to force the pressure, constantly make rotations, and catch people off where they least expect it.
Yup, just the classic textbook style. Homebois, on the other hand, they've got different plans in mind, right? They just need to staunch the bleeding, trade tower for tower, person for person every single time, just to make sure that the gold lead doesn't run away from them.
Absolutely. Goal lead is important in this game. Team SMG ideally wants a bit more momentum. They're actually gonna force that Valence. Ultimate a bit wasted. I think he may have hesitated, and that allowed Barbosa to get his immunity to CC, meaning that no Valence ultimate for a little while, and the turtle is coming up.
Yeah, I don't think it was that. I think that he was channeling the power of nature as soon as he saw something off the edge of his peripherals, and in this case, it was Valence. A good call coming in from Barbosa. At least he doesn't have to waste out on his flicker. He's going to need it for this upcoming turtle fight. Let's see how it goes. It's going to be the real one manipulation, and the feathered airstrike onto Warlord to start things off. Electro Final Blow does not connect, but they immediately jump on top of Yves. They are willing to give away this turtle to enable themselves. Now the rest of the team are scrambling around. A smooth chases Supat. The King's Calling is already down, and with no flicker, he's going to get chased to the ends of the earth, but it's going to be Chibi who gets good damage onto Subway. He needs to escape. Sasa finally joining this fight. He's waiting for the opportunity, waiting for the spells. Chrono Fisher into the Chrono Dash. Finally dropping the Zaman Force to find the trade 1-for-1.
Wow, that was chaotic right there with the turtle trade. Team SMG making a very smart choice to go for... Oh, they're still continuing.
And they secure the kill. This is great for Team SMG.
Wow, it's just a absolutely ridiculous series of events right there. Team SMG know that Chibi will probably secure the turtle even if they try to contest it. So they target Warlord in the fight first because he's the main source of DPS. They then try to translate that, but Sasa's not around, Aniv's not around, so they're not quite able to get kills, and that allows for Aniv to arrive first, get some trades, but then Homebois stays too long as well, and Team SMG catches them off guard.
Yep. The worst part about this, especially for Subway, is that he's currently 2 camps behind Chibi, and he needs to make sure that he's even level against Chibi in every single one of these neutral objective takes. Every time you see Team SMG decide not to take a neutral objective, that means that there is going to be no contention. And for now, Valence has been babysitting Sasa, and this time Homebois, they kind of sniff it out. They just let that bottom tier 1 go.
I think what Team SMG are focusing on here is just funneling Sasa, and speaking of, they're trying to force something again.
Valence, he's going to start setting up, looks backwards, and GB, oh, it was so very close before it connects, but no commitment from either side other than the feathered airstrike.
And now we're seeing a little bit of an issue with Homebois' lineup here in that they do rely very heavily on Warlord and Anip to output the damage, and Team SMG knows this, which is why they're heavily funneling onto Sasa. They're actually allowing Chibi to get farm because they know that the Brethren won't be a big threat later on in the game when they have 2 forms of Purify and a Petrify on Smooth. Their goal is to disrupt the team fight, and because of that, their goal is Anip and Warlord. Chibi can just do whatever he wants.
Lightning Truncheon purchase coming in from Stormy. He's going to need the extra bit of damage as Homeboys are all grouped up nice and snug. No commitments from anything. Valence, he tries to open up the map and sees on it. Real One Manipulation is not going to let him go as the Feathered Airstrike has his paw, but it's going to be Smooth who finds the Electo final blow of a lifetime. 2-for-1 trade so far. Double kill as Sasa backs off in the King's Calling. Sapat keeps trying it, but he's unable to commit to the catches. Smooth should be able to get out of here with his dash. Oh no.
Sapat's waiting.
Yep, Sapat's waiting, falls into the Spear of Glory. Sucks to be him. Oh boy, at least for Team SMG, they walk away with a 3,000 gold lead as well as the Lord.
Yeah, Team SMG definitely comes out on top in that fight. Really good start to things. Valence unfortunately did end up missing, but Smooth cutting off the backline and funneling with the Electo final blow turned that fight entirely. Again, they're ignoring Chibi, they're ignoring Sapat, going for Warlord and Anip. Once those two are gone, Homeboys does not have enough damage even if they do catch Sasa in the King's Calling.
Yep, this is a bit of a weak Lord push here, but Valence gets caught by the Spear of Glory. He should still be okay. Subway is there just a zone, and Homeboys, they're taking very minimal damage, and they still maintain their mid-tier 1.
Right now, staunching the bleeding is the goal. Homeboy still has pretty good late game scaling. They just gotta make sure they don't lose out too much more at this stage of the game. A 4K net worth difference is not ideal, but still not in a situation that can be considered dire for the Homeboys.
It's still salvageable, and I can agree with that. For now, I think Homeboys, they're just gonna take it slow. Anip is still gonna need a little bit more time until he gets his Demon Hunter sword, and until then, I don't think Homeboys are gonna participate in too many fights.
Yeah, we can see that Sasa already has 3 items there. Having Mystery Shop making a big difference. Calamity Reaper, Feather of Heaven, Holy Crystal, all completed on his side. I noticed as well, Smooth actually going for full damage. That is Blade of Heptases, Hunter Strike, Malefic Roar. He knows his job here, and that is to target the backline. No need for tankiness. If he loses his life in exchange for 2, that's more than enough.
I mean, he knows that Sapat wants to be way up front. Same goes for Barbosa to set things up. Same goes for Chibi. But it's going to be up to just Anip and as well as Warlord to hold the back line, and instantly Sapat comes in with the King's Calling. Feathered Airstrike has a quick response. Chibi is outside as the Real One Manipulation is helpful, but Valence too deep in. Smooth ends up dying as well. No tankiness to keep him alive. So much commitment by Team SMG, but they find nothing.
Beautifully done by the Homeboys. Team SMG has to recognize that even though they have a solid game plan, the way that these lineups interact is very fragile. It's very specifically necessary for Team SMG to be the ones engaging and controlling the angles of engagement. When Homeboys forced that there, you can see how Valence was completely split off. Smooth tried to do his job, but because no one got picked off, they couldn't funnel Homeboys into a disadvantageous position. All of them then wailed on him and didn't allow for Team SMG to make any backup.
Exactly, and that's the thing, right? Homeboys are very good at isolating their targets, especially with the King's Calling. It's a zone just like the Real One Manipulation.
Ooh.
Oh no, Valence once again. Oh wait, hold on, he actually survives this time, but the Feathered Airstrike has been committed and cancelled by the Guardian's Barrier. Now, they're gonna start bursting it down. Real One Manipulation has been popped, and Smooth is waiting. Xamon Force has been dropped, and the King's Calling keeps him in place. He can't get out, and Warlord is able to secure the kill. They're on the run with no members left. 3 against 5. Homeboys will take this Lord.
This is now starting to become a problem for Team SMG. Homeboys recognize as long as they group up together properly and make sure that Anip and Warlord are not stacking atop one another, it's very difficult for SMG to find angles of initiation. And losing Valence and then Sasa means that there's no way for SMG to continue that fight. Luminous Lord falls into the hands of the Homeboys, and a situation where Homeboys can siege the base of Team SMG. Defense is very difficult.
Extremely tough heroes on the side of Homeboys. It started to become evident that Team SMG it can't scale in time. Feathered Airstrike being committed as the Real One Manipulation zones out the rest. The inhibitor will fall, but Valence has a nasty flank right now. If only he could do something about it. Team SMG waiting for him to get his charge. Here we go! He gets on top of Warlord, but it's unfortunate. Bouncing ball not going to do much. Smooth is too far away, and Anip chunks them out. The attempt has failed. Valence ends up dying. The King's Calling locks down Sasa as he walks just out of it, losing 2 inhibitors as a response.
A good attempt there from Team SMG, but they're not quite split up enough. And even though Homeboys should be in a position where Team SMG can ideally take a fight, they're too scattered. They have to defend the base. They're not able to follow up on one another's tempo. Communication starting to break down just a little bit as some of the members of Team SMG are desperate to make something happen, but the rest are not quite able to continue on with the shot calling due to the fact that Sepak can just drop down the King's Calling and completely cut them off.
Yeah, it's just slowing down and staggering their engagements, and as much as Valens are slowly and surely somehow finding these flanks, it's not being capitalized upon. And now Homeboys once again, it's going to be real world manipulation and feathered airstrike. Bunny and Bear instantly canceling, and out there Chunk, they are hurt, they are forced to retreat, and Smooth tries to select the final blow away from the fight and finally gets out of there with just a sliver of health.
With just a couple of plays, Homeboys have taken full control of the game. They now recognize that as long as they don't allow Team SMG to control the angles of approach, there is literally no way they can execute the backline. And if they're not able to do that, then Homeboys can just outlast them in terms of damage. Even Chibi, due to the fact that he's been ignored the entire time, is now able to drop down the squishier members of Team SMG with the Appraiser's Wrath. Things have become incredibly difficult.
It really is. If you look at it, I'm pretty sure, yep, Athena shields all across the board for the Homeboys, pulling up the items, and even a necklace of Durance coming out from Warlord's side. I guess they wanted to, even though they got 2 Dominance Ices.
Wow, that is very interesting right there. I guess it's going to be very effective here against Sasa now, having built up that concentrated energy. A lot of its effectiveness going to be halved, and now the issue we talked about during the draft is coming to bear here with the Harif and the Farsa being the main sources of DPS. Athena's shield just negates so much of their DPS potential, and if Smooth isn't able to execute the backline, then Homeboys just outlasts them.
Yep, real wall manipulation coming out from Warlord to zone off the rest. Is Valens in the middle of that fight, can't get in. Feathered airstrike being committed, and Homeboys take an easy Luminous Lord. This might just be it for Team SMG.
No inhibitors in their base. They do have Farsa, but otherwise they don't have the heroes that can mount a high ground defense, meaning that all Homeboys has to do is make sure they don't make a mistake, and this will be a very easy crystal rush here. Oh, we'll see whether or not Team SMG can defend.
Smooth has staggered the bottom wave, and we are seeing that Grok is purposefully waiting and locking off the mid lane just so that they sync the waves at the same time. Warlord, he's really low. Chibi walks up front, sees Subway. Going to be the Electro final blow coming out from Smooth, but here comes the real one manipulation as a response. The King's Calling hasn't been dropped with the Spear of Glory, already doing God's work. Valens tries an opportunity on Onip. It doesn't go through. Onip is on the crystal right now. Nobody is stopping him. Anybody stop him, and that is going to be game number 1. No excitement, just cold faces from these cold-blooded killers known as Homeboys.
We have just witnessed textbook execution from the Homeboys right there, recognizing the flaws in their opponent's lineup and not faltering under the pressure despite falling behind during the earlier stages of the game. Unfortunately, Team SMG picked up a lineup that's a bit too delicate, requires too many factors of execution in order to pull off correctly, and Homeboys just made them commit too many mistakes.
I mean, Coach Dale, he's putting in the work. He saw how hard Anip was playing the other game, and he's like, okay, this time around, you hop in my backpack. I'm gonna give you a comp you cannot fail on.
Really well played right there. The zone control offered by some of these heroes is insane. The real manipulation, the King's Calling, not to mention the wild charge to consider on top of all of that. It's so difficult for them to find the right positioning. And although Team SMG were able to catch Homeboys off guard in the earlier stages by having Smooth funnel into the backline, take out the DPSs, and then slowly whittle down the rest, once that formula becomes obvious, it's very easy to decide how they want to counterplay.
Yeah, and I don't know. It's really difficult to get in there. As soon as that Minotaur gets locked in, like, teamfights is basically impossible for the side of Team SMG. All of their members utilize a dash in some shape or form, but I guess the only exception would be Stormy, and even then, he still relies on his flicker 9 out of 10 times compared to Wings by Wings.
I think what we see in the draft from Team SMG here is that, unfortunately, their heads may be in the clouds a little bit, where the lineup looks good in a vacuum. It sounds like a sound strategy. You have the Harif when all the other marksmen are banned out. You will be able to siege the backline. You'll be able to disrupt the formation of the Homebois by ignoring the Fredrin and just allowing him to do whatever as long as his DPS is gone. But you don't consider that two magic DPS. You just build magic defense. They think, oh, we have two Purifies. King's Calling won't be a problem. Newsflash, it still is. There's too many factors that weren't considered during this draft.
Yeah, and honestly, let's look at the item build and we will get a better picture, because I'm surprised that even though Smooth was building damage, he decided to go for the Blade of Heptases rather than going for the traditional Hunter Strike into Malefic Roar into the Bloodlust Axe.
It's very greedy here from Smooth. It's even greedier than his usual damage build, which is what you pointed out earlier. And you could see him trying to do some damage control once the time came with that Dominance Ice. But by then, it was a little bit too late. Anip and Warlord started getting up their DPS. They started messing with the front line. Sasa, while he was able to escape from the King's Calling multiple times, you have to realize that's one source of damage that's not able to output DPS while he's trying to escape. And that's all the time Homebois needs to start taking control of the battlefield.
Yeah, and personally for me, the Purifies are more towards Grok and Yves more than any, and Fredrin more than anybody else. I feel like if they really wanted to deal with the Mincetar, they would probably just take Sprint, just to run out of the King's Calling and hope that they can maybe sidestep the Spear of Glory. It's really tough to leave it. You're hoping that the Purify gets you out of the zone, but the raw damage coming out from Warlord, coming out with 50,000 damage. Ooh, actually, he's out of the top damage dealers on the side of Homebois. It's Chibi who's dishing out the most.
I mean, this is what happens when you decide, let's let Fredrin get the turtles and stuff. We'll aim for his DPS. When Chibi is allowed to farm on this hero, he becomes a genuine threat, being able to dish out those massive Appraiser's Wrath during these team fights due to the fact that Team SMG are mainly attempting to take out squishier members and just allowing Chibi to build up on his gray health over time. We saw a single fight where the Appraiser's Wrath come out, Sasa is literally at 1% HP. That's how much damage this Fredrin was doing. And even then, Team SMG had so many more problems to worry about.
Yeah, and again, it just comes down to the draft. Homebois, and especially Coach Dale, they've thought this through, they've done their homework, and especially after the very first time that they played against SMG, they took away something from it.
Yeah, and I really like that Homebois definitely doesn't seem to be facing any fatigue from the previous best of 5 that they were playing. So definitely MVP award has to be awarded this game, and we're gonna be giving over to Sabat here, the Mincetar gameplay. And the last pick on this hero was massive for the Homebois.
Honestly, it's one of those situations that I hate to say it, and EXP elaters all across the world are gonna feel it. Lose lane, but win game.
After all, if you lose the battle but win the war, then who is the true victor in the end? Sabat confident enough that he can even grab that Corrosion Scythe, knowing that, hey, if you're wanting to walk out of my ultimate, I'm gonna make it just a little bit harder for you to walk out of the ultimate. The more time that he's able to delay for his team, the more time that his DPSs are able to reposition, dish out damage, and take out the members of SMG before they're able to do the same to them.
All right, let's have a look at the highlights here and recap this entire story, because again, we have seen Valens actually find really great engages, but the main issue, and especially with how the early game went, I'm surprised that Team SMG wasn't able to provide more.
Yeah, you would think that Team SMG would try to heighten the momentum, but one of the factors that comes with SMG's very disciplined and textbook-style gameplay is that they will not necessarily take risks too often and go for fights when they feel more confident to take it. This allows them to get a bit more advantage towards the early game, but Homebois are basically just cutting their losses at that point while trying to figure out what the strategy that SMG is using is, and we saw what happened once they were able to identify and adjust to it.
Yeah, and I mean, the blunder, this big one, they tried super hard, but look at how quick Smooth just dies to Anip. Like, Team SMG, as much as they wanted to win out their lanes, like, Sasa did not deal enough damage to Anip to put him out of the game.
Homebois are, in my opinion, the strongest momentum-based team in MPL MY, which is why it's very important to make sure that you never give them that momentum in the first place, which is what Team SMG were attempting to do in the initial stages. But once they made a single mistake, Homebois took that momentum and ran with it, and there was no stopping them.
I mean, they played really, really clean. And honestly, if you want to be just like the pro players up on that stage, champion extra GG with Guardian Man. You can fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. These teams, and especially these players, don't have the time to waste, so 10 seconds, that's a steal.
Absolutely, and Homebois definitely seem to be using some Guardian Man for themselves, because Team SMG, we're looking like that 99.9% right up there. Hopefully they'll be able to overcome the odds right now, because one game up, Homebois looking to be pretty comfortable despite the fact that they should be under some fatigue. So guess we gotta watch out.
Gotta watch out indeed. It looks like we've got an open house session with our hosts and our two guests up by the main stage on the couch. Let's throw it over to them and see what their thoughts are on this game.
And selamat kembali sekali lagi kepada The MPL Open House. Anda bersama dengan saya, Rose, Sith, and Lafel. Hai. Dekat sikit.
Jangan lupa kita punya tamu. Kita ada Poji dan
kita
juga
punya ada lalang sejati.
Poji dengan uncle dia. Bukan, Poji dengan Uncle Chicano. Bukan Poji dengan uncle dia, Poji dengan Uncle Chicano.
Kalau tadi saya lalang.
Lain macam
Tapi kali ni all out lah, kita all out kan. Boleh all out. Homebois boleh win. Kita nampak daripada first game. Sebab kita terus nak pergi cakap. Sebab kali ni no lalang. No more lalang. Angin dah habis.
Okay.
Di setempat dah. Homebois.
Kenapa Homebois menang? Adakah sebab game pertama diorang dah dapat momentum, ataupun memang awak rasa Homebois all the way?
Sebab ni kena Homebois always, because into English kan. Sebab kali ni adalah do or die. Kalau kata diorang tak nak, diorang kena balik. Kalau kata diorang balik, tak dapat jersey RM1. Daddy Hood janji champion jersey RM1.
Alright. Uncle Chicano pula.
Okay, pada Uncle sebenarnya bila Homebois terpaksa main dekat lower bracket sekarang ni, diorang sebenarnya dah ada momentum. Walaupun tewas dekat upper bracket finals tadi, tapi momentum tu masih ada. Dan diorang dah tak perlu nak warm up dah. Diorang dah sedia kalau warm up. So untuk SMG, diorang first game tengah hari tadi, and then terpaksa menunggu agak lama, bukan agak lama, sangat lama.
Yes.
Sampai pukul 8 baru main balik. So dia punya energy tu memang nampak ada, tapi sebenarnya waktu menunggu yang terlalu lama tu boleh buat kita penat sebenarnya.
Betul.
Tepu.
Yes.
So, kita dah tanya dua guest kat sini. I nak tanya satu guest saya kat sini. Of course.
Lafel.
Of course.
Kenapa? Lafel, kenapa tak bertugas? Kenapa awak ada kat belakang korang?
Itulah tu, asal tak kas?
Nombor 1 tak cukup crossy untuk saya cast. Lepas tu saya tak kat sini sebab tak cukup mikrofon. Tengok, kena pakai mikrofon dia.
Tak apa, I will share. So Lafel, based on the game just now, I tak nak tanya who's your predicted winner, because we all know what's gonna happen kalau dia bagi prediction. Tapi based on the game just now, do you think that there was too many mistakes?
Dah, come on lah. Kita memang akan pergi 5 game. Tak payah nak delay lama. Kita akan go all 5 games. Dalam game tadi, I rasa it's just that SMG diorang nak free hit susah. Sepat kacau. Chibi pula terlampau bagus.
Dan akhirnya Grok berjaya untuk dapatkan kemenangan.
Ya betul.
Tadi dia personal. Dia agak personal tapi
tak faham saya.
Tak apa.
Okay, tapi
YTJT.
Okay, I still nak berborak dengan kita punya.
Sila.
Sebab tadi diorang nampak khusyuk tengok game. Sebab game tu memang sangat-sangat sengit. Dan kalau kita melihat pasukan SMG menggunakan hero Haris dekat bahagian gold lane, adakah hero lain yang boleh digunakan dekat bahagian gold lane?
Ada banyak sebenarnya.
Bagi satu. Saya tak nak banyak satu.
Okay. Salah satunya marksman yang kuat fasa early game.
Tak nak marksman.
Bruno.
Macam menarik.
Dalam kepala saya tadi ada dua, antara Popol ataupun Moskov.
Okay, awak cakap Pupuk dan Kupar.
I also ingat Popol dan Kupar.
Dia macam macam tu, kena kebat sikit lah.
Alright,
kan?
okay, menarik idea tersebut.
Alright, so moving on to the second game of our best of 5 series. Let's throw it back to the casters to start our second game of this match. Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much to our host, Rose, as well as Sith, Hoji, as well as Uncle Chickendock in the open house session. Very interesting thoughts there coming in from the rest of them. All 5 games? Well, let's see. The trend has been going strong.
I like how you mentioned everyone's name except the person who said it was going to go all 5K. Like, I feel like there's some ulterior motives there.
Oh yeah, there are ulterior motives there. Look, I'm not happy the fact that it's going on this long and the trend has been the full games. But if they're going to be of this quality, why not?
Well, why not indeed? But I can imagine that the Homebois are very eager to close things out early just as much as we are here. Remember, even if they got a really convincing victory there, even if they're looking really energetic, really happy about the results, they did just come off of a grueling 5 games against Todak. So the faster that they can end things off and go home, the better they will feel. But you could say the same for Team SMG as well. That was an unfortunate loss for them. And uncharacteristically, that draft didn't quite seem to cover enough bases.
Look, I'm telling you, Homebois, they're feeling really, really warm. They may have a bit of fatigue going on, but their fingers are nice and hot in comparison to Team SMG, where I do think there is a little bit of a startup, a little bit of revving, as they like to call it, so that they can actually start getting some good plays going. First, it begins with the draft. So I think even for Haru, he's now considering, okay, Sapa plays Minzatar. That's something we have to keep in mind for this upcoming drafting game number 2.
But it's when you start hard focusing on specific heroes like that it becomes easy for the enemy team to decide, let's play around with the draft a little bit here. You're definitely seeing the experience of Dale as a coach on the international stage, being able to manipulate things around, orchestrate the draft into their own choosing, is what Team SMG will have to overcome here, or they will have to face the music.
All right, let's see what they're going to pull off this time. It's going to be Homebois on the blue side and Team SMG on the red. Kaja instantly banned out. Wan again. The more I see these top 3 teams draft, the more we see the trends happen very, very often. Nobody likes dealing with Kaja. Nobody likes dealing with Joy. Nobody likes Arlet for some reason.
I mean, Arlet is just way too powerful of a hero here. That final slash as a setup tool, we've already seen how it can be used as a literal broomstick into the Numenon Blast, into whatever they want the enemy team to be. And they're going to do it. It's just very hard to play around when the animation is basically non-existent.
Well, I mean, that's true, but then we've seen the destructive capability of Joy. Like, come on, you gotta pick your poison here. It's either you let everything go rather than just one or the other.
I think a lot of teams have been picking their poison in that Joy seems to be a little easier to manage compared to Arlet, because at least when Joy is annoying, they're just annoying one person, whereas Arlet is going to push everyone else into where he wants them.
That's a really funny thought, that like the whole team just looks at their goal laner and is like, nah, you're taking the damage. I'm not dealing with Arlet.
It's you or the rest of us, you know?
So it's definitely you. It's one of the, what do they call it again? Those prisoner riddles, where it's either you rat somebody out and somebody has to take the fall while the rest of them get to live. Yeah. I can't remember. I'll come up with the term
Basically,
later.
You're telling the marksman, either you and Joy get close and personal, or Arlet is gonna make all of us close and personal.
It's either you eat it or you eat it, man. But Homebois, at least respectable, deciding, you know what? We don't want any of our members to suffer here. Let's get rid of the Joy. Let's get rid of the Arlet. We see the Pharmacist and as well as the Claude get banned out. So Team SMG, they're still maintaining their important bans of the Claude and as well as the Wan.
Yeah, the Valentina first pick, very obvious here since Homebois did not ban it out. They respect this heavily in the hands of a player like Stormy. And while that is quite an honor, it means that Team SMG will not have this signature pick. And this also makes Stormy's life a lot more difficult, since now going for the Farsa means that Feathered Airstrike will constantly be a threat. So Team SMG will have a lot to think about right now. I would think that the Fredrin's still a pretty safe opening, but besides that, things are a bit unclear. I guess
I feel like Team SMG can go for something a little crazy, considering what the bans are going to be, and especially since Homebois have already revealed their mid laner, they can technically go for like something plus glue. I feel like glue in this situation doesn't seem that bad. No counter pick to deal with. I was also thinking about Melissa, but then again, I feel like Farsa does good work, and considering how Subway was able to maintain a good KDA in the early game with his Martis, why not? Give it to him again.
The thing is, this is a very SMG opening, but it allows Warlord to steal both Feathered Airstrike and Decimate, and that is so terrifying here. And since, if you say that Subway was doing a good job on the Martis, Chibi was doing an excellent job on the Fredrin. So if it's not broken, why fix it? Homeboy is gonna lock in the Fredrin. They're gonna follow it up with Barbosa on the Gronk again. We are seeing a very similar draft from the Homeboys, this time even powered up by the Valentina.
If people want free content on the internet, all they got to do is look at Barbosa playing Grok into the Farsa and calculate how many seconds it takes before that Guardian's Barrier, the Nature's Barrier, comes out to cancel out the Feathered Airstrike. I was right the first time?
I think
Guardian's
so.
Barrier? Sorry, my brain is mush at this point. But that's the thing. Barbosa, he's so fast at canceling the Feathered Airstrike. I think Stormy only got like, what, 2, sometimes even 1 shot off before he has to reposition?
Well, you were talking about the glue though, and looks like Team SMG will be locking it in. Not the most ideal smooth hero overall, but he will still make it work. He's gonna be able to lock onto one person, pull them aside, maybe isolate them, and make the team fight a little bit easier for Team SMG. Question is how well it will work. When they go for something like the glue, it does prevent Smooth from being able to make more cross-map plays.
Yep, I feel like Team SMG, they're going to have to consider banning out the carry. They might want to even consider picking up the Melissa, even though it sucks against the Farsa. I mean, really, what are you going to do about it, right? The glue is annoying enough, and you can't necessarily, you need to be a self-sustaining mid laner. Claude is already gone, and that would have been the most ideal.
Well, let's see what Team SMG will focus on here. Considering that Homebois doesn't have their EXP laner here, they're going to be focusing a bit more towards Sepat's hero pool. Getting into the Benedetta, pretty good matchup into the glue. If they still want to focus on this, things like the Yuzong or Lapu Lapu may deserve some respect. As Homebois make a very interesting choice, getting rid of the Natalia. We know this is a balanced pocket pick, but we haven't seen it for basically the whole season.
I mean, well, considering how hot Anip has been playing throughout the playoffs, I can kind of understand, you know, investing at least a ban into the Natalia, right? It's something that you don't like to have to play around, and it's very frustrating to deal with, especially if you're the marksman.
Team SMG hovering over carry. Yeah, like you already mentioned, carry, really good choice in this option. A really good counter towards the glue and the Martis, which Team SMG have both locked in. So get rid of it. Don't allow Anip to have a hero that scales up pretty well in the gold lane towards the early stages. And this does lead to a question of what Team SMG is intending to pick up for themselves in that position. The Melissa looking increasingly likely, but otherwise, we could be seeing a Sasa Brody in this situation.
Does he really want to dominate the lane that hard? I mean, considering what his team composition is looking like, they just need a standard marksman. No matter what it is, there's always going to be relevance. Like, Leslie is going to have value here. Brody is going to help win out the lane. Melissa generally kind of does a little bit of both, but not very well, considering what is still left. And Homebois, they decide to get rid of the Kufra.
The Kufra ban in this situation seems a little unnecessary, because a similar draft from Homebois in game number 1 already dealt with the balanced Kufra pretty effectively. I guess since they don't have the carry this time, it does become a bit more dangerous, as Team SMG will go for the safe choice indeed, locking in the Beatrix, a hero that will heavily enable Sasa and put Anip in a bit more of a delicate situation.
This is great for Team SMG. They have 2 hard-pushing side laners. They win majority of their matchups. They need to force their... not win majority of their matchups, but they can always force priority when called upon. And that's the beauty of the macro of it. You need some help? No worries. I'm just going to expand and alt this Beatrix on one of the waves and then switch guns and go and participate in the fight.
Yeah, I can definitely see where you're coming from here. Team SMG wants to make sure that they win out their lanes, be able to contest with Homebois from the early game onwards, but Homebois, wow! Making a read right here. That is not a Barbosa Grok. That is actually Sapat's hero. Also, a pretty good matchup into the Grok in lane. And now they're going to have to think about the Diggy as well, which is going to make Valence's life very difficult no matter what kind of hero he locks in at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing much you can really do. Do you just go for Edith, I suppose, if you want to like sustain and kite them out? Are you... I mean, Farmus is already gone. Is there any other utility? I suppose if they... No. Estes is going to get chunked out really hard.
It's difficult here, unless, no, even like something like the Kadita is no longer viable with the Diggy around. From the voice line, looks like Team SMG will decide on the Franco here.
Okay, I can respect it. At least you have that like consistent presence around the map. I mean, obviously you're not going to be very helpful in terms of closing out games, or more importantly, clearing out waves. But as long as your presence is there, your Homeboys, they're just forced, especially when they're alone, they're forced to back off and forced to give priority.
The question is, will that go so smoothly though? We've already seen what Barbosa is capable of on the Diggy pick, not only constantly poking out the members of the opposing team, but providing vision with the auto alarm bombs. As we can see in the composition prediction right now, Team SMG actually winning out in a big way. Late game pressure, pick off, kill pressure, but Homeboys come out on top in terms of utility and team fighting, and that is what we see both of these teams prioritizing most of the time during their skirmishes. So the question is, which is going to be the most significant factor to grant victory in Game 2?
All right, let's roll into the land of Dawn. Game number 2 of this best of 5. Homeboys 1-0 against Team SMG. Homeboys going to be on the blue side with Team SMG on the red.
This is going to be an interesting one right here, as Team SMG definitely have a much more balanced lineup as compared to the game number 1 draft. But Homeboys are no slouches either. Barbosa going for Impure Rage as his emblem means that he knows he's going to do some damage, and he wants to constantly poke out the members of Team SMG.
And that's exactly what he's going to do. But notice that Valence, he opted to take the... Wait, hold on. Did they know that he's there? Yes, they do. Valence is going to get chunked out for now, and Sasa, this laning phase just got significantly harder with Barbosa as well.
Also, there's just so much free damage that Homeboys can do from such a long range. Yes, the Iron Hook is always going to be a threat in the hands of Valence, but Homeboys are not going to worry about it too much. Even Barbosa just straight up walking up like this.
Oh, yep, and instantly they're getting chunked out, and that's... Anip is playing this beautifully. Subway, oh no, if they kill one minion, Subway's going to hit level 4, and he might be able to get first blood. And Sasa, he's kind of low, so he's going to take his time with Renner to slowly chunk out the wave.
Some differences in rotation, with Subway coming down to the gold lane and Chibi actually rotating up to the EXP lane instead. Chibi is definitely taking the more default path, and Team SMG knows that they need to apply some pressure here because Barbosa is just straight out winning this lane for Anip.
Yeah, this is pretty annoying. Like Anip, he is waiting for the right moments to trade, especially when they see Team SMG lose ground. He takes full advantage of it, right? If you're going to walk backwards, I'm going to make you hurt for each step you take.
The consolation they have is that Subway is able to steal half a camp in this situation. Oh, they get a hook.
Oh, this is great. Barbosa instantly dead before you know it. First blood going over to Subway. Hopefully that 200 gold is put to good use.
Yep, especially in this turtle fight right now, as Smooth diving straight in.
Yep, he instantly pops down his ultimate, and the 50-50 falls into the hands of Subway as Stormy is pushed out of position by Subbot. Subway still moving forward as the Blade Hunt connects on top of Warlord. He doesn't have any targets to decimate cleanly, and that's Team SMG walking away with 2 kills in comparison to nothing from the Homeboys, and they even secured the turtle.
Instantly, massive value from the Barbosa pickoff earlier because he ended up dying. He did not hit level 4. No time journey means Team SMG can dive straight in, use all of the CC that is necessary to lock down the members of the Homeboys. But that turtle was indeed a 50-50s that Subway ended up winning there. Very rare against the King of Turtle Mania himself.
Now, Team SMG, unfortunately, no other ways to punish. It's going to go back into that stalemate form. I mean, you can tell that even for Subway, had he won out that retribution against Chibi by that purple buff, then that's when you have some immediate profit.
Even though Team SMG were able to get a really solid early victory there, they still had to be careful because Barbosa is now level 4, which means that any team fights going forward are going to be incredibly difficult and will necessitate forcing out the time journey early.
Interesting move coming up from Valence. Like, he walks out of the bush and then throws his Iron Hook, hoping that Anip naturally responds by moving downwards. But again, Anip, fighting his natural instinct, stays alive, and now the rest of the Team SMG are forced to rotate down, knowing that the Homeboys have kind of set things up, and knowing that Warlord especially has that feathered airstrike, but no response.
A lot of attention towards the bottom lane here. I am liking the positioning from Stormy as well, just to make sure if Homeboys are making any cheeky conceal plays around the back half of the jungle, he's able to spot it out. That didn't happen in this case, but better to be safe than sorry. We know that the gold lane going to be the win condition for both these teams. That's why there's a lot of attention being put down there, especially when Diggy is around. You just force a lot of pressure from both sides to straight up win out the lane.
Yep, and look at Team SMG playing to the textbook as always. As soon as Turtle spawns, you immediately see Sasa run up to the top side, and Smooth, he wants to make an impact straight away by this Turtle fight. It's currently a 4v4. Feathered Airstrike to zone them off the getaway movie as well as the time journey already being popped. They're trying to zone, but it doesn't do anything. 50-51 by Subway. This is his opportunity to decimate. He finds on him. Smooth sees Warlord. Subway wants more, takes out Warlord. Sees Barbosa, can't even catch him, and Smooth gets chunked out. He gets the live. Subway is going insane with a triple kill.
Beautiful positioning from Team SMG there. Like you already pointed out, they saw the turtle fight, instantly said, Sasa, go up top, get the split push. We don't need you in this fight. And Homebois were not prepared for that engagement. They had time journey. They were not expecting Team SMG to just brute force their way through with the bloody hunt, with the split, but they set up multiple kills for Subway.
Oh, Warlord immediately stealing the bloody hunt and punishing Valence here. Bennett's Rage even committed to deter, but GB, he can tank the damage. He's got the Appraiser's Wrath.
Kind of weird overextension by Valence there. I think he was trying to be annoying with TB and maybe hook the purple buff to just to delay him a little bit. But Homebois just so happened to have 4 members in the area, which meant that Valence unfortunately had no way to escape.
Or you just don't expect someone like Warlord to steal your ult and commit it onto the Franco as well. Oh, hold on. Smoothie's gonna get pulled back by the reversing times. Quickly goes into the split, and even Subway recognizes that this might be a tough spot to actually hold on to. He might have to use the Mortal Coils to push it back, and yes, he does. He manages to clear the way and protect top tier 1 as bottom gets traded out. Team SMG, they're just slowly sieging away neutral objectives.
Yeah, what we're seeing here is really good resource allocation from Team SMG. They see that Homebois making movements towards top lane. They escort Sasa in the bottom lane with Balance. Though unfortunately, Smooth still ends up paying the price here as Homebois will pick up 1 kill for their troubles.
Yeah, but all in this time, like Homebois, they've made the same mistake against Todak. They dedicate so many resources while the marksman and as well as their support comes into play. Feathered Airstrike being committed, Subbot forced to flicker out of there, and he still dies to the Magic Worship. Wow, good damage coming in from Stormy.
That feels bad. Even the flicker was expended. He thought he was out, but Magic Worship always rears its ugly head when you're least expecting it. Team SMG is actually setting up a very risky play here. Sasa all the way in the back.
Yep, he finds Warlord, instantly takes him out. He's terrified and quickly flickers away. Chibi unable to get on top of him in time, and Stormy flickers out just to ensure that he lives. Time reversal is going to pull him back, but it doesn't matter as time journey committed. Smooth, he's slowing them down, but Subway's the one that finishes them off as Bennett's Rage is going to end that fight. Homebois, they're forced to just give away this turtle once more.
Confidence and perseverance despite the odds is what makes a top-tier team here in the MPL. And we are seeing that from Team SMG. They are not affected by their Game 1 loss at all. Full confidence. Sasa waiting for the ambush himself, even though he could very well be picked off for overextending. He gets Warlord, he flickers out, and then Subway is able to pick up 1 more. The Marte is currently 5-0. Looking at the itemization so far, Team SMG definitely notably in the lead.
Good tactical roll coming in from Sasa, but he already committed his ultimate super early on to ensure that he gets that gold crab, and I mean, a bit of a commitment from Valence, but at least he still has his cooldowns on the Bloody Hunt.
Gold ranking, Sasa at the top of the charts right now already has that BOD doing a lot of damage. The fact that he was able to 1v1 Warlord so quickly in that situation is an indication of how much farm he's been given this game thanks to smart rotations from Team SMG, allowing the Beatrix to go for a split push and actually winning out fights even though they are outnumbered.
Yeah, now I'm curious to see whether Team SMG can close out this game, right? They've developed the 5k gold lead, they know how to play the neutral objectives, the map is under their control, all the tier 1s are gone, so where else is there to punish? I feel like they should be backing up Subway here. He's really far ahead of Chibi, 2 levels in a matter of fact.
The difficulty with a hero like Diggy is that Homebois will ideally want to stick together to a certain degree, and Team SMG aren't using this. They're actually willing to sacrifice members if necessary in order to get structural damage across the map. And right now, wow, that is a lot of damage. Team SMG are getting these structures without actually even having to expend additional resources. Homebois right now with the Grok in the EXP lane, having a damage build means that even he cannot safely split push against SMG.
And Subway steals away the purple buff from Chibi once more, still putting him behind. And honestly, with top tier 2's tower, I would say it's mainly because Valens just shows his face. He doesn't even need to throw the Iron Hook, and as soon as he sees the auto alarm bomb, he's going to walk back into the bush, and on him, you know he's a careful man. He doesn't want to get in there just yet without some guarantees. Stormy gets cancelled out, but cancels his feather airstrike. His spot gets a walk away for free. Chibi going to get the lockdown, but it's not necessary for him to maintain the space. The rest of Team SMG with the 6k gold lead going to move their way over to the Lord.
Great disengage from Homebois. That's very important for them right now since SMG is contesting that Lord pit. They want to make sure they don't use cooldowns. Only the flicker expended by Bosa to escape there. But can they re-engage this?
Well, it looks like they're going to try. Bennett's Rage already being expanded in some way, easily going to take this Lord. And Homebois, they just have to sacrifice it. There's just no way for them to cleanly get into the middle of the fight, especially when they don't know where the majority of Team SMG's members are.
We were talking about this during game 1 as well. Homebois, very strong but momentum-based team. If they don't get that early lead, if they're not in control of the game, not in control of the map, they start to fall apart a little bit. Very dependent on grouping together, and Team SMG are just completely expanding their control over their side of the jungle, slowly out-farming them and zoning them off of neutral objectives.
Subway, he's tanking all this damage. He's 3 levels ahead. Oh, the Iron Hook gets cancelled out by the time drain. That's a very big spell there. Valens does lose his flicker, so the Feather Airstrike is going to get popped super early here to zone the rest of the members away from this Tier 2. I feel like they could have gotten the Tier 2 regardless of the Feathered Airstrike, and honestly, it's more beneficial for Team SMG to get into a fight with Homebois earlier on outside of their base. Now they're going to continue up the siege. Sabat trying to clear the waves while Chibi is in the front line. Smooth, he's taking so much damage from Muddles, but he can wait out the Nature's Barrier, but now it's taking too long. Power of Nature gonna take him out instantaneously. A good Nature's Barrier to keep him out of safety.
A really unfortunate wall right there. As Smooth thought, oh, I'll be able to stay here long enough, but maybe walking around it would have actually been the safer option, overestimating his tankiness and paying the price. Team SMG, unfortunately, not quite able to get an inhibitor tower there. I agree with you. I think the Feathered Airstrike, if it was safe for the inhibitor push instead, might have netted them a free one from the side of the Homebois. But since they weren't able to do so, Homebois will keep their inhibitor towers intact.
Yep, and look at Sasa's gold, 9,000 compared to 7,000. Oh, what a lead he has. They're going to push this momentum all the way to the end in about 65 more seconds. Homebois, they got to formulate a plan to get on top of him.
Absolutely, considering his Wind of Nature as well. Even defensive play is possible, but watch out!
Yep, instantly in the back line, they're getting attacked. This time drain doesn't protect Barbosa. He ends up dying super quickly early on. Sasa is already dead, but they still have Anip to make the difference here. Too many Goblins, more targets to hit. Anip is online.
Ooh, that's a mistake from Team SMG right there. They felt confident enough to just dive into the enemy jungle and not really think too much about their positioning because they were confident enough in themselves. But Homebois takes advantage of that and catches out Sasa alone while the rest of Team SMG are busy chasing down the back line. They only get Barbosa in exchange, which is definitely not worth the trade. And this instantly opens up the map for Homebois to start taking some towers.
Okay, let's keep this in mind. Despite the fact that Team SMG still maintains their lead, they got big resources out of Homebois, right? 3 battle spells, as a matter of fact, in comparison to Smooth's Sprint, which is on a much shorter cooldown. It's not going to be up for this fight, but it's more than enough to maximize the value that they're about to get. Team SMG now posturing for the Lord. Homebois is going to take their time here, looking for opportunities to get in. Sabat gets his BOD, but he doesn't know where the rest of them are. Subway gonna keep on dancing around with a flank from Smooth. He's gonna open up the map here. Notices that Sabat's there, but does he recognize that? Yes, he does. He sees everybody. They're gonna reset this. Team SMG want to maintain the space. Good snipe from Sasa's side as Sabat looking for an opportunity to find him, and now they reset once more.
Good positioning from the Homebois. They know that Team SMG likes making flank plays. They're not going to allow themselves to just engage the fight with the limited information that they have because they don't know where Valens is. They're not too clear about Sasa's positioning as well. So they just back off. They know SMG will not be able to take the Lord as long as the rest of them are still alive.
Yep, and the fact that Sasa is showing face, now the 50-50, Nature's Barrier is already out, and their airstrike comes out, causing the instant response for Bot, and it's going to be them. They're moving backwards here. Inspire immediately, Pop coming up from Anip, and it's going to be a 3-for-1 trade. Team SMG get the Lord, get the kills, and Sasa puts the final nail in the coffin. Balance is going to take the damage, and Anip is just so out of position. He's going to get chased down by Stormy once he recalls, but it's too late. The damage is said and done. The crystal will fall.
We are seeing some real competitive play from our MPL contestants this season. Ladies and gentlemen, there will be no clean sweeps this season as Team SMG ties it up, learning from the mistakes they made in game number 1 and working to their strengths to overcome the obstacle that is the Homebois.
Man, that has got to be so annoying. Stormy switches his target. He couldn't find Anip, but if he's going to get 2 shots before someone cancels him, he's going to put it on someone that matters. And forcing Diggy, he used his ultimate so early on. The time journey, man, not having it during that fight really hurt them.
I feel like we really have to talk about the intelligence and strategy that was happening during that Lord dance though. Homebois making a really smart disengage, recognizing that, hey, SMG might be looking to flank us. They were correct. They forced Valence out from his hiding spot, forced his flicker out. They instantly re-engage, start taking the Lord again. They're confident. They think there is no way that they can take us in a way that we won't expect it. But Team SMG, they go for the Feather Airstrike. It baits out Barbosa to go for the backline, stun him out, and while that is happening, Subway doesn't go for the Lord, he goes for the backline, gets the Decimate Chain onto Barbosa, forces out the back, and instantly, Homebois' complete positioning collapses.
Yep, and that's why, again, compositions like this require ultimates used simultaneously to work, either defensively or organically just aggressive. So, I don't know, we're going to have to look at the item builds here. I'm curious to know why Barbosa was not able to take that much damage. I thought by now he would at least spec into 1 defensive item, but yeah, even with the Impure Rage, even with the Enchanted Talisman and Holy Glaive, just didn't make enough of the impact in that early stage.
This is a very greedy draft coming out from the Homebois because they basically only have 1 true front line, and that is Chibi on that Fredrin. Sapa's building full damage, Barbosa's building full damage, Warlord and Anib are obviously going full DPS as well. Even so, they put up a really solid fight against Team SMG, but like you mentioned, it is all about baiting out those cooldowns. And when we look on the side of Team SMG as well, the itemization, not too unusual overall. I like that Sasa still went for defensive options, getting that Wind of Nature, getting that Has Claws, because he knows that SMG are going for extended fights against the Homebois, which is where items like the Guardian's Helmet becomes really valuable for Subway to allow him to initiate, back up, come back in when necessary.
And you can definitely tell where the threats are from the side of Team SMG. When you look at Anib's build, he decided to go for the Rose Gold Meteor, and most of the time, 4th items, they usually go for the Winds of Nature, but that's how much damage that Farsa was pumping out with just 3 items, and Anib had to respect it.
Unfortunately, it did end up catching out Homebois off guard here. You know, in the end, I do think what secures the victory for these teams at this stage of the competition is how well you are able to move unpredictably from your opponents.
Look at how close the damage dealt was. 146,000 compared to 145,000. Homebois will take that category, while the other categories are owned by Team SMG. Like Sasa, not only was he winning his lane, he was making impactful plays, he was catching out the right target single-handedly, but of course with some precaution, making sure that his flicker wasn't on cooldown.
It takes a lot of faith for a player to just decide, I'm going to split on the other side of the map. I will leave this to you guys in a situation where they will be outnumbered, in a situation where Homebois has superior utility and teamfight options, and still be able to trust that your teammates will be able to come out on top. And they did exactly that, which really amplified on the effects that Sasa was creating across the map, getting free towers, getting split pushes in. By then, he could actually start joining the fights and even execute the members of Homebois by himself. And that becomes a huge problem when you only have Chibi as a tanky hero for your team.
Well, let's have a look at our MVP from Team SMG. It's going to fall into the hands of Subway at the age of 18. Coming out huge this game. A single decimate kill snowballs him into the future.
Yep, a really strong gameplay from Subway here, and I love that. He was kind of breaking the mold here of what the jungler is expected to do during Lord and Turtle fights, and not necessarily contesting it opposite of Chibi, but playing around his and the Homeboys' cooldowns to decide, I'm going to dive the backline instead, because if they're dead, they cannot contest the Lord, and even if they take it, we are able to use the space created from their depths in order to create even more pressure on the map and avoid allowing Homeboys control through Barbosa's presence.
And I think even for the Homeboys, they tried to decide, you know what, Martis is always going to be in front of our faces, let's try to ignore him, let's try to kind of run through them to get to the correct targets, but it's just too difficult, man. It's too difficult when he's 8-0-2. He's got a 762 GPM. He is just farming out Homeboys.
We already did see that strategy in game number 1, where a team decides we're going to ignore the tanky front line, take out the back line first, and then deal with the rest later. In this case, it actually still had some potential for the Homeboys, but remember, it's not just Subway. They also have to deal with Smooth, who was doing an excellent job on this glue pick this game.
Yeah, and it's really rough. Like, as much as Homeboys need to kind of keep playing for this front to back, their composition is relatively weak, other than just the Melissa, who's good at hitting everybody and ideally plays that style. But Team SMG, with the range that they have, with the threats, especially with Valence, and more importantly, the fact that Smooth has been catching multiple people with the slam, like, you gotta give credit where credit is due. Smooth, he's willing to die for the cause.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what has made him one of the best EXP laners of the season thus far, and he's continuing on with that pressure here. Look at the way Team SMG is splitting up these fights. Barbosa was forced to use his ult very early on. Subway cutting off the backline. They already got the Lord. They don't really care about it. And then the rest of Homeboys are scattered, not able to escape from the clutches of Team SMG. Even Valence sacrificing himself to make sure that Anip cannot get back to the base in time to defend. Really good team play overall, and really smart strategies as well. Homeboys, remember, momentum-based team. This is a momentum-based lineup. They're really depending on that first turtle engagement when Sapat and Barbosa hit level 4. What did they do? They stopped Barbosa from hitting level 4. Once they win that first fight, Homeboys is constantly playing catch-up.
Alright, so that means they have to kind of start changing their angles in the draft, right? This is very different compared to the best of 5 against Todak, where it seemed like the draft was pretty straightforward, and a lot of the bans weren't exactly catered to that particular style, but more so what they're comfortable with. This time around, if they're going to be playing for that early game, I felt like the Diggy was a really good idea, but as you mentioned, that momentum that they didn't achieve just yet, it's tough because SMG are very tight on their defense.
Yeah, I honestly don't even blame the Homeboys here. It was a really solid draft, really strong, and if they got that first fight win, they didn't even have to straight up destroy a Team SMG. As long as they were able to secure that first fight, they would have had a really easy time transitioning into the middle game. So that first pickoff played a huge role and completely disrupted their plans.
Well, hopefully this doesn't disrupt you guys, because the All-Star theme skin Eudora Atomic Pop is available with a custom action bundle. It's 30% off, and again, you are running out of time. It's going to be lasting all the way from March, April 12th, all the way to June 2nd. I'm probably wrong about
May
that
2nd.
one. May 2nd, that's the one. No wonder, man, I am so dyslexic. It hurts. It really hurts. Besides, the All-Star promo diamonds can be used for discounts. And don't forget, the skin and the bundle will be available in the shop all the way to the 28th of May.
Yes, very nice right there. Didn't realize you weren't familiar with our calendar months, but hey, you learn something new every day.
Look, they wrote it out in numbers, man. It's bad. It's bad.
That's fair. You know, linking numbers to words can be a little bit difficult, but so is this game. So let's have a look at the mic check.
Boleh gak?
Tak boleh lah.
Jap. Jirang dari belakang.
Nice.
Dapat.
Yang stun. Grow guys.
Mati.
Sabar.
Mati. Cuan. Nice, bro.
Nice santuy.
I love you more.
Yang depan itu.
Dia tak reset. Buat Spado kita ajak fight.
Gigi dia je.
Tak.
Tak.
Nice.
You show aja, just show aja.
Tinggal.
Marksman.
Sabar aja.
Okay.
Don't rush.
Gigi tak ada ulti.
Don't rush. Hey, just eat the meat mau kah?
Dah free ulti. I gigit cibi.
Nice. Cepat load doh.
I gigit cibi.
Boleh.
Dia tiada won.
Sempat sah.
Tiada won. Nice.
And selamat kembali kepada The MPL Open House. Anda masih lagi bersama dengan saya, Rose dan juga Sid. Tapi kali ini kita ada satu lagi special guest.
Yes, dan saya rasa ramai yang dekat rumah atau dekat stadium ni kenal kita punya guest. Tapi kita kenalkan guest kita yang dah lama dekat sini. Kita ada Fuji, kita ada Uncle Cikanok dan kita ada family daripada pasukan SMG iaitu Aidil Zafwan. Alright. Aidil, sekarang ni awak datang sini menyokong pasukan mana? Padahal saya dah bagi tahu tadi tapi saya nak dengar daripada suara awak sendiri.
SMG.
Asal SMG?
Ya, sebab I punya nephew ada kat sini.
Nephew yang mana satu?
Stormy.
Storm? Oh, your nephew is Storm. Faham?
So sekarang sekarang ni ada buff daripada football player.
Betul.
So, macam mana melihat persembahan pada SMG secara general, mereka menang game yang kedua. Jadi apa perasaan sebagai uncle ataupun pakcik kepada Stormy?
Okay, actually first time saya datang sini. Live tengok, selalu tengok dekat live streaming TV kan. So, untuk game hari ni sebenarnya actually saya tak berapa, sejujurnya saya tak berapa faham sangat game luar bidang saya sebenarnya. But saya try to fahamkan game ini. Saya tengok fight game antara SMG dan pihak lawan. So saya harap mungkin akan ada lebih memberi fight antara satu sama lain.
Okay.
Oh, I see. So Aidil, you cakap you're not really familiar dengan sports outside of your scene kan. Tapi you rasa you datang ke stadium juara, you tengok the game, you tengok the matches, rasa best tak?
Best, luar daripada jangkaan saya lah. Sebab selalu saya tengok dekat live TV macam football juga. But ini more pada saya tengok happening kan. So saya rasa mungkin saya akan datang lagi lepas ni.
Wow.
Boleh.
Boleh.
Lepas tu saya nak tanda pendapat Puji dengan Uncle. Apa perasaan duduk
sebelah
Aidil?
Of course teruja.
Sebab
bintang bola sepak Malaysia kita kot. First time Angka jumpa duduk sebelah pula tu kan. Alamak. Tapi
ambil berkat orang kata. Duduk sebelah-sebelah orang hebat.
Alright. Jadi sebelum tu, patutnya soalan pertama tapi apa perkembangan terbaru Aidil sekarang?
Okay, sekarang saya bersama pasukan saya JDT di Johor Darul Ta'zim lah. Kami masih sekarang fokus untuk Liga Super League kita. Sekarang untuk hari ini kita ada off day dan esok off day dan kita akan back training pada lusa.
Oh, esok off. So kalau SMG layak ke Grand Finals, adakah Aidil akan datang esok?
Yes.
Wow. Storm memang ada bang.
JDT pun dah menang. Alright. Jadi ini yang best pasal MPL sebab keluarga datang, pakcik datang, saudara mara datang memberikan sokongan sebab kita dah semakin lama semakin menghampiri ke Grand Final. Jadi kita memang sangat-sangat berbesar hatilah Aidil datang sini untuk memberikan sokongan. Kemungkinan kita akan melihat lebih banyak lagi football player yang datang.
Sid, satu je. Besar-besar tu slow sikit.
Tapi Aidil, saya ada nak tanya satu soalan. Okey. Dekat dalam MPL ni kita ada Red Giant Esports tau, which is memang purely daripada pasukan Selangor. Jadi adakah JDT kemungkinan nak cuba menceburi bidang ni?
Macam mana?
Mungkin.
Kita tanya Big Boss dulu lah.
You're the big boss kan?
Apa dia?
You're the big boss kan?
Saya Big Boss? Saya Big Boss apa?
Big Boss MPL.
JDT.
Oh. Tak, sebenarnya gini kan. Saya tadi pergi kat Puji. Saya just nak ambil mic. Saya nak cakap satu je.
Okay.
Number one, I just nak cakap big shout out dekat Stormy. Dia adalah pro player tapi dia juga adalah public player dan shout out kepada family Stormy yang datang kat sini. All of the SMG fans. Tadi I duduk dekat situ. They're cheering loud, cheering proud. And game ni memang I rasa akan pergi kepada 5 games. Thank you Dok Mochi. Siapa Dok pasalnya?
Tapi kan, I rasa kita ada budak public, Storm. I call him Storm.
Tapi
comel je nama. Tapi,
yes.
Homebois ada budak rumah macam Uncle cakap tadi.
Budak rumah.
Budak rumah versus the budak public.
Saya nak tekankan kat sini sebab saya melihat bila family dah datang kat sini dan tunjukkan yang e-sport ni dah bukan lagi jadi halangan untuk parents bagi kebenaran anak-anak mereka main. Jadi memang terima kasih kepada family yang sentiasa support anak-anak anda untuk bermain game-game dekat telefon.
Okay, dia sebenarnya kena dalam keadaan yang terkawal.
Ya, betul.
Tak boleh nak kita lepas saja. Dan kalau umurnya masih muda, macam Uncle sendiri, memang anak Uncle sendiri pun dah ceburi bidang gaming.
Faham.
Tapi dalam keadaan yang terkawal.
Okay, Aidil, sebelum kita nak lepaskan Aidil bersama-sama dengan family, mungkin ada kata-kata nak disampaikan kepada Stormy khususnya.
Storm, listen up.
Apa nak dikatakan dekat Stormy?
Stormy, good luck all the best.
All the best. Budak public. Kita punya budak rumah tak keluar lagi. Tu dia budak rumah. Let's go.
Okay, jadi nampaknya kita punya pemain-pemain pun dah ada dekat atas pentas. Mereka dah tak sabar untuk meneruskan untuk game kita yang ketiga, untuk melihat pasukan mana ke yang akan berjaya mendapatkan kemenangan. Jadi kita akan bersama-sama dengan caster kita, caster English dan juga caster WM. Please take it away.
Thank you so much to our host and as well as our very, very special guest and, you know, our regular special guests. Thank you to everybody for checking out the show. I did not know that Stormy was related to representatives in our football scene.
Yeah, definitely not. Perhaps that competitive nature does run in the genes here, you know? What other family from Stormy's could be out there?
I swear, I don't know. I did meet his dad the other day, well, literally just now as I was walking by the food trucks, and he was thanking us for, wow, what an incredible matchup that they saw from the side of Team SMG. I mean, despite the fact that they did get knocked out to the lower brackets, he was still in high spirits, and I think, you know, for the rest of Team SMG, with that win, the momentum is now on their side.
But if we're talking about high spirits, looks like the side of Homebois as well, not really looking very discouraged from that previous loss. After all, it's only 1-1. That basically means that we are seeing a best of 3 here. And right now, looking at another new generation of esports players in the future right there, playing their very own game there, flip the bottle. Maybe there'll be a competitive scene for that in the future too.
Look, just wait until they have a professional league for bottle flipping. That's when the game
Man, I don't doubt it.
I'm sure it's out there somewhere. But yes, with the next generation waiting at hand here, 2 more minutes, what are we expecting to see coming out, especially from the side of the Homebois?
I think after what we've seen in Game 1 and 2, what this will come down to is comfort in terms of how they will execute and what strategies they will play. We've already seen how when you're attempting to execute on something that's a little bit more complex, a bit more difficult, and very dependent on certain factors, in the case of the enemy team not being able to respond to it, then that doesn't work out here. We are seeing the top 3 teams of MPL MY Season 11. You cannot pull any punches. You cannot just hope for things to go your way. Go for the style that got you here and just allow emotions to flow upon the land of dawn.
It looks like, you know, the fatigue is starting to get to everybody here. I mean, whether it's Team SMG, whether it's Homebois, this is going to be a very grueling best of 5, and they're going to have to dig really, really deep and honestly look at how much they have left in the tank.
It's not going to be much overall. I think considering how tired we are here on the caster desk, the players must be absolutely exhausted. Despite that, they are still giving their all. Right now, they are fighting for their chance to move on into the grand finals, to be the top 2 teams vying for that MSC slot in the most competitive season of MPL MY so far. The coaches have already come at odds here in the first 2 drafts. The question now is, who will outsmart the other?
Well, let's find out in the draft pick and ban here. I'm very curious to see who's going to be on the blue end as well as the red. It looks like Team SMG is on the blue side. Homebois on the red, and it looks like the drafts are not changing too much.
With SMG on the blue side, that means that the Valentina will be under contention once again. We already saw Homebois Bandit when they were in this same position in game number 1. But one other thing that can be done when you know that there's a very notable hero here is that if they let it through, Homebois can actually start drafting up a strategy against it in advance, because it basically tells you, Team SMG, if you don't pick it, you're giving it to us for free.
That's fair, and I think, you know, Team SMG, they don't mind picking up the Valentina. I would argue that if Valentina does get banned out, they might want to consider leaving that Claude open, but since they're on blue side, they have to make that first move, and therefore, banning out the Claude, all right, fair enough.
Not worth leaving the Claude open in this case. There's been too many teams who've decided, hey, with this draft, we can leave the Claude open, we can deal with it, and then they find out later, oh, we couldn't deal with it after all. This is not a situation where you can allow a hero with this kind of scaling, with this kind of utility, especially in the hands of Anib, who honestly has been growing so fast this season to become one of the top marksmen in the league. Homebois, they're gonna give the similar sort of respect to Stormy once again, as the Valentina will simply be removed from the play, which means that Team SMG will start with a very familiar opener.
Yep, it's gonna be Farsa, and man, this is, again, exactly the same as game number 1, right? Nothing is really changing here.
The question is now, what are Homebois going to do in this situation? I'm going to admit, I don't really remember what Homebois picked in this position in game number 1. It feels like it's been ages ago now, considering all the action we've encountered thus far. But so far, heroes like the Fredrin, like the Martis, going to be very notable. The Fairmist actually going to be led through the draft this time as well. We'll see whether or not Homebois wants to lock them in.
Yep, and we're gonna find out. I feel like Homebois. Oh, this is okay. So this was a little bit different. They decided to go for the Martis Beatrix this time rather than going for the traditional Grok plus X, right? And now Team SMG see this. They realize, okay, so they're playing for the early game. They basically guaranteed that Anib is going to be able to clear the waves and start making moves in the side lane. So Team SMG, they need to start bolstering their mid lane so they can keep on influencing and making sure that Anib is in check. In this case, I would imagine that Grok wouldn't be too bad.
Grok in the hands of Team SMG, even if they were to go for it, it's not going to be a hero that they want to prioritize in the first phase, because unlike Homebois, I don't think they want to flex it over to Smooth. We already saw in game number 1, Smooth would pick up the Benedetta in this position, but the glue actually worked out really well for him in the previous game. So I can hear that voice line. That's going to be the glue locked in. Since Martis is gone, SMG will lock in the Fredrin. This is a subway pocket pick, but I kind of wonder if it is the best choice.
Oh, dude. Team SMG, Haru is just like, sorry, Smooth, you're going to have to eat it this time. As good as Glue is, as soon as he gets into those team fights, Farmus is going to chunk him out if he dares use his split. Now we go into the second phase. Melissa gets banned out instantaneously for the side of Homebois.
This seems like a suspiciously large oversight here. As you mentioned, Theramis absolutely destroys Glue in team fights. The Ghostbusters just bounce off of all the split and does so much DPS. Team SMG has to be aware of this, but now that we're in the second phase of bans, it feels a bit hard to think that they have orchestrated this situation. I'm hoping that this is not just a sense of overconfidence that Smooth will be able to deal with the pressure.
Well, they honestly don't mind here, because let's imagine that Smooth decided to go for Benedetta, for an example. That means Homebois would easily pick up the Glue for themselves, right? And then ban out the Farmers afterwards.
That's true.
So I feel like, especially within this very first phase, like, yeah, I feel like Dale, he's going in for the rear naked choke and slowly just creeping his hands under the neck. He just needs to secure the kill at this point with the second phase. Yuzong gets banned out, and Team SMG recognize the hand slipping underneath the chin, so they gotta make sure that this Farsa is gonna be a-okay.
The main goal now is escaping strangulation under the chokehold that the Homebois have put on Team SMG as of current. With Melissa being banned out, we can see that the Homebois putting more pressure towards Sasa's hero in this case. Ordinarily, they'd get rid of something like the carry in this position, but since there's no really tanky heroes that would be particularly vulnerable, it's possible they'll let it through. Not the case in this situation though. The more they disable Sasa, the better they'll feel.
Yep. I think that's totally fine. I mean, Homeboys, the last time they had to deal with the Harrod, they easily took him out, and I think they're expecting the repeat all over again. 4 marksman bans here. Oh, sorry, wait, let me just double check. Okay, 4 marksman bags total, and Team SMG, I think now is the time. Okay, as much as I would like to get rid of the Lapu Lapu so that Farsa is untouched, let's keep in mind that Diggy's a problem, Grok's a problem in many different areas of their draft.
I think if they want to consider the heroes that have been picked so far by Barbosa, Diggy is probably the wisest choice to ban here, because Time Journey Cold Altar combo when you don't have Valentina is basically awarding a free victory. Team SMG knows it, so the Diggy will be removed, and that'll allow Homeboys to now have the first pick of the second phase. They're going to be looking for a roamer as well as an EXP laner, unless they're deciding to flex the Martis into that position. Most likely, we'll pick the roam in this situation to keep the Mincetar as a consistent option if SMG decides to bring out more mobility heroes.
Yeah, I don't think... I mean, based on what we see so far, the biggest one would technically be Harith and as well as the Benedetta. But I think for Homeboys, this is not too bad for them. Like, this is very manageable. If they want to go for Benedetta themselves, that's totally fine. And I think, you know, especially when you're up against a glue, the less you interact with the lane, the better. But instead, they're going to be locking in that Lolita to ensure that Sasa is going to have by far the most difficult time in the world to get free hits.
And this is excellent as well, because the Numenon Blast is such a huge counter to the Cold Altar, so Homeboys are effectively denying it away from Valence. Now, Valence still has plenty of options here. He can still go for the Kufra. Honestly, he can pick up the Atlas since Diggy is already gone. But that would come at the cost of giving up a lot of early lane pressure against a Lolita Faramis combo. So probably not the most ideal in this situation. If you wanted to, Ruby is still open. Franco, honestly, not too bad, but very single target. So it's up to Team SMG what their poison is going to be.
Oh, wow! Lock in the Edith, which I was thinking about, but Moskov, rather interesting for the side of Team SMG. Homeboys, they're rallying the Flame Boys. They want to get the energy up in this atmosphere, and they want to make sure that Homeboys are able to come back and clean this game up against Team SMG.
I'm honestly amazed every single time at how much energy the Homeboys fans have to be able to keep up this chanting, this drumming for the entirety of the game, constantly giving energy to their team up on stage as Homeboys locks in the Masha to finish off their draft.
Oh my goodness, they really... It feels like Dale is like, all right, we're changing our targets. We're not just going to attack the jungle. This time, we're going to make sure that Sasa is going to struggle. Really, really dig deep here. He's going to barely breathe this game.
Yeah, things are going to be really difficult for him. There's not a lot of heroes on the side of Team SMG that can deal with that Masha Thunderclap that is going to be breathing down Sasa's neck the entire time. Looking at the composition predictions here, we can see that Homeboys coming out on top in utility as well as push here. Always scary. Anif, king of split push so far this season. But SMG do have advantages in pickoff and kill pressure. If they're able to start picking up the members of Homeboys early with the Edith and the Farsa, this game could still go their way.
Technical pause! The timing could not be worse. Let's see what category it is, and it looks like it's going to be the call from Sasa. We don't know what category of a technical issue it is just yet, so please be a little patient. We want to make sure that everybody here has the best experience possible, but most importantly, maintain competitive integrity.
So this will give us a bit of an opportunity here to talk about what is going on with this draft. So far, we are noting that Homeboys, momentum-based, they gotta secure that early game lead, whereas Team SMG are a little bit more flexible overall, but need to be able to execute on that game plan without being disrupted. Looking at their lineup this time, a lot of it comes down to that first turtle take, about whether or not Team SMG will be able to get a takeoff before level 4, because they actually do have a solid amount of damage there, except Homeboys are really bulky here, having the Lolita, the Martis, the Masha. So I think the goal lane going to be a pretty big focus.
Yeah, I don't expect SMG to want to contest this. I mean, The fact is that Supat is going to be extremely relevant in the earlier stages of the game because of his outrageous life pool, but he's mainly utilized to make sure that Sasa doesn't get to play at all as soon as he hits level 4. And we're looking, and based on what we're looking at the pause screen on our separate monitors, the turtle is spawning on the EXP side.
That's gonna be I mean, it always starts on the EXP side to start, doesn't it?
Doesn't necessarily. There are times, depending on which side you are, it's gonna look real funky. Trust me.
I guess that's fair. Hopefully, we'll be able to solve the technical issues real soon. Jump back in. Looks like we're gonna get an A-OK here, which means that the game is about to commence. We're going to be continuing with Game 3 between Homebois and Team SMG.
Dang, that was fast. We didn't even get a category of what the troubleshoot problem was. It was that minuscule. All right, nicely done by our Marshals. Immediately, the mid lane is getting controlled by both sides, contested very heavily as Stormy and Valence take very aggressive positions. Now, Valence is basically not a hero until he hits level 2.
Absolutely, and that's why Barbosa will want to use these early levels to create as much space as possible. That's going to be a bit difficult depending on what the goal of the Homebois is as of current. Considering that they don't actually have the best lane pressure early on, I think it'll just be used to mainly make sure that Team SMG doesn't make sneaky moves.
Let's see how sneaky they can actually get here. Lethal Wander being contested, falls into the hands of Chibi, but he is required to use his retribution for that. Fortunately for Subway, he's going to have to go back to his jungle.
Hitting level 4 early here actually doesn't make all that much of a difference. The goal here is that Team SMG doesn't fall too far behind on the Homebois, because right now, even if they don't have lane priority, Homebois are not going to get chased out very easily. And they're going to use that. You can see Aneb even baiting out the gold cannon minion here as close to his tower as possible, because he knows if Sasa overextends, Moskov is a very vulnerable hero.
Yeah, man, that kind of blows. He's getting the lane frozen on him. What a nerd. It's not like this is the highest level of competition, am I right? But between the two, at least for Anib's sake, he doesn't mind the wave being as close as possible to this tier 1. It makes it safe for him. He can understand where the movements are, and as soon as Team SMG happens spotted out, that's when he can start getting a little more aggressive.
One thing to keep an eye on this game is that Homebois, if they're able to continue pressuring Sasa early on, they can actually start ignoring him and using the Thunderclap on Stormy instead during mid-game team fights, because that'll just render Team SMG without any damage.
Speaking of which, Feathered Airstrike coming up on top of Barbosa. Ooh, the Call Altar saves him just in time, but it's going to be Martis who secures the turtle. They're trying to get on out of there. First blood falls into the hands of Chibi as he continues and finds a second one into Fredrin. Can he get a third? He's getting a little ahead of himself, but Smooth, a little tough to kill. Sabat, he's a little low. Oh my goodness, Barbosa actually survives the Spear of Destruction coming out from Sasa all the way from the gold lane.
That feels really bad for Team SMG, but really good for the Homebois. That's the momentum they're looking for. Instantly early game 1, they have nearly 1k net worth lead, able to get 2 kills, both of which going to Chibi, who is playing on the Martis, so that's already a snowball that has gotten started rolling. Remember, because of how much pressure Sabat is able to apply to the back line, it requires Team SMG to actually group up pretty heavily and become huge targets for the Numenon Blast.
Yep, Barbosa, he sees Valence. He's just going to walk away. He knows that he has a lot of charge up time, and especially if he doesn't get knocked over Valence's head, he should be okay. And now we want to see how they move, because we're seeing that Anip is also coming. Yep, they're funneling him. They're just giving Anip as much gold as possible.
You can see the habits of these two teams honestly not all that different. Once they get that lead, they feel comfortable allowing their goal laner to start making cross-map plays, but look out.
They almost got the pick there. A really nice Shadow Stampede by Warlord, but it forces Valence to utilize his Flicker super early on. He's not going to have it here for this upcoming turtle fight, and they know it. Stormy is going to get a quick trade before going back into his lane, and Sabat still not having a fun time, but that's to be expected from Masha.
At this stage in time, SMG has already lost a lot of pressure over to the Homebois, and they're going to start running around with it. What's going to be important here is to make sure to keep an eye on where Anip and Chibi are going to be on the map, because most likely it is going to be opposites, and they can use that information to potentially start ganking this Beatrix and make sure that Anip doesn't get too much of a funnel like Sasa did in Game 2.
Now notice that both Homebois as well as Team SMG rotate their gold laners over to the top side of the map. They're not going to be involved. They just want to farm. Smooth he's going to be able to get away with a lot as he starts zoning away. Seeing Barbosa, Chibi very close to the pit, feathered airstrike being accumulated, and there we go. It's going to get cancelled almost straight away by Subbot and Subway. He's in a lot of trouble. Praise's Wrath comes out, doesn't deal enough damage. That means that the Call Altar is going to keep the members alive and is going to be waited until it times out. Balance, does he still have his ultimate? No, he does not. The damage already done there. Luminon Blast comes out and it's going to be a very clean take for the Homebois.
We're seeing the flaws of Team SMG's draft here in that was a smart play actually from Team SMG. Stormy purposefully using the Feather Airstrike in a very vulnerable position, cancelling it, forcing the Thunderclap to target Balance instead so that it can instantly pop the Primal Wrath. And then they force out Homebois to use a bunch of cooldowns, including the Numanum Blast and the Call Altar. But by then, Team SMG have actually taken too much damage, and since Sasa is not farmed enough yet, they're not able to follow up with anything, and they still have to give up on the turtle anyway.
What was that angle? It should have... the grass. The foliage makes it very deceiving where exactly the edge of that wall is supposed to be. I thought for sure he was going to get stunned, and that could have been a free kill, but now Chibi is going to start dominating this section of the map, and there we go. He finally gets the stun. Sasa, unfortunately, can only do so much. He's a little under-farmed here. So the rest of the team is just going to be blowing their way through. Wow! Anip actually has 2 levels on him. Conceal.
Oh!
This is now Balance. Wrapping it up. Still dies anyway. A blunder mechanically from Team SMG's side. It was a really good idea, and here comes Chibi. He's looking for opportunities to decimate somebody. Doesn't find anybody low enough, but they're going to dedicate more resources here, knowing that Team SMG are locked. No. Anip didn't see it.
Oh,
he didn't see
it!
Oh my god, he's gonna die for this. No feathered airstrike being committed just yet, and instantly Sasa is gonna run him down, giving the trade over to GB. Finds the initial decimate. Had Stormy had that feathered airstrike, that would have looked a lot cleaner.
All things considered, it's still kind of worth it actually for Sasa to trade that, because he does get the kill onto Anip, and Anip doesn't get anything, because that slows down the Beatrix's farm a little bit. Unfortunately, it still funnels into Chibi, so this Martis is still a threat overall. Valens, he does actually make mistakes like that more often than he would like to on heroes like the Edith, like the Kufra, missing out on those very important setup abilities. And with him gone, Homebois honestly should have completely won that out. It's thanks to the positioning from Valens and Stormy that they were able to somewhat even things out.
Okay, the turtle dance is going down. Chibi's trying to push Smooth away, but Subway holds on and wins out the retribution. Chibi now with no mortar coils is going to get locked into play. Subway not letting him breathe. The Call Altar comes out. Subbot's going to stop the feathered airstrike as the rest of the team walks on in. Chibi still alive despite the Appraiser's Wrath. Barbosa pulls them back, Warlord pulls them back, but it really doesn't matter here. Oh, nobody's gonna die. Smooth, he's going into the split form. Warlord gets pulled back, and finally we see the kills come through.
Well played there from Team SMG. Ordinarily, Homebois would win out in terms of consistent DPS, but that is when Anip is around for the fight. And honestly, so much faith from the members of Team SMG that Valence will cancel the Numanon Blast. They were literally all standing in that AoE, willing to risk it because they believed that Valence would stop it. He did. Subway gets the turtle. They're able to extend the fight, and Smooth secures some kills for Team SMG to actually regain the net worth lead here. So Homebois, even though they were able to get an early momentum and are relying very heavily on Seppat to be able to disrupt the backline, SMG still keeping their heads cool.
Yep, Anip currently 800 gold ahead of Sasa right now, which is very unideal, but Sasa knows that in the later stages of the game he's going to be very relevant, so he just has to focus on that farm. He's picking up the Beetle, he's coming back over to the waves, he's got Balance to watch over him, Stormy's nearby, and in the Tri-Brush, we do see the Fredrin. So as soon as they see that rotation, something feels a little fishy, right? Why would their jungler rotate down here by himself? Means that the rest of the members are just being chilling down by the brush.
Good use of information there, as well as contextual clues. Homebois is going to be focusing on Anip very heavily here. We do see a concealed play. Will Valence catch anyone this time? The answer, unfortunately, is going to be no, as Homebois makes an effective disengage.
Valence knew that somebody was going to be in that brush. He was hoping that the natural response was to walk out early so that he could catch him off guard with a preemptive dash, but Barbosa, he's got nerves of steel. he is not going to be utilizing his abilities unless absolutely necessary.
Nerves of steel seems to be a constant between these two teams here, as neither is falling for the other's provocations and making sure that they are keeping their heads on tight so that they do not drop this game unnecessarily.
Yep, and Sopat joining that battle. Do they spot everybody out? 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 4 people already here. Moscow can technically still just break that. Yes, they secure it, and now he's on his way. This Lord is going to be extremely important. As Smooth starts off with a flank. He's looking at Amit. Defender of the airstrike gets cancelled out by Subbat. No thunderclap as well. Sasa's going to push out that mid lane, and immediately they have an opportunity here. They're starting to maintain that space, and Homebois going to drag this out a little bit longer with all their battle spells still available. They pull away Subway, trying to lock him out, and it's going to be Chibi who secures it. Adam gets the Malefic Roar in the middle of the battle, but the Call Altar is going to get chunked out. The damage is insane as Barbosa flickers forward, finds Smooth. Smooth ends up dying, looks for the second one, and it's going to be Chibi wanting to decimate his next target. Bennett's range connects, gives it over to Anip, and Subbat, he's running in. He's got the Thunderclap, secures the kill onto Stormy.
Yep, Team SMG makes a mistake there, but I can't really blame them for that. Homeboys just had a much more effective positioning there, making really good use of their utilities. As you can see, they maintained their positioning even though they saw that Team SMG were getting the flank, they were getting the surroundings because they believed that they would have enough health to survive all of it. And Subbat is just being a huge problem for SMG. Sasa not farmed enough yet to deal with this Masha, and it just allows him to get multiple thunderclaps off. Even if Valence is able to engage on him, they literally do nothing.
Yep, Sasa, he's got a lot of damage though. He's actually starting to really chunk out Subbat. He's in trouble. He ends up dying there. Smooth locks him in place, and no Call Altar can be enough to protect him against the Feathered Airstrike and Sasa, an almost full build.
Now, I do feel like we just saw an instance of the caster curse right there, as we can see. So yeah, I said that they could do nothing to Subbat even if they engaged on him. There was a very minuscule situation where that's not the case, and that is if Subbat is in an extended 1v5. You would think that wouldn't happen, but it did. Homeboys, for some reason, not able to follow up on the Masha, even with the Lord pushing in, though they are able to get structures up top, so perhaps that was their ultimate goal.
I mean, let's keep in mind that Warlord did not have that Call Altar in the middle of that fight, and by the time he got it, it's too late. It was already over. Wait, conceal play coming in. They're taking the space. They see Subway. They notice everybody, and they're just going to back off. Team SMG playing very defensively. They defended against the Lord already, and now Homeboys trying to make something happen. Wait, do they notice the Edith? Yes, they see Valence. Chibi's going to get knocked up. Subway going to be starting on his own neutral objectives, but Chibi is 2 levels ahead, and Anip dishes out a lot of damage. I don't think Subway wants to contest these.
My worry now for Team SMG is that they simply don't have enough tools here. Homeboys have won out this draft. We already mentioned it before the game began, and it's going to require heavy execution from Team SMG to be able to overcome that disadvantage. But in the first place, we already talked about this before Game 3. Execution complexity is playing a huge role between these two teams, and right now Homeboys are perfectly poised to take the game without too much issue.
Yep, Spear Destruction going to be thrown out. Doesn't get too much information as it doesn't connect on any targets. So far, just making sure that they find enough space to let Sasa farm. And I think that's the entire key goal here for Team SMG. They know that Stormy is in a good spot right now, but Sasa still quite behind on it.
Team SMG really needs to force out cooldowns. At the very least, they need to force Cult Altar before the fight even starts, but Warlord has such a good trigger finger.
Oh, good taunt coming in from Subway. No follow-up just yet, but even Homeboys, they're not expanding too many ultimates. Like Anip using Bennett's Rage, not that big of a deal. He might need to switch weapons in a little bit, because he does have Renner equipped, but it's not going to be very useful in an overall team fight. Smooth is trying to open up the map a little bit more. Lord's getting a bit low. Valence finds the initial hit onto Masha, and they're going to commit on this full fight. Sasa is in trouble. Feathered Airstrike being committed, decimated. The Winds of Nature keeps him alive. He sees the Mu's passion, and he gets the knockout onto Barbosa, but the rest of his members have fallen down one by one. Nothing that they could do. Homeboys, now with 4 members alive compared to 2 on Team SMG, will secure this Luminous Lord.
Homeboys' heroes are just too strong. That's all I can say in this situation. Team SMG did not make a mistake in that fight. In fact, they played it really well, having Smooth distract the backline, then Sasa actually out-mechanicking both the Numan Blast as well as being caught out by Chibi to actually get that trade is about as good as Team SMG could hope for. But Homeboys are too tanky. Valence can only engage on Sapat, and there's not enough damage to finish him off. Homeboys are fully well aware of this, and they are using that information. Though definitely, they did not need to lose Chibi in that situation. Preferably, they'd cut their losses, but right now, SMG just doesn't have the tools to deal with them, so why not make some riskier plays?
I mean, here's the thing. I feel like Team SMG, they have the tools, but they're just a little behind in goal. Like, if they were around 42k against Homeboys at 45k, it would be a very different outcome. And again, these last couple of items at the nick of time allows Homeboys to really take full advantage of their composition in comparison to Team SMG, who is just starving. Another airstrike going to be committed, sees Beatrix, wants to get some damage. Barbosa starts walking on up, and it's not looking good. They can't seem to get away from that turret. They give away the inhibitor, but they're trying to block Nibiru's passion. They can't get away. Sapat, he's trying to run, gets pulled back and forth as he ping-pongs between the slam, the split, and Sasa just pushing him away.
Okay, that was very weird. Homeboys did not need to do that. The Lord was already crashing. They just escort Anev, have him snipe it from afar. For some reason, Barbosa conceals, walks all the way into tower range, expecting SMG to just not see him or something. And then Sapat follows right afterwards, giving SMG actually some advantage.
Oh, they find the opportunity to get on top of Chibi. Valence flickers for it to secure the kill. This is turning around really fast. What did I tell you? 42k. That's what Team SMG has been waiting for.
Now, I think Team SMG was just waiting for Homeboys to throw their bodies into the tower for no reason. They're basically saying, I am invisible right now, and expecting that to work somehow. So Team SMG actually gets a nice lead back. Sasa has built up his damage, actually didn't even use his Inspire there, so Moskov has a higher peak we haven't seen yet. But Homeboys are still very scary. Neither side can let their guard down yet.
Oh, Smooth. He sees Farmus. He's in a lot of trouble. He can't use the split to get out. If not, he's going to die. But I think he's forced to flickers out of the way in the opposite direction as the inhibitor is about to fall.
Hold on.
No, don't worry. It's not going to happen like the last time. Let's calm down here for a second. We all saw the Homeboys recalling as soon as they could. And Smooth, like, dying now would hurt a lot for the future Lord. So he's not going to even try.
Really good maneuvering from Smooth, though. You could tell that he was hesitant to use the split because of the fair miss, but Warlord might have left a little bit too early to try and defend the tower when they should have been sending other people instead, and that allowed Smooth to flicker in the other direction and get out safely. Split is going to be up as well for the next Lord. SMG has the slight gold lead, but Homeboys still have the structural advantage. What's going to be important here is to make sure they don't lose out this Lord, but SMG are keeping up the pressure.
Yep, Sasa, he's doing more than fine against Sapat, who's already committed his Thunderclap as well as his sprint. Smooth gonna start zoning out the rest. I'm not sure what the HP of the Lord is as of right now. Well, it got reset, barely touched. GB and Subway stare each other down once again. Sapat, I don't know how long until his Thunderclap is gonna come back online. He could try and go for a split push here, but it's a little tough to say.
Homeboys actually needs a lot of coordination in this situation. They gotta time to call Altar and Numenon Blast together with Sapat diving the backline. Otherwise, SMG actually has enough damage.
Yep, Sapat, he's coming out. He's got the Thunderclap as well. And now the entire fight is going to start breaking out. He's on top of Sasa straight away. As Nibiru Passion comes out, call Altar has been expanded. No, not just yet. He's holding on to the very last second of it. Warlord, damn it, he wants to get on through. It's too late. They're all cut right through. Sasa with the Winds of Nature able to outplay the raw ults from Ane. Barbosa pays the price. He's gonna go down? No, he conceals on out of here. They just let him walk free.
That is what you use the invisibility for, instead of running face first into the tower. But you can see now SMG, with Sasa having farmed up, is actually a huge threat. And he's really good at dashing away from the big ultimates. Barbosa, his Numenon Blast has been dodged twice now. and SMG secures the Lord. This will even up the structural lead.
Now, the engagement coming out from the Homebois was a little delayed. They recognized that something was happening on the bottom side of the map, actually pushing almost all the way to the crystal. But by the time they recognized that Team SMG too also saw it and took the opportunity to make the fight happen. So again, I feel like Homebois was caught between a rock and a hard place, and unfortunately, the indecision put them at odds against Team SMG.
One issue with Homebois' lineup here is that it's really strong in team fighting, but lacking in terms of macro pressure, because they need Sabat to disrupt the backline, and then it needs Warlord around to pop the Cult Altar. Team SMG, now that they have some scaling, can actually expand their influence across the map. And like you said, now that they have the farm, they actually do have the tools. And it is Homebois playing on the back foot.
Yep, I'm guessing that top inhibitor is going to be falling relatively soon. Warlord and Barbosa are going to try their best. And it's great that Barbosa is there, because at least he can block the projectiles from Sasa to keep it alive. On the other hand, Feathered Airstrike being expanded as we see the Thunderclap already being used. Numenon Blast coming out from Barbosa. Nothing much is going to happen here. And I think Team SMG, happy with the results, are willing to go back. They've done enough damage.
Yep. This is looking to be a bit of a delicate balance right now. As we can see, the tower advantage has actually been fully evened up thanks to that last Lord, which means we are now looking at anyone's game, except Team SMG will be able to very easily do housekeeping with the heroes that they have, whereas Homebois have to always be wary of anyone getting caught out unawares. That is going to be the dynamic we are looking at for the next 70 seconds before the Lord spawns.
We see Warlord purchase the Winter Truncheon. They get right on top. Oh, a great stun onto GB, but Immortal Coil's out of there perfectly. Subway's holding his own. He's got the Queen's Wing, so he's going to make the attempt. He's building up great health. Not enough combo points, though. He's going to go down. Sasa forces the Winds of Nature out of him, and Subway has to hold on for as long as possible. Warlord flickers forward to make it happen. Sasa comes out with Immortality, but it's on him who's chunking them out. Nobody can stop him. Nothing left. No defensive tools. Homebois have found the opening that they've been looking for.
Pretty big mistake there from Team SMG, but it's not quite over yet. They're able to keep 3 members alive. They did a lot of chip damage to Chibi, but Subway may have overestimated his staying power, and unfortunately the combo points falling off at just the precise moment meant that Appraiser's Wrath could not come out, and Sasa, having already used his Wind of Nature, could no longer fight against a Nip who is just plinking down the members of Team SMG. Honestly, if not for the fact that Smooth was able to survive that entire time, all of Team SMG would have died there.
Yeah, and oh man, that Appraiser's Wrath would have been so good. Like 3 juicy members. Subway had 1 billion gray health to dedicate this ultimate to. He had the Queen's Wings to ensure that he goes pretty much back to full had it connected. Now they see Masha on the bottom side of the map. So Team SMG starting to get a little bit more aggressive. Valence wants to get into this fight. A 50-50 is about to ensue here as he flickers spawn forward. Gets the initial knock-up. Numenon Blast as well being committed, but it's going to fall into the hands of the Homebois as they try to disengage. It's going to be the Cult Altar that keeps him alive. Decimate kills Smooth. He comes back to life with the Immortality. You might want to get back into the middle of that fight as Sasa is here. He gets hit by the Fire Mist. He doesn't want to go any further than that. The knockback, it's going to push them away. Nobody dies in that engagement.
The situational awareness from Homebois there was excellent. Team SMG had a good plan going in. Have Smooth buy time so that Subway can come back and retrieve the Lord. He actually almost made it in time. Once they lost it, Team SMG transitioned to try and take out members of the Homebois, and they actually got really close to picking up a Nip because Valence was constantly finding him with the onwards. But at that last moment when he was most vulnerable, Chibi walked in front of him and became the target, allowing the Beatrix to walk away, and now we are looking at a 5v5 base defense with the Lord.
Yep, and this is a powerful Lord. 23 minutes in, look at Sasa. He's trying to penetrate as much as he can. Feathered Airstrike being committed to just to make something happen. Subway is trying to tank it, but can somebody pull it towards the next inhibitor? No, Subway Appraiser's Wrath being committed to. Numenon Blast as well. They're gonna muscle their way in. They hit Sasa. Perfect timing as they end the game. Homebois bring it to match point.
The rundown power of the Homebois lines up will show its strongest capabilities in this exact situation. Team SMG has a lineup that really requires to outmaneuver the Homebois, but when it's just a direct front-to-front 5-5, Subbat, Barbosa, they just gotta run in, they just gotta take people out, and with the crystal wide open, Homebois are now one game away from making history and joining the grand finals for the very first time.
Oh boy, this has been quite the series here. It might honestly, well, we expected it to go all 5, but in this painful fashion, very slow, very methodical. We're not seeing the hyper-aggression that we saw from Homebois when they were facing Todak, or when Team SMG got knocked down by the Homebois initially in their best of 3. None of that aggression. They're slowed back down. They're taking deep breaths. It's all about calculated fights, calculated losses.
And it's so impressive that the Homebois can do that. When you remember, again, they just came off of a grueling best of 5 themselves.
Yep.
Honestly, props to Coach Dale, props to the Homebois players for keeping their heads in the game, and Dale being able to get these really solid drafts here. You cannot disrespect Team SMG. They were actually doing a good job outmaneuvering Homeboy, Sasa getting all of that farm, but a single mistake is all it costs at this level of competition.
Yeah, it does. And honestly, I'm loving the elevation of gameplay from what we used to be used to, which was, oh, they're just baiting. You know, somebody's baiting this time. We're seeing legitimate feints being implemented into this game. We're seeing fake movements to try to force out the opponent to think in a certain way, and the denial of information, immaculate.
Looking at the item builds here, we end up with a 23-minute game. So pretty much everyone is already going to be full up on items. You can see Sasa going for a very defensive build as well, having Wind of Nature, Rose Gold Meteor, and Haas Claws, because he knows that he's constantly going to be the target of Subbat, who has 2 Guardian Helmets and a Blade of Heptases. My goodness.
Do you think the Blade of Heptases was necessary, or was that like Subbat, like, man, like, Sasa keeps getting away with a little bit of health?
I think it's kind of to try and force the members of Team SMG to build a Twilight armor, right? Because Team SMG thinks we don't need a Twilight, we can get a Wind of Nature, the rest of us are okay, Stormy has a Wind of Trunkian, and Subbat's just saying, well, if you don't do that, then I'm just gonna drop you down all the way regardless.
It's so funny. It's so very, very funny. Every time I see Masha, it makes me giggle a little bit. Let's have a look at the post-game stats. This 23-minute game was all about trying to force movements out of your opponents, whether you can get that situational awareness right. And it's very clear that SMG and Homebois, wow, they have sharpened their instincts and game IQ to a different level.
This is really high-level gameplay, the likes of which MPL MY probably has never really seen before here, as Team SMG and Homebois both doing massive amounts of damage. Team SMG actually doing a little bit more, most of that being on Sasa because of all the piercing damage he's doing thanks to his passive. But again, Moskov does run into this issue. If you don't have your defensive utility, it's very easy for you to get dived under, and Subbat, even if he isn't necessarily able to take Sasa out of the fight, all he has to do is keep him in place long enough for the Numeron Blast to come out. Sasa was honestly doing a great job the entire game of actually dancing around that. But you just have to make that mistake once.
That's the thing, right? When we're looking at Team SMG draft, they're missing Disengage, and we're thinking of the Homebois. Anip still playing as hot as ever, but the Numenon Blast has set up so much for him, forcing him to go into off angles where he gets access to the backline and even commits to building an Athena shield. I don't need no boots no more. I hurt. I just need to free hit.
Yeah, Anip is aware that the only member of Team SMG that actually threatens him is going to be Stormy. That's where the Athena shield comes into play. Everything else can be dealt with by his team, so he goes for full damage. A little bit of Wind of Nature doesn't hurt, especially against Sasa. You never know where the piercing may come from. But Sea Halberd going to be doing massive damage over to both Smooth as well as Valence, allowing him to just completely dismantle the members of Team SMG. As long as they're caught out of position a single time, Homebois is gonna bring the hammer down.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Homebois, with the utility that Barbosa brings with the Numenon Blast, it allows them to play aggressive, to actually slow down tempo, to actually increase the tempo. Like, it's all predetermined by the supports, and that's why Valence on this Edith was a little bit odd. They wanted to peel backwards, but their composition was always about moving forward.
It's a very much of a dive comp in itself from Team SMG, so there's a bit of overconfidence there, but look at the way that Sasa is dodging some of these. Like, if you didn't see it before, you see it now. He did that multiple times over the course of the game, which is why Team SMG were confident enough to let it through regardless. And they were able to turn things around, but Homebois maintaining it. The moment Team SMG makes a mistake, they stay too long, they force things out, get overconfident, everything falls apart around them.
Yeah, it's nothing much they can do, right? There's very little I have to say about this game, but GG well played to the Homebois. Like, they played it, they survived the hardest part, and that was just the laning phase. Immediately afterwards, wow, it really snowballed out of control for the Homebois.
One of the skills for Team SMG during the regular season that made them undefeated was their ability to come back from deficit. But ever since the playoffs have begun, every other team has really buckled down on their gameplay to make sure that they will not lose out on these huge leads, on these gaps of momentum. They will run all the way to the finish line with it. Now the question remains, will Homebois be able to run to the finish line? That is the grand finals. We'll find out, but for now, we're gonna head on over to their mic check.
Nampak tak? Geram nyakung. Arara. Masih faham kan guys?
Gas. Let's go.
Dua. Pedi. Jangan. Nice. Oni. Nice guys.
Lin, gua cinta sama lu, El.
Love you.
Kita ambil bus 4.
Aku guys. Mati. Santai.
Tukar ini biar. Sorry nih. Salah gua nih. Jangan terlalu depan, Ban.
Keluar atas
Pan jangan terlalu depan, Ban. Santai.
Ipan fat. Makan doang, sumpah aku cari kau doang.
Apa? Tombak ya.
Tombaknya udah.
Oh, lagi.
Boleh. Ini glue. Nice.
Nice pan.
Gua sundul. Lo.
NN.
Nice.
Dan selamat kembali kepada The MPL Open House. Anda masih lagi bersama dengan saya, Rose, Sith, Poji, and of course, Uncle Chikanut. Comel.
Dan kita masih lagi tak habis untuk game kita yang terakhir di antara Homebois.
Pasal macam dah habis dah.
Di antara Homebois dan juga SMG. Tadi ada lagi.
Ada lagi. Bukan tadi duduk dekat sebelah SMG
Tahu tak ada kau apa? Dah pukul 10 dah.
Tak, inilah beza open house dekat sini dengan open house lain. Kita dah 10 jam dah kat sini.
10 jam dah live.
I nak request nanti time grand final kat sini tolonglah ada kuih-kuih sikit.
Betul?
Tolonglah.
Sikit.
Good idea lah, Fel.
Okay. Selain daripada Lafel, kita ada kita punya tetamu. Poji dengan Poja. Poji dengan Uncle Chikano. Alright, game tadi kita dapat lihat sekarang ada 3 hero yang unusual pick. Kita ada Edith, kita ada Moskov dan juga Masha. Adakah kita menjangkakan hero-hero lain mungkin akan dibawa masuk oleh kedua pasukan?
Angka dulu saya dulu, angka.
Poji dulu.
Untuk saya, tadi saya dah almost predictkan, saya cakap antara Popol ataupun Moskov. Sebab SMG ni dia ada satu special pick. Pick Moskov tu bila dia dah macam terdesak. Selalunya.
So selepas ni diorang akan pick?
Popol dan Kupah.
Popol dan Kupah.
Mungkin Popol nombor tak, tapi mungkin Edith sebenarnya. Sebab tadi dia adalah playmaker sebenar, Valence tu. Jadi hero-hero yang banyak sisi ni memang the real setup tu Valence lah. Kalau kata Homebois tak berjaga-jaga dengan Valence, memang boleh buat kalah lah sebenarnya. Takut dengan Valence.
Analyst.
Berapa Uncle Chikano?
Okay, kalau mengenai hero sebenarnya everything is situational pick sebenarnya.
Yes.
Dia sebab of course hero-hero yang kita tengok tadi tu bukan hero-hero meta, but then kalau hero tu sesuai untuk counter back composition daripada pasukan lawan, yes memang boleh dibawa masuk. Especially tadi macam Edith bila ada flicker memang sangat-sangat berbahaya. Kita tahu dia punya skill set semua memang crowd control, and then bila dia buka ulti pun dia punya ketahanan masih sangat tinggi dan dia boleh keluarkan damage yang besar. Jadi bila berlakunya team fight, macam-macam benda yang Edith ni boleh sumbangkan untuk menang team fight.
Faham.
Betul. And I rasa kan just now you can if you dengar mic check betul-betul, Chibi cakap apa masa start? Geram aku.
Oh, dia dah geram. Dia dah penat.
Sebab tadi dia kena apa ni, masa mic check SMG yang diorang cakap lock Chibi. Tadi Chibi geramnya aku. Dia rasa geram tu tambah pedas untuk Chibi tak tadi.
Lafel, awak tak boleh borak dengan saya. Saya tengah kerja ni.
Tahulah open house. Janganlah open sangat.
Inilah bila kita tengah open house, tiba ada makcik datang kan. Kau dah kahwin ke belum? Inilah.
Biasalah tu.
Yang Juju Soya tengah tidur.
Oh, Juju Soya tengah tidur. Kesian dia. Tidur kat belakang.
Alright, tadi kita dah nampak MVP telah pun diberikan kepada Anip. Dan saya percaya sebenarnya korang berdua, even Rose maybe ada hidden MVP korang. Siapa kalau korang boleh bagi MVP, siapa korang nak bagi?
Bagi saya MVP sebenar Barbosa.
Okay.
Dengan Sepat.
Awak memang dua.
Boji, dia boleh
bagi
pilih
dua.
satu je, Boji.
Satu je lah. Satu lah.
Bagi MVP pun Lalang.
Barbosa.
Uncle?
Kalau Uncle lebih memilih Sepat. Sebab apa yang dia buat tadi sebenarnya susah. Yang mana bila berlaku team fight, setiap kali itu juga dia hanya lock pada Sasa. Dia paksa Sasa gunakan Inspire supaya bila team fight tu lebih berlarutan, Sasa dah tak boleh buat apa.
Betul, I agree with Uncle. My hidden MVP juga is Sepat because I feel like him as an EXP laner, dia memang buat kerja betul-betul. He would lock those people that could really give a very big impact to the team fight. So kalau orang tu dah tak ada skill atau orang tu dah mati atau orang tu dah low, diorang akan patah balik. And when that happens, diorang akan engage after Sepat. So he gets my hidden MVP.
Faham.
Betul-betul. Sebab bagi saya untuk Barbosa,
dia mesti nak menang. Dia mesti nak ada point dia.
Dia mesti nak menang.
Lafel, awak punya hidden MVP?
Hidden MVP?
Apa dia?
Hidden MVP.
Hidden MVP? Rasa macam terang kot Barbosa.
Okay, alright. 2 Barbosa, 2 Sepat. Kalau saya rasa Anip lah.
Macam mana pula Anip boleh hidden MVP? Dia memang MVP tadi.
Dah bukan hidden dah.
Dia cakap kalau tutup mata kan.
Awak faham tak?
Okay guys, so it's now time to start the fourth game. Dah start dah.
Alright, let's go.
Okay guys, let us start the fourth game of the day, of this match. So casters, take it away and let us hear your voice.
Thank you, Rose, and as well as Lafel, Sith, Hoagie, as well as Uncle Chickenok. Now, they need all that they can. It's been a long day, and Homebois so close to closing it out against Team SMG.
So close, but we've already seen so many teams come to this position and somehow get denied once again. Homebois right now, the forefront of their mind is going to be making sure that this is actually the first non-full series of the playoffs. While Team SMG are just looking to propagate the trend right now. 1 game away from ending their journey in 3rd place. Something that a lot of these players unfortunately know very well.
Exactly, right? It's crazy to imagine that all the players that we see here, the 10 players here, have all experienced not making it to the end, and they're both so very close to the grand finals to secure a top 2 finish.
Yep, I'm specifically here even referring to Valens, Stormy, and Subway, who got 3rd place as part of RNG Esports in Season 10. Their performance this season has been stellar, and if their journey ends here, well, I think it would leave a really sour taste in their mouths. But right now, Homebois and Coach Dale especially are looking to make them taste that sourness here. So we will find out how this situation unfolds in the draft for game number 4.
All right, let's roll into it. Team SMG on blue side, Homebois on red side. Kaja, Claude, Arla, Joy. The usuals as always. Get rid of the Wan Team SMG unless you want to change and spice things up.
It would really be spicing things up in this situation. I think if anyone is spicing things up, it's going to be the Homebois, and even then, it is unlikely. They can taste that grand finals right now on the tips of their fingers. They're not gonna let go. That's gonna be a hard grip. We see the Valentina band out, sticking to their guns, not allowing Stormy to play his comfort pick at all in this lower bracket finals.
It feels like the Beatrix has kind of been doing pretty well here at the playoffs. I don't see any reason for Team SMG not to pick it up, but then again, is there anything else that we're missing? Oh no, the bands are all exactly the same.
Maybe the Martis, right? Maybe that's the way they want to go here, because giving Chibi a hero that's able to just chain kills over and over, might be too dangerous. So far, Team SMG in this position has been drafting the Farsa, but it hasn't quite worked out for them. So maybe the Beatrix, maybe the Martis might be the better way to go. It is the Martis.
All right. So an early game jungler that can eventually spec into a lot of tank items and become a really beefy frontline while still having a threat to true damage when you are low. Homeboys, on the other hand, my guess is that their plan has been working, you know? Getting that side lane pressure all the time is so beneficial. Whoever shows glue basically loses the draft, so they're not going to pick it up just yet, knowing that Farmus is still available. We could see Homeboys get an early Farmus and then add on the Beatrix for Anib as an opener again. But no, this time they're going to change it up by picking up the Farsa.
Huh, so they take the Farsa away from Stormy and are offering them the challenge of locking. I'm not the only one that did just hear that scream, right?
Yeah, I thought I was hearing voices too. Dang.
Wow. Okay, someone down there is excited, probably a lot more than the rest of us are. But of course, what is it going to be? Do they want to lock in the Fairmist? Let's consider a hypothetical here. Hellcat.
I like it.
Stormy. Hellcat. Nope, guess not.
I think he would be done dirty if he did. I would rather smooth play the Martis and give Subway the Hellcat. That would be pretty dope. But no, we see the glue, and now we should expect to see... Oh, actually, the fact that Homeboys decided to not go for the Farmus opener could mean that they can pick it up into the support section. Do they care about it? No. Lancelot is going to get locked in. Finally.
That's interesting. Okay, you would think that the Fairmist would be a really obvious choice in this situation, but I think that is kind of a bait set by Team SMG as well. Yes, pick the Fairmist, you will destroy our glue, but we will trap all of you in the coal altar under the real-world manipulation. Homeboys not snapping up on that potential trap, going for the Lancelot here, which is great, by the way. Chibi, one of his signature heroes. We haven't gotten to see it in a while, but the outplay potential here and the iframes to escape real-world manipulation makes this a much better pick than Frederick in this situation.
Absolutely. And Team SMG, they're getting rid of the Lolita. Man, that Guardian's Bulwark, super annoying. For all we know, this could be another Moskov game coming up from Sasa.
Yeah, Moskov would work out pretty alright here. I'm trying to think about what heroes are not being banned. If they really want to focus down on the AoE part of their draft here with the real-world manipulation, locking in Melissa makes a lot of sense. But I think Homeboys are actually okay with letting that through because of how well the Feathered Airstrike matches into it, which is why they will ban the carry instead.
Yep, I like that a lot. Make sure you don't have any true damage, and the only way that you're going to start fishing for true damage is in that Leslie, and she takes quite some time to scale in comparison to most marksmen in the meta right now.
Right now, I'm actually seeing a potential setup for the Brody in this situation. It may not be too bad since Homeboys actually do have heroes that are fairly weak to early ganks, but SMG will need some help and now depend on what hero Valance plays in the end. We see the hover on the Masha. It was really annoying, but if they ban it, it does lead you to believe that SMG want to repeat the Moskov.
Yep, and now let's see what Homeboys is going to start off with, right? They see the Lolita, they also see the Masha, two heroes of which that was utilized previously. Picking up the Grok is just to make sure they can actually protect their backline, and more importantly, so that Farsa doesn't get cancelled out. The Barbosa special, one please.
It can also be the Sapat special, and that's exactly how they drafted here to keep this option open depending on how SMG completes with their draft right now. SMG going to be looking for the gold lane and the roam. No hesitation right there. It is going to be the Brody going for that early game pressure, as well as the Ruby flexed out a Valance pocket pick.
Dude, this would have been such a good game for Hellcat, man. It would have been so cool to see. But then again, I feel like Subway in this particular situation knows that there's too much on the line to play a quote-unquote risky hero. An assassin into tank slot doesn't feel that great, especially if you can't abuse the Demon Slayer as effectively.
There's also a very simple answer. In that Subway, I don't think he can play the Hellcat very well. When SMG plays Hellcat, it is only on Stormy. It is simply not a jungle option for them. But now that Homeboys have seen the draft from Team SMG. They decide, okay, the Grok in the roam position is probably safer, and they will give the Lapu, a really strong hero for diving the back line, over to Sapat. This is also a hero that can threaten the Brody and is not vulnerable to the corrosive strike.
Man, this is such a stressful game. Both compositions have very similar ideas here. More crowd control and more selective fights coming out from the side of Team SMG. But Homeboys, they want to throw bodies at Sasa.
Team SMG now gonna have to play around that early game with the Ruby, with the Brody, set things up, go for that kill pressure. But when you look at it, it is actually the Homeboys that have the higher kill pressure with their setup, with their damage. So SMG can only rely on pickoff and utility to keep their playoff dreams alive. Whether or not they make it to the grand finals is all up to their execution here against the monsters that are the Homeboys on the land of Dawn.
Welcome to game number 4. SMG on the blue side, currently in the running to try and equalize their score against Homeboys, who's currently on their match point.
Okay, I'm instantly seeing something very interesting. That is concussive blast on balance. He's not going for tenacity. His goal is to clear mid-wave as fast as possible with Stormy and then start rotating, most likely to Sasa's lane to maybe get some funneling in on this Brody.
Now keep in mind here, the reason why Valence is doing this is the fact that he understands that both compositions want to achieve the exact same thing. 3 of their heroes all want to dive, especially the frontliners want to dive. They want to play back to front, and it just means that whoever wins out the gold lane will have a bigger advantage later on.
And unlike a Nip, Sasa does have a bit of a timer on him here, as Brody is a hero that is heavily based on how much lead and snowball he's able to gain during the laning phase. Whereas a Nip, all he has to do is make sure that he plays safe and doesn't die.
I think, oh man, this could be risky, but I've seen alternate builds for Brody, and I think this might be one of those cases where he wants to actually go for the brute force breastplate, knowing that Chibi, Barbosa, and arguably even Warlord want to get on top of him. The extra bit of movement speed to kite out, maybe an endless battle for a little bit more sustained. Chibi committing so hard on Valence really just shows that Ruby, not necessarily the toughest tank in the world.
Yep, absolutely not. And when you consider he doesn't have tenacity as well, that goes double here. Really good rotation from Chibi, even using Retribution to make sure he's able to poke out the Ruby and delay Valence's level 4.
Hey, what's going on? Why is Stormy level 4, but Warlord not level 4? Did he get zoned out from the wave or something? Something happened there and I missed it out.
Oh, that is kind of interesting. Looks like Warlord might have moved around the map a bit too much to respond to Team SMG's potential aggression.
Yep, he's gonna hit level 4 regardless, but now the 50-50, Smooth's in so much trouble. Flickers out of the way with a split just in time as Barbosa gets on top of Stormy. It's going to be the Martis who secures it for Team SMG. Subway starts things off strong with the first turtle.
Can I just say right now that I'm really impressed with Subway? There's not a lot of junglers here that can match the retribution prowess of Chibi, and Subway has been doing it actually really consistently. Also, Smooth being able to escape there is huge. He really should have died. So, Team SMG gonna come out on top there.
Yep, nicely done from both sides, honestly. And based on what I'm seeing so far, it looks like nothing too crazy out of the emblems. Nobody deciding to spec or, you know, spec into splitting up the points. Just focusing on movement speed and some raw power. Feathered Airstrike already coming up as the purple buff has been taken away by Subway. It's not looking good as Chibi is about to get a kill for it. Yes, take my purple buff. I'll take your head. Subot with a Raging Slash already finds another pick on his side. Barbosa for trade, but Sasa left out to dry.
Team SMG has gone way too far. They know that their lineup wants to get this early lead, and Subway should be strong enough to contest the purple buff. But they forced things. They did not have to do that. And instantly, a Nip has gotten a massive funnel.
Yep. Oh, yeah. And Sasa loses out that entire wave too. Oh, that hurts as a gold laner. It really does. Warlord shows up for some extra support, including Barbosa as well, just to make sure that Valence and Sasa stay put underneath the turret and don't try and do some exploring.
Things are going to be very rough right now. Homeboys have gotten that early momentum that they always are able to win games with. Team SMG, we know that they're able to make up the difference around mid-game time. But they gotta make something happen quick, and that's what they're doing.
Yep, Barbosa instantly getting taken out. Torn apart memories to secure the kill. Feathered airstrike coming out as well. Nicely done. Team SMG reading Homebois and specifically the habits of Barbosa over these past couple of games. It's smooth. Okay, very disrespectful. Tanks the damage of the Bennett's Rage.
That is a lot of damage as well. He's just gonna be able to heal it all up with split, but he's gonna have to use that preemptively here. Potentially not gonna have it available for the turtle. We'll see whether or not Team SMG decides to contest this. Considering that Subway is coming, most likely yes. They've already evened up the net worth difference, so they're coming into this fairly even. They gotta avoid making the same mistake they did before.
Yeah, and Smooth already using the split super early on. This could be a really good opportunity. Subbot is gonna try his best to zone out his target Stormy, forcing out the real world manipulation, but the Feather Airstrike gets cancelled on the opposite side of the map. They're doing the exact same thing, but Chibi is so much more healthier, and Smooth doesn't have enough to survive. The puncture is gonna find it. Subway looking for a target to decimate, but nobody is low enough to make that happen. Sasa rotated all the way down here for nothing.
I'm not seeing what the plan is here from Team SMG. They're obviously not going to be able to contest the Homebois around the turtle pit because Chibi is actually farmed. He's doing a lot of damage even to someone like Smooth here who should ideally be surviving all this damage. You would think, okay, they're delaying for Subway they're delaying for Sasa to rotate over, but he's not really doing that either. I'm not seeing the purpose in Team SMG's movements.
Yeah, I feel like Team SMG, there are moments where your brain goes on autopilot, and I think in this case, that might have been it. Hopefully, they start refocusing on this game, because again, we need to see that purpose. We need to see the intentions and ideas, and I think especially for Valens, he might be overthinking a couple of these positions on the Homebois who are simply just playing a standard game.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of pressure on Valens' shoulders right now. He knows that he is the playmaker, and he has to force things. And a lot of that is Team SMG maybe getting a little bit desperate now. They know they're one game away from going home. They might try a play here.
Oh, Valens tries, but now the Bennett's Rage is going to connect in Subway. He was there to back him up. Had Valens got that pick, that would have been so good for him. Stormy, again, getting chunked out. Chibi making sure that they're not going for the same targets. If Chibi is attacking the backline, he's attacking that Eve. If Subbat's attacking the backline, he's looking for Sasa, and it's very interchangeable between the two.
The bravest fighter from Subbat has just been cutting off these fights so well, and Barbosa has such a good matchup against Valens as well on this Grok, because he can just check bushes against the Ruby and not feel threatened at all, especially when you consider that Homebois are ahead right now, so they do need a lot of resources to actually threaten Barbosa from invading.
Yep, Warlord limit testing the damage of his Feather Airstrike. Oh, is so nearby. The commit with the Raging Slash Flicker coming out of Smooth as well. It's going to be the real war manipulation that's going to keep him in place, and Smooth with a split Gobules is able to hop on top of it. Perfect timing as limit testing has now turned into an absolute disaster for Subbat. Anib looking to try and find the trade back, and Sasa being collateral damage unnecessarily by Pixel Brush.
It feels like Team SMG's movements are not as clean as usual. That was definitely a bit of a mistake from the Homebois about diving too deep, but you can't really blame him. He could have gotten that kill on Smooth if he didn't flicker away. But then SMG seems to have stayed a bit too long for no reason, hoping to get another kill. And now they're contesting the turtle.
Yep, Smooth. He still has that split available. He knows that Warlord used that Feather Airstrike earlier on, so now they're getting on top. Valens actually trying his best. Subbot flickering forward, and maybe we'll get this kill on the south side. He finds it as Anib flickers for the kill too. The dive is successful from the Homebois, and the neutral falls into the hands of Team SMG. They back out. Anib! No! He ends up dying at the worst possible time. Decimate secures him, and Barbosa trying to run away, but Valens is going to keep up with the chase. It's going to be the Thorn Rose that slows them down, but Stormy with no mana can't back them up, and the Feathered Airstrike comes off a cooldown.
If there's any consolation for the Homebois, Valens is somehow getting all the kills in this situation. So Team SMG doesn't profit all that much off of those kills, but Subway did actually manage to get the turtle. And Subbat did his job there very well, diving the backline, actually getting the kill onto Sasa. But then Homebois, didn't seem to have a direction. They thought they could actually stay longer, do some damage to SMG, but then it's SMG who turned things around using Valence's constant source of CC to actually dish out the damage. Homeboys underestimated them, thinking that without Sasa around, they wouldn't be able to pick them off, and they need to not make mistakes like this.
Yeah, honestly, I think like in Stormy's position, yes, he's getting attacked very often, but also his mana management right now, it needs to be fixed as soon as possible. Because he's trading actively, like he's constantly using his abilities on this wave. He's going to need an Enchanted Talisman sometime soon. He started off with the Ice Queen's Wand, but he's so very close to the Enchanted Talisman.
That is the cost of not going the emblem of Impure Rage on the Eve. A lot of people do that in order to easily trade out in the mid lane, but Stormy has actually greeted here, going for Mystery Shop, so he is intending to scale up as a secondary source of DPS, which is probably ideal since they know that Sasa won't be able to match a Nib's late game damage.
I mean, if Stormy really wanted to be greedy, he probably would have went for like a Clock of Destiny's Lightning Crunch build, which would have been very interesting to see. We saw RRQ Clay do it before, and you know, it's got mixed results.
Yeah, no, in the end, it's still going to be the same old Evil. Go for the Glowing Wand, go for the Ice Queen's Wand, which he just completed, but Mystery Shop means that he wants to get these items sooner so that he can scale up faster and become a legitimate threat. Because he knows that Homeboys doesn't actually have any CC that can threaten him as long as it's positioned correctly in the real-world manipulation.
GB a level above Subway here. Wow, instant perfect execution onto Subway. I guess to show dominance. He's building up his stacks really fast with the puncture onto the Beetle too, but we're not seeing any openings just yet. Team SMG just denying information. They only know where Subway, Smooth, and Stormy is. They can't figure out where Valence or Brody. They could check the brushes, but they already have prime position, so why give it up?
Sasa and Valence are waiting to see if they can find anyone that is not Barbosa. Literally anyone that's not Barbosa. Really nice Guardian's Barrier there. Instantly spots out Sasa and Valence, so they know where the rest of Team SMG are. Homeboys dancing around the Lord Pit. A lot of ultimates still available, and here they come.
Feathered Airstrike has already been committed. Barbosa sees Sasa. He could zone him out. Wild Charge? No. He's holding on to his power of nature. Safad has to go with the bravest fighter into the middle of that fight. Quickly gets the damage reduction just in time as he gets pushed back by Subway. He's too low for the fight. Warlord focuses forward just to ensure the kill, but no, finds nothing. They've got the objectives. They've got what they wanted. Homeboys just take the dub, take the Lord, and move on.
Homeboys, really good positioning right there, making sure that Team SMG isn't quite able to dive the back line. But a lot of that is also coming down to the conscious decision of Team SMG that they're not going to greed out. They're not going to try and execute a Nip and Warlord. They're going to focus on keeping Stormy and Sasa alive first and then deciding what to do from there. That, however, does mean that Homeboys has the control. They have the momentum. They are the ones dictating the tempo of these team fights. And if they continue to do so, this will be their victory.
Now, by far, this has been a very slow game, but the score, the kill score, 5-5. Like, this is very disciplined from both sides. I mean, there's obviously some autopilot moments, but when the moment matters, Valence finds an opportunity to get the pull onto Warlord's side, but nobody can follow up with the damage. Subway is the only one, and he has more than enough with an estimate. They find the most important target on the enemy side, and now they're looking to stagger these waves. A good attempt by Team SMG with a profit too.
Yeah, Team SMG is honestly really good at using these situations where they should be getting pressure to catch their opponents off guard. They're doing it again.
Yep, Barbosa, he should be guaranteed to die here. Sasa gets a free kill for himself, and finally, he's able to get a positive KDA while the top side gets staggered by Smooth on this glue.
It's actually still not the most ideal for Team SMG because they had to trade 2 tier 2 towers in exchange for 2 kills. But in this stage, it is not too bad. Unfortunately, Homeboys, they really know what to do with structural advantages, and that is going to potentially cost Team SMG in terms of how freely they can move around the map.
Yeah, but without Barbosa, nobody really wants to open up the map anymore, so they give away the tier 1 down bot side. They understand they made a mistake and they deserve to be punished for them. These are bad little boys, and Team SMG back to the stalemate all over again.
Oh boy, looking at the gold ranking right now, Chibi at the very top. I'm honestly going to be the most interested in Chibi's build because I'm wondering how many damage items he's going for. And then Anip right behind. Sasa actually not too far behind the Beatrix, but this Lancelot is a huge threat. SMG really doesn't have any way of locking him down.
No, they don't, and that's the big problem. Like Valence, even though he's looking out for Chibi, half the time he's so deep in the backline that he might as well just again, target Anip, slow down Warlord, cancel out a Feathered Airstrike.
Yeah, maybe it's time to allow the real one manipulation to protect itself. We can see the items now. Chibi not really going for damage, just the Thunderbelt. Still going for full tanks a lot here. So all that damage is coming naturally from this build. Absolutely ridiculous. Right now we're seeing very passive gameplay. Most likely the next goal going to be that Lord spawning up top, the first Luminous Lord of the game in another 20 seconds. I'm surprised that Team SMG isn't actually rotating up there just yet.
They're denying information once again, but the housekeeping doesn't look very good for them too. Top side looks like it's got a slow push. Bottom side is in favor of Team SMG. And Chibi, he's going to speed things up. He's going to clear this entire wave. He needs to force out info. He sees Smooth and Subbot. He might be in some trouble. Uses the Raging Slash as well as the Flicker to get on out of there, knowing that Valence doesn't have his ult anymore. This could be the green light for the Homeboys.
Yep, really nice escape from Subbot right there. And his Bravest Fighter is going to be off cooldown very, very soon as well. The CD on that ability, kind of ridiculous sometimes. And Valence, I'm offended, definitely going to take a little bit longer. Homeboys currently have control over the Lord.
Yep, Feather Airstrike coming out at a very awkward time, but good enough to zone away the rest of the members. Subbot gets on top of Subway. He wants to buy as much time as he can. Feather, oh my god, Warlord somehow gets this kill onto Smooth side before he gets the split done. And now the real one manipulation gets the trade initially, but it's going to be Chibi who secures the Lord.
1-for-1 trade. Smooth, I feel like did not need to die there, but I think he definitely wasn't expecting how much damage Anip actually did, and he just melted. But trading out Warlord is not too bad in that situation, and without the Feathered Airstrike, SMG do get another free tower.
Yep. Wow, honestly, I wasn't expecting Smooth to die there. He still has literally all of his spells. He walks up, instantly gets shredded, doesn't even have the time to respond.
I think a lot of that comes from Anip. Warlord just happened to be the one getting the last hit here. The Beatrix has been farming very safely this game, and we know that he is second on the gold rankings right now. Luminous Lord can be pushing up top for the Homeboys. 3k lead for them. Inhibitor Towers still all standing for Team SMG, but like we saw in the previous game, they really cannot afford to lose too many of these, because that's going to open up so many opportunities for the Homeboys.
Yeah. GB very confidently standing out in the open, hoping that somebody would come get him, come hunt me, somebody, anybody. But Team SMG don't bite on the bait just yet. They notice that the mid lane is getting attacked by Subbot and Barbosa hovering over that top side, really giving no sense of security to them at all.
The Lord crashing. We're gonna see the defense right now. How good is it gonna be?
Yep, they have to give up the inhibitor. The charge comes on through. Subway still staggering that mid wave, and this should be a clean defense for the side of Team SMG. Homeboys, without that Feathered Airstrike, they're very helpless in these situations. Like, yes, it's great siege, but not really gonna get too much without it.
But it's precisely because they don't have it that Homeboys has chosen not to prolong the fight here. I'm liking this adaptation. We already saw in previous games. When Homeboys has the Lord, they try to force the end. And this time they don't do that, because that's how SMG got the comeback previously. They are respecting them. They're taking this slow, steady, but consistent.
Yep, they've learned their lesson for sure. And Homeboys, they're just going to back away. They just want to deny resources from the side of Team SMG. It's a little late to do that 16 minutes into the game, as everybody's about to get hit their full build. Team SMG, and especially for Sasa, with that Rose Gold Meteor, hopefully that's going to be enough to keep him alive, as Subbot has just been hounding him this whole game.
This Lapu pick, really notable. Team SMG would have ideally liked to get rid of it, but there were just still so many options in the draft at that point that they just had to cut their losses, and Homeboys are definitely feeling very good about that. Again, thanks to the expertise of Coach Dale right now, I think in basically every game thus far, Homeboys has never had a losing draft. And you can tell that this is really affecting Team SMG.
Yeah, it's really hard to penetrate through them. Like, Homeboys, they've been pretty rock solid from here on out. And like you mentioned before, they've adapted from their previous mistakes. They lost to Todak because they didn't know how to close out the game and overextended. They gave Team SMG an opportunity to come back because of that exact same mistake. And Homeboys, they fail to see it, but now it has become law to them.
I'm offended, pulling Barbosa.
Oh my goodness, he flickers out of there in a very awkward manner as well. He wanted to make sure that he's still within range of the Feathered Airstrike.
My goodness, that's such a good play by Barbosa. Instantly going for a wild charge, getting multiple. Team SMG should have been more wary of their positioning.
Oh, well, Let's see how this is going to break out. Without that wall charge, there's not much of a threat. Subpot is dealing with Subway at this point in time. And Smooth gets into the backline. He's on top of Anip. Barbosa already down with immortality. And Subway at 1 HP, so low. GB actually going down before Subway. And now, does he slap the Decimate? No, there's no Decimate. They've won the team fight. 2 are already dead. Subpot trying to clear the waves. GB on the run. And Sasa not going to give it up.
I cannot believe that Subway did not pop his immortality. Subbat will finally go down. Mega kill. Lord is taken by Team SMG. I don't know how they've managed to turn this around.
It's Smooth, man. Smooth got on top of Anip, and then it all snowballed out of control. Barbosa couldn't close the distance. Subway, does he have his retribution? Okay, thank God he does.
Just go for it here. Smooth gonna zone out Homebois. Team SMG making a potential comeback situation yet again. This team is so good at this that it's even catching Homebois off guard despite all of the adaptations they have made this series. Luminous Lord now in their favor, but Team SMG still has to be careful. Some really good defensive options on the Homebois. They have the Feathered Airstrike. They have the Nibiru's Passion. This Lord will not be enough to end the game with, so the goal is to get as much structural damage and map control with it as they can.
Now, Stormy can play a little disrespectful here. He still has his Flicker, and the same goes with Barbosa and as well as Anip. So if Stormy can bait something out from Anip in particular, maybe this could be an opening that Team SMG needs to get on top of him. Like, I mean, Sasa should technically have more than enough damage from this point on, right?
I don't know, I'm just liking what Chibi is doing there. Look, cutting the top wave, making sure that they only have to deal with 2 lanes here as Team SMG makes the engagement.
They crack open the inhibitor without much work. Barbosa's going to get out of there. Feather Airstrike going to be committed too. Chibi joins back into the fight, and now it's the opportunity of a lifetime. He gets slammed up for a little bit, but Subway is able to finish off the kill onto Warlord's side. It's a 5v4 situation, but with no minions, and especially with Smooth on the opposite side of the map, it's just the regular 4v4.
Are we actually going to see the trend continue right here? SMG pressuring the Homebois. The 3k net worth lead is now theirs. Windtalker for Sasa. He wants to end this. He's going for structural damage. Homebois, can they defend? There's no Lord. Barbosa forced the flicker.
Yep, they have to deal with the minions. They have to do it the old-fashioned way. And Homebois, they're going to laugh a little bit. Yes, we're down on Warlord, but he's coming back in 20 seconds. 20 seconds is all the time we need to clear up these waves. Stormy, keep your eyes on him. His real world manipulation is really going to matter here. Last inhibitor finally falls. Subpot taking so much damage comes from Smooth. Bravest Fighter is now back up as Nibiru Passion committed. Oh, Subpot trying to push Smooth back in under the fountain. They pull on back, but the next wave is already there. And this could be it. Sasa looking for an opportunity, but Warlord is back up, forces the flicker out of it. Bandit's Rage also coming up as Anip is still alive and flickers in aggressively. With Stormy down, Homebois make a successful base defense.
A beautiful defense by the Homebois there. Again, keeping their heads cool under the pressure, knowing that they still have a chance here. They just gotta delay, they just gotta wait. Team SMG, unfortunately, spending way too much time distracted on trying to pick off the members of the Homebois to make their life easier, when maybe it was time to just bite the bullet and throw bodies at ending the game.
Man, 20 more seconds, and I think Homebois can get first position here, but the housekeeping is extra important, especially with inhibitors already down. Oh boy. Will Stormy make it back in time for this? I think he should, considering how far all the members of the Homebois are spread across the map.
Things are tense. This next Lord will likely end the game for whoever is able to claim it. And that makes it all the more important. Housekeeping needs to be maintained. And at this stage, goal difference no longer makes a difference either. It is all up to positioning. It's all up to whoever can find the right angle. Anip and Sasa need to go.
All right, talking about going here. Smooth, he's looking for an opportunity. He sees Anip, he wants Anip, but he's going to start off with Warlord. Forcing the members back, they get mid lane control. GB and Subway 50-50 here. Come on, you got to regroup here. Oh, GB, he's starting to give up that little bit of space. And Subway jumps in with the Bravest Fighter. Barbosa lands the initial hit, and it's going to fall into Subway's hands. GB now has to back up. Subway is done for. They have to leave him out to dry. Winter Truncheon immediately purchased, and the Decimate coming in from Subway. This is their moment of opportunity. They cannot waste it. They see Barbosa, they slow Barbosa. They're gonna make sure that Barbosa is gonna have both feet on the ground. Warlord and GB come back into the fight just to save their teammate's life. And you can see that Anip is in the back line, sees Smooth. He has to cut down the split as Barbosa has 50 more seconds until he comes back up. The Winter Truncheon on Warlord. This is not good. He's dead. And Team SMG have found the opening of lifetime.
Sasa is still back here. Chibi trying to cut off the wave. He could be the Homeboys' last hope. Sasa flickering to follow him. Will they get him?
They got him. They got him. That's all said and done. They're going to make sure that GB is down, and Anip, left to his own devices, cannot deal with Smooth alone. Not with his Lord so strong. Bandit's rage barely tickling him.
The full series curse is real. Ladies and gentlemen, Game 5 once again. The most competitive season of MPL MY continues. None of these teams are eager to go home yet. It is very late, but not too late for SMG to eke out yet another victory. And our second grand finalist will come down to a single game.
Oh my god, the anticipation and anxiety that these players must be feeling. GB especially has got to be a little frustrated that Subway clutched out the retribution 20 minutes into this game.
We talked about it. Whoever got that Lord would end the game. And Subway took it. He took it from the neutral objective king, the Lord Slayer, the Turtle Mania himself, to secure the victory for Team SMG. Smooth finding the back line, taking out a Nip and Warlord, everything matched up. This was a game that Homeboy should have been able to run away with, but every single time, when you least expect it, that is when SMG crawls up upon you.
I can't believe that it really devolved to those final moments. They wanted to save Barbosa. They knew that Warlord had feathered airstrike, so they could look for an opportunity, but Smooth decided to say no. I'ma hold both Anip as well as Warlord into my grasps. Oh, what a play.
You
what a
would
play.
not expect he'd be able to do that either,
Right?
when you consider how quickly he melted during that early Lord take to Anip and Warlord. And after that, Smooth just decides that happened once, no longer, and he's just threatening the entire game. At that point, Sasa is able to scale up. Sapa no longer threatens him. Stormy, the mystery shop, actually coming into clutch here. He's able to deal so much DPS, take out the members of the Homeboys. I don't even know what to say.
I mean, let's look at the item build and see if there's anything out of the ordinary, as I like to say, and obviously there isn't. Well, I mean, Chibi decided to not go for the Hunter Strike, but instead wanted to have a little bit more damage, and this is what we were talking about. He decided to go for the War Axe as well as the Thunderbelt, rather than just sticking to the Hunter Strike and full tank.
Man, I don't blame him though. Chibi was doing such a good job in the early game. You wouldn't think that things would start falling apart for the Homeboys so effectively at that end there. You were also talking about the Brute Force Breastplate this game. Sasa did not end up grabbing it, but Stormy did. Warlord as well. The mid laners recognizing how much threat they are in this game and needing that extra defensive mobility to make sure that they're able to survive these fights.
The best part is that Warlord is like, I'm not changing my build anytime soon. I might as well just get the roam boots. I might as well get the dire hit on my side for that extra bit of damage. And Stormy is like, nah, I'm not going to devolve that low. I'm not going to stoop that low to get dire hit.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't have been a bad idea overall, right? Considering that we have another 23-minute game in, 24 minutes in. We are seeing some really long series here. Really well played again by both teams. Despite all the fatigue, despite all the trials and tribulations, they're still able to push through to another end of series game.
Oh, we thought that Chibi was doing a lot of damage, but it's dwarfed by Stormy at 107,000 throughout this matchup.
That's
Even
insane.
Sasa was able to get 61,000 compared to Adam's 41.
I mean, we're talking about the mystery shop. Again, scaling up, and well, he's not the secondary DPS. He is literally the main DPS here.
He's that guy.
This is insane here. Team SMG, every single time you count them out, they come back And every time you think they should win, they don't. It's so weird overall. But this is the playoffs. Anything can happen. The unpredictability is there. I'm just honestly really excited to see what's going to happen with the draft in game number 5.
Honest to God, I have no idea. I really thought this Ruby was a little off here. I would have preferred to see something a little bit more team fight oriented rather than just pure disruption on Chibi's part. But it made quite the difference in these neutral objective takes. Maybe not the final ones, but the previous ones. Our MVP obviously going to Stormy because 107,000 damage. How can he not be our MVP?
Yep, keeping his head on straight once again. I feel like I'm saying that a lot in this series, but that's exactly what's happening with these players. 8-1-7 in a game like this. The real manipulation is already a really good setup tool, really defensive as well to make sure that Stormy can just stand there and avoid all sorts of damage. But you would think that Homebois had enough tools to be able to threaten him, but a lot of that was taken away as distraction by Smooth. They're trying to target Sasa, and then they forget about Stormy. You really cannot forget about Stormy, especially when you ban his Valentina every single time.
Wow. I have no words for this. Let's check out the highlights here. I'm curious to see how exactly is Stormy getting this level of damage. It can't just be the real world manipulation, right? It's the way he trades, the way he kind of positions down his Void Blast. He's connecting with more targets than it should.
Look at this early game here. Homebois getting 3 kills to start the game. That should be it. That should just be SMG out of the running entirely. But no, that's not the case. And it's not as if Homebois were making mistakes as well. SMG are creating opportunities. They are taking control of momentum. Even though it seemed like Homebois were the ones dictating the control of the battles, the flow and tempo of the game. In reality, maybe it was all part of Team SMG's plan all along. There's something about these players here that makes them feel like the villains of the story. You never know what they're thinking. And right now, we are going into a very exciting conclusion to day 3 of the playoffs.
Yeah, man, the more that I look at these comps, the more that it rattles my brain that both sides refuse to kind of honestly throw it on its head when it comes down to the draft. It's always just micro adjustments to the overall draft, and especially when it comes down to the pick and ban orders, it's so important for whoever is on blue side as well as red side, and we've seen the adaptations for both.
Will micro adjustments be good enough anymore though? Now that we're going into game number 5, both teams have put all of their cards on the table. They have seen what each of them are truly capable of. The respect, the thought process, the strategy is just gonna be so important. So let's take a break and go to the mic check.
If like that, lapu cuan lah situ. Juga.
No pressure.
100% in-game focus.
Dia dah besar kau.
Bubar.
Nice.
Nice, Dolip.
Nice.
Pasha. Grok Pasha dah ulti.
Clear.
Okay.
Aku ke bawah.
Nice turn.
Korang ambil ya.
Jangan
paksa.
Mati.
Nice.
Boleh ulti. Grok dah ulti. Boleh lari Anis.
Boleh.
Ya, aku defend atas.
Target dia. You guys target dia.
Dafli.
Aman.
Apa Sasa tak fit lagi.
Grok dah ulti.
Aku.
Pasha.
Ya, aku dapat mas man.
Ice stone.
Dapat.
Balik.
Kau ni Chibi.
Nice.
Alhamdulillah.
Mana suaranya?
Selamat kembali ke The MPL Open House. Nama saya Ros. Nama dia Sid. Nama dia Poji. Nama dia Pakcik Poji. Sorry, Uncle Cik.
Dan kita ada ramai orang kat belakang ni yang masih lagi setia bersama kita sebab ini merupakan sejarah pertama daripada hari pertama playoff sehinggalah sebelum masuk game yang terakhir iaitu Grand Final. Semua full game.
Full series.
Safe.
Sangat penat.
Masalahnya kan, biasanya kalau orang buat open house, ni dah kena halau dah ni. Kebiasaannya lah. Tadi pun, kan, saya rasa nampak game macam nak habis. Cuak.
Alright, sekarang ni kita dah tahu dia nak cakap lebih banyak pada in-game lah. Kita nak fokuskan apa yang akan berlaku dekat kita nak fokus apa yang berlaku kat game yang kelima lah.
You ingat tak apa ya? Game kelima ni baru game keempat.
game yang kelima. Next. Nak masuk game yang kelima. Jadi, apa yang korang nak tengok? Selain daripada game tu 20 minit.
Tak boleh nak fikir dah. Kalau boleh lah kan. Kalau boleh. Hanabi. Game 10 minit. Hanabi versus Mia.
Oh wow.
Hanabi skin baru.
Skin baru betul.
Yang Moonlit Ninja.
Mia skin baru.
Mia skin baru. Oh.
Yes.
Betul. Macam jadi fun touch dah kat atas ni.
Kita asyik cerita pasal hero je. Okey, skin apa yang kena tengok?
Skin apa yang kena tengok Kalau boleh yang kena tengok skin sebenarnya lah Layla Blue Spectre lah.
Boleh.
Boleh.
Okay. Saya nak tanya soalan lah. Awak datang sini daripada pukul apa? Jawab je, jangan malu.
9.
Daripada pukul 9, sekarang pukul apa?
Almost 11. Tapi kita mengucapkan
tak habis lagi tau.
Tapi kita ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada semua yang menjayakan MPL daripada pukul 12. Kita bersiaran secara langsung. Sekarang kita masih lagi still standing.
Almost dying.
Mana ada standing? Kita duduk ni.
We're not standing anymore.
Je kerjanya.
We're sitting. We are sitting and we are gonna sit until this ends. Lagi satu.
Caster, guys. English dengan Malay. Gulak Selamat.
Tapi kita memang respect kita dekat.
Tu dia. Level guys, level.
Yeah. Bukan caster dia. Kita punya pak cameraman. Dekat bahagian production.
Tengok gini.
Chris pun ada. Aduh.
Ni baru open house.
3-2 guys.
Yes. Memang seperti yang dijangka semua orang. Bukan semua orang lah.
Uncle, mana
ada ke suaranya? Aduh. Seperti apa yang Lafay kata, memang dia minta 3-2, so 3-2 yang kita dapat. And sekarang ni, it all comes to the best of one lah. The best team will win lah.
Tapi kan, cuak. In all seriousness though, saya rasa tak ada lagi MPL yang boleh kalahkan kita punya curse.
Terlampau lama.
Full series.
Tapi serius, kalau kita cerita dalam on serious note, next game ni, game yang terakhir, a battle of mental.
Tak.
Tengok siapa mental dulu ke? Diorang semua dah mental dah main.
Saya rasa semua dah mental.
Semua dah mental tadi. Nanti.
Apa dia?
Battle of Slabel.
Battle of Slabel. Okay. Mungkin korang nak ada kata-kata kepada tim yang akan main lah jadi.
Bagi kepada SMG dulu, lepas tu Homebois, then Uncle pula.
Boleh.
Saya SMG
Tak, SMG Homebois, SMG Homebois.
Dua-dua. Kau you kan lalang sejati. Nanti je lalang sejati sampai habis.
Saya tak ada kata-kata semangat. Saya cuma ada kata-kata nasihat. Mainlah cepat-cepat. Please lah main cepat. Kita kena kesian dekat 1, casters. 2, talents. 3, penonton. 4, content creator. 5, semua orang kat dalam ni.
Okay, Uncle.
Tapi kalau aku nak puji memang aku nak cakap lah, throughout this series, tak tahu macam mana Subway dengan Chibi main, mental kuat dua-dua jungler padu gila.
Oh my god, I agree.
Baik dong Subway.
Red 3 game dorang.
Baik dong Chibi.
Guys, give them a round of applause.
Power dong.
Semua orang, round of applause lah.
Diorang dah penat Ros.
Kasih sorak sikit guys untuk player-player kita semua.
Kita kena bagi semangat sebab kita dah tak semangat dah.
Semangat orang. Siapa tu korang sebenarnya?
Uncle.
Yalah, untuk sebenarnya bukan untuk SMG, bukan untuk Homebois, tapi untuk dua-dua tim. Okay.
Ini faktor umur biasa. Kita faham.
Uncle tak tujukan kepada satu tim je.
Okay.
Cuba faham ayat orang tua.
Okay. Jangan marah.
Kau muda sangat, tak faham.
Tak, time-time macam ni orang tua dah tidur.
Raya. Tenang.
Ya, untuk kedua-dua tim, ni adalah perlawanan penentuan korang. So buat yang terbaik, fokus dan macam apa yang Boji cakap tadi, jangan lama sangat lagi tu.
Please jangan ada pause.
Saya sebagai host kesayangan korang,
kau ni
tolong habiskan game cepat-cepat.
Perkataan huruf P tu. Dia boleh sebut perkataan P tu.
Benda tu tak boleh sebut tau Boji.
Dia sebut perkataan P. Dia.
Please jangan ada.
Kalau ada pause,
kalau ada pause, kita semua talent naik atas. Syuak.
Aduh. Tapi ini game yang penting sebab siapa yang menang, mereka akan masuk grand final.
Yes, betul. Semua game penting.
Ni game paling penting.
Ni paling penting.
Siapa yang menang?
Siapa yang itu statement uncle, bukan soalan. Siapa yang menang? Bukan soalan uncle.
Kalau kita tahu siapa yang menang uncle, kita dah balik rumah dah. Gitu.
Tapi pada pendapat saya kan, kalau
ada lagi pendapat ini.
Kalau sebab diorang tak ready, kalau diorang bawa masuk Zaim dengan Noah, ada satu mental yang tengah fresh.
Dia tak
faham
jadi,
tak?
Dia tak jadi selebel. Sempo.
Sebab Homebois tak ada sub, diorang tak bawa sub. So SMG ada dua orang yang mental sangat fresh.
Jap.
Boleh
Tapi
jadi strategi.
I nak tanya, adakah itu mental fresh atau mental baru bangun tidur?
Tak. Itu
mana tahu backstage mana tahu tak mainkan diorang tidur je lah. Wah, dia ada main flag. Guys, look at us.
Pandang sini.
Look at us. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, producer pun dah cakap tolonglah habiskan game ni cepat-cepat. Tapi kita punya player semua dah ready.
Yes.
Semua orang dah tak sabar untuk saksikan perlawanan yang confirm. Perlawanan terakhir pada malam ini.
Dah confirm dah. Double chop confirm in the bag.
Tak ada tiebreaker.
Tak ada tiebreaker. Tolonglah.
Tak ada tiebreaker. Jadi kita just harapkan mereka sampaikan perkara yang terbaik. Tetapi caster pun dah ready. Mari kita sama-sama saksikan persembahan kedua-dua pemain dan pasukan. Please caster take it away.
Thank you so much to the open house, buying us that extra bit of time to use the bathroom to breathe for our very final game of day number 2, 3. Which one is it again? I can't remember. My brain is mush.
I don't know, Gideon. I think we have less brain cells than there are casters on the desk left. That's the situation we find ourselves in right now. Yeah, you had to count. Yeah, see, he had to count. He had to count how many casters were on the desk. That's what we've come down to in this situation. But thank you, everyone, for staying with us. Thank you to the players for persevering. Thank you for our live audience for still being with us all the way. We all want to find out who our second grand finalist is.
This is what the fans wanted. They're like, why don't you play more like PH? Why don't you get into team fights less often and only when necessary? Why can't we have 20-minute games? You got all of that, fans. Are you happy now? You got 20-minute games. Average, by the way, throughout the playoffs. Average.
Man, just thinking back at it makes me realize what we have been through this season. I don't even know what this season is anymore. This is insane. This is not an MPL that I am aware of. This is a new experience. I feel like I've joined a different event entirely. In the end though, still all for it. 2-2, the final game of day 3 of the playoffs and the final game before the grand finals. Now in the past, this is usually where we would say, our second MSC representative. But that's no longer the case here. They're not even fighting for that. They're just fighting for the chance.
The timings could not be worse. If we're feeling as exhausted as you guys and the audience feel, can you imagine the stress these players are going through? Right to the very wire, from the coaches to the staff to everybody running the administration behind these organizations, they are praying that these 5 players, these 5 warriors here up on stage can close things out so that they can go back and get ready for the grand finals. Let's jump into the draft.
The draft for game number 5. The final game of the day. The final game of Season 11 playoffs before the grand finals, in which we shall crown our top 2. We shall find out who it is going to be. As we can see now, Homebois is now going to be on the first pick. SMG going to be switching sides here.
Right, so Team SMG on the red side doesn't look like they're changing their plans up too much, and the same can be said for Homebois. Expect Team SMG to ban out the Wan. Homebois, on the other hand, do they want to spice things up now that they're on the blue side? 2 games in a row they were on red. 2 games in a row they have won and as well as lost in simultaneous fashion.
Yep. Now, with Homebois on the blue side, what's going to be a big question is that Valentina. Homebois have been consistently banning it out on the red side to prevent SMG from getting that first pick. But now Homebois themselves have chosen to get first pick so that SMG are not able to lock in heroes like the Martis early on. That is very interesting right there. The Natalia ban.
I didn't expect it first phase. I would have expected it within the second phase, but this opens up a lot of opportunities for both sides. Like, Glue can get punished by Farmis. We know that for a fact, but the formula has been altered a little bit where Team SMG, they could just stick to their guns, ban out the 1-1, make sure that Anip feels as uncomfortable as possible.
I think that is probably the way to play here. It would be very tempting to ban out heroes like the Valentina, like the Martis, but maybe opening up the draft is the right way to go about it, because if they were to ban the Valentina, then the 1-1 or even the Martis goes through. Yeah, they're going to be opening up the draft here. 1-1 is banned. Homebois, did they prioritize the Valentina or the Martis?
Valentina for sure. No, nope. Martis. Okay. Man, we're seeing like so many different sides to Homebois, right? And especially with Coach Dale, he recognizes that each team are going to require different strategies and most importantly, different tools.
I think SMG here go for the Valentina and then the Glue would make the most sense here. Force Homebois to grab the Paramis. Okay, not the case. They actually get the Beatrix, steal it away from Anip. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. But if Homebois want to, now they can lock in like Glue Faramis, and that would be pretty strong as well.
I mean, even if they go for Glue Faramis, it doesn't mean that Team SMG doesn't have any form of counterplay. I feel like it's going to force a team fight composition, and that's exactly what Coach Dale is going to be looking for. I mean, their entire compositions have been either front to back, the traditional kind, or they take it one step further, sending their front lines to play back to front, while the mid laner and as well as the gold laner have to fend for themselves.
It basically means that every potential angle in terms of team fighting has been explored in this series, but this final matchup is going to be an important one, and we can see on the screen right now they are indeed going for that Faramis Glue. So now the ball is in the court of Team SMG. What is going to be the choice here? Maybe the Lolita? Not a bad choice here.
I don't think Lolita is that bad. Carry is still available. I'm guessing that is going to get banned out within the second phase. But do they want to show off their support so early on in comparison to Homebois, who hasn't really given too much information of how they're going to engage other than just Glue and Martis?
It's gonna be interesting to note here. Lolita's good. Otherwise, they might want to go for EXP, the Benedetta. We're gonna see the smooth Benedetta one final time today. And do forgive me if I'm a little distracted, because LaFell is actually invading the Malay cast over there. I feel like a lot of us are just losing our minds at this point.
People wonder whether the talents here at MPL MY are unhinged. We are. It's just that we got to be professionals up on camera. Oh, he's coming up. What's up? Yo, what's up, LaFell?
I just went to the BM broadcast, and like throughout this entire series, man, not a single split push. What is up with that?
Not a single split push? That's rather interesting, because I would say that when we were casting earlier, that was sort of the entire meta.
That is a good point.
Certain things are kind of obvious, so why wasn't it done, right?
Maybe.
Snap out.
Well, obvious isn't the answer anymore, right? Between SMG and Homebois, you go for the more complex answer, and if you're able to out-brain cell your opponent at this stage of the competition, that's the way to play.
Look, the fact is, everybody are running out of brain cells, right? Simplify it, and I think that's the idea for both of these drafts, like Homebois especially. Simplify it even more, boil it down to its purest form.
Here's the thing, right? I've been watching the games, and I have no idea how Chibi as well as Subway can still focus in the game, get all of those retributions in. Like, I mean, like, dude, Subway still got the Lord?
Subway still got
the Lord. That's what's most impressive to me, right? Because, okay, Chibi, you kind of understand it a little bit, because it's kind of ingrained in his blood now. It's muscle memory. He knows when to press that retribution. But Subway is actually matching him 50-50. And getting the Lord in clutch situations. Honestly, without him, I'm pretty sure Homebois would have moved on to the grand finals by now.
I mean, like, honestly, Stormy's my boy, man. I love Stormy, you know, with that public. But, like, if I was the audience, I would vote for Subway to be like the MVP of the series. Because without this man right here, the game would have been over 50 times already.
It would have. And I mean, a lot of their compositions coming out from Team SMG have been looking like rather on the weak side, like a 4 out of 5 compared to the 5 out of 5 we're seeing.
Wait a minute.
Oh my goodness.
Oh no, oh no.
Oh my lord.
Oh no.
Guys.
This is
Faramis Diggy?
This is the most terrifying team fight composition I have ever seen.
It's Faramis Diggy plus the Melissa and SMG side. They've already revealed that they have that Fredrin. Do they want to throw it over into the EXP lane just to have some kind of pressure with an assassin in the jungle?
But they already had the Benedetta picked up as well.
Oh,
they need a roamer.
Oh no.
I mean, we've seen Benedetta roamer before, but that's not the game that we're watching. No.
Oh no, this is not looking good. Even the AI predictor agrees with it that the hero matchup predictions early and ultra late goes over to the Homebois. This is going to be a really rough one.
Hey, I believe in SMG, right? Okay, during the regular season, they pulled it off. There were a bunch of games that we doubted them, but they could still pull it. But, dude, both teams, let me just say both teams played 10 games today.
They have played 10 games.
Well, actually, SMG played 8 games today.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, 8 games.
8 games.
I know math is kind of hard right now.
Slebel!
Anyways, looking at the overall composition prediction, it looks like blue side is winning out on multiple fronts except for kill pressure and as well as push, but Team SMG, they've got to find these openings. They need to find these holes because they can force out priority and make the first move in comparison to the Homebois.
But if SMG are able to get that kill pressure and push in, they have all the recipe needed to make this a miracle run into the grand finals. But only the Land of Dawn will bear witness to who we crown as our second finalist as we enter the final game of Day 3 of the Season 11 playoffs.
Right now, looking at the game, SMG as well as Homebois, I kind of feel like the tilt factor is definitely going to sink in, right? Especially looking at how the lanes are playing out. Like, having a Diggy as well as a Melissa in your gold lane is very impressive. Stormy!
Ah, he's so low!
Oh my god!
He's so low! I was holding my breath the entire time. I literally forgot to breathe watching that interaction. Like, I realized Stormy is kind of really close to dying to Warlord.
Literally playing with fire right there. He has Mystery Shop against the Magic Worship on Warlord. He's gonna lose that trade every single time, and still he baits it until the very last moment to finally back it off. Honestly, no one but Stormy can do that, considering the circumstances too.
Yep, and on it, with the amount of lane pressure that he actually has, he can continuously bully them out. As soon as Franco loses that Iron Hook, he's in trouble. Barbosa here to back him up by Tribrush. Valence, I don't think he has the Iron Hook yet, and he should have it about now, but he can't seem to steal away that gold crab.
You know, here's the thing, right? I've been talking about how neither teams are really looking for split pushes. Homebois right now, as we're talking about it, they're so good in terms of how they can actually do their team fight with this kind of composition. SMG is almost like a pickoff composition when they have this Franco, but I don't know, Valence, can he actually execute it? And Valence...
Nope, he cannot. No flicker, unavailable, instantly dying out. Sasa now getting dove under, dodge between GB, instantly getting punished by that decimate. Team SMG slowly falling behind, but Team SMG will also focus all of their resources on taking away this turtle while the Homebois continue to play for their win condition.
A smart choice in terms of trades here for Team SMG. They're not going to be able to save that bottom lane in time, so they go for the turtle instead. But losing out both Sasa and Valence at that stage is not ideal. Subway not quite able to steal the purple buff either.
Doesn't need to. He has his Retribution available. Honestly, I felt like he could just instantly run down to the bottom side, but Homebois, that's their strong side, so it's going to be tough. Gonna be tough. Stormy, on the other hand, has already stolen the Call Altar, but this is where the game plan of Team SMG comes to life. Sasa is gonna siege down that turret, but he needs some extra support. He has to wait for Fredrin to come to the purple side of the map.
The question is whether or not Team SMG has sufficient team fight potential to grace off against the Homebois. Well, we're gonna see very soon.
Well, Altar already expanded immediately as Warlord pops his own. GB gets his final kill on towards Valence's side. He wants to get the reset, but Stormy is making it tough. He gets locked down by the blue ones again. Oh,
is he alive?
He's so close, and there we go. Sasa, with Nibiru's passion, finds a trade of his own.
How does Stormy survive these sort of situations? They're actually able to trade 1-for-1 there. Even though Homebois has such a strong teamfight composition, they got the Cold Altar out, they got the Time Journey out. Despite everything, despite all the brain cells that we here have lost, it seems like Homebois and SMG are still firing on all cylinders.
Yep, and they're going to keep on moving forward with that. Valens has already died twice. Sasa has already been dived. And the fact that they were able to walk away with at least the kill was pretty surprising.
Dude, I mean, like, watching that play just now, I'm exhausted. I felt like I was running away, grabbing something, coming back into the game. And, like, speaking of brain cells, what is a brain? What is a cell?
I don't know what this
is. Isn't Cell the thing at Dragon Ball?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Arc about it, if I remember correctly.
Maybe this is the Cell arc of Dragon Ball happening right now.
This is the entire tournament. Literally the entire tournament.
Yeah, literally the entire tournament. Yes, that's correct. That's correct.
All right. The question is, who's going to be the main character here? Who's going to be the Gohan who eventually takes down the big bad... Oh, wait, hold on. With no priority on top side, nobody's fixing that wave. They brought in for a full team fight. Smooth, out of position, has to use the Electro Final Blow to get on out of there, even dodging the time reversal. Stormy as well has to steal... Oh my goodness, he had to steal Glue's ultimate, and even then, Sunpod is on top of him. He should ensure this kill, no problem.
There's literally nothing Stormy can do but just walk around until the end comes for him. And Chibi secures the turtle. Team SMG taking a slightly scattered team fight there. I'm not too sure if the coordination was on point. Maybe Smooth took too much damage too early on, but Homebois are now running with this momentum.
Oh no! Balance, he hits the iron. Hawk flickers really deep underneath his own side of the map, giving a free kill over to Sasa.
Let me give my perspective, boys. Now this is a game of mechanics. This is where your reflexes is coming through, because no one's thinking about his game. Sasa, even though he's getting caught, right now it's because I was looking at the players, no one is talking anymore. Everyone is on autopilot right now, so this is all muscle memory.
Just sheer raw muscle memory. And you can tell that as much of those set plays we like to see earlier today, that has kind of gone out of the window.
Yeah, it's all about who has the better autopilot at this stage of the game, because, like you mentioned, 10 games by the Homebois, 8 games by Team SMG, all in the same day. Everyone here is exhausted. Subway, I think he did steal that purple buff, but here's the engagement.
Oh, he pulls them back. Warlord pulls them back. Bennett Rage is going to be dropped down to disengage the rest of the team, but Sasa should be able to absorb this and rotate back down to where he belongs. But overall, you can see that Homebois, you can feel like it's almost like their desperation is seeping out of them.
Okay, here's the thing, right? This is where like your hours and hours and hours of training is starting to come true. This is one of those situations where, like, how can you avoid something without thinking about it? Now Sasa's taking too much damage.
What? He stands underneath the models the entire time, gets the free auto hits from Anip's side with Inspire, and dies finally to the auto alarm bomb. What was that?
I don't even know if that was a mistake. Sasa, for some reason, dashes forward into Anip's damage range.
Let's not dive too deep into that one. We've been talking about it. Like, fatigue is setting in. And like I said, this is all like, how do you dodge something when your mind is not like thinking about it?
I feel like the team, both teams are seeing doubles at this point, but here we go. Glue has already used his grab, gets hit by the Iron Hook by Balance once again, but he's already in split form, so he gets on top of Subway, and still, GB is able to secure this turtle, and Anip gets the kill.
Homebois now securing the early game momentum. This is where their team is going to be the strongest. Remember, this is a really powerful team fight combination they have with the Cold Altar and the Time Journey. Very difficult for Team SMG to even potentially engage onto them unless they have all the resources that they need. Honestly, I think the play right now is to just go for split push across the map as much as possible.
Yeah, as you're saying that right now, it does look like it, because Valence as well as Sasa is kind of having the same idea, because right now Team SMG, they want to win. They definitely want to win. But it's about how you're going to do it. And Homebois, we got to think about this. They did lose to Todak by getting split pushed, right?
Oh, technically, yeah, that's true. That's
SMG
true.
now, when you have a Franco, you can always win a 1v2. Try to get one inhibitor and then force your way through.
Ooh.
Just ooga booga your way.
Just ooga booga.
Pretty specific.
It's so specific. specific, in a matter of fact. But Team SMG this time, they're able to at least find the trades. Both of them dead even in terms of objectives. It's Homebois only lead in terms of gold and 1 extra turtle.
Thinking about the late game scaling on both sides here, I do feel like SMG actually has a slightly better late game, so they're actually still roughly on track here, but they have to be careful not to engage too deep in some of these team fights.
Yep, and they're posturing for the fight. The Iron lands, but Chibi was Immortal Coil animation. Not going to get any profits there for Team SMG.
Hey, you know what? No profits, but it looked kind of cool.
It did look
cool. It looked pretty sick, right?
I'll give you that.
It was basically a scam hook getting scammed.
The Lord is gonna appear, and that's gonna be pretty big because this should be Homeboy's territory. I have no idea how SMG can win this one out without Valence hooking someone in.
Yeah, but I mean, that's their only win condition at this point, right? Nobody else can really engage other than Benedetta, but Benedetta is more used to just split pushing all the way into the side. Like, look, the housekeeping from Team SMG is immaculate.
Yeah, Smooth is gonna do a really good job of split pushing in this game because Homeboys are very dependent on just grouping together to win out team fights. But if they're able to win out enough objectives with this, then Team SMG may have some difficulty as well.
Yep, Subway gets distracted and gets pulled away by Warlord and zoned out by Anip, giving him no space whatsoever to get in the middle of that fight.
Look at the map. Look at the mini-map. Homeboys, they're grouping up together. As long as SMG don't do the same thing what Homeboys is doing, they can have map pressure. Believe you me.
Oh, they flicker forward, and the Money Hunt is going to go out to Sub5 as the Call Altar is already down. Bennett Range doesn't get too much damage down as Sub5 getting chunked out. See, Sasa goes for Sasa, kills Sasa, the time journey going to disengage as they find one more in Subway to secure a 2-for-1.
But it does look like Smooth will be able to get a split push up top. They'll trade one tier 2 for another. But with 2 members down, Team SMG now will have to mount a defense. It's going to be a 3v4 with the Lord on the side of the Homeboys.
Do your thing, Electro final blow to start things up, but immediately Valence gets pulled back into muddles and dies to Chibi's decimation. Unfortunately, the inhibitor, despite all of that, goes down. But Homeboy says, we know your death timers, we're backing up here, we're not going to greed out.
3K goal lead, Homeboys. In a way, I don't want to curse it, I don't want to jinx it. They have it in the bag. This is their game to lose. I cannot imagine any kind of misplay that they could potentially do to give a win to SMG. I'm not seeing it.
I'm just going to say, we're going to leave it at that. Any further than that, don't you dare say anything else about technical issues, blackouts here. We need to see this game all the way until the end.
Right?
Just told you.
I think we don't need to consider those things right now. Right now, we just need to consider whether or not Homeboys have adapted enough from Team SMG, taking advantage of their mistakes in the past to not commit them again for game number 5. Because as you mentioned, this is currently their game to lose.
Yep, they get the retribution out of Chibi, but Valence, once again, just playing these mind games, wanting to bait something out from the Homeboys, and Chibi, as long as he's reacting to it, he's on the losing end without the rest of the reinforcements. But here we go, tier 2 coming on. It is under threat. They will secure the tier 2, and look at Smooth, again, looking for pressure across the opposite side.
Honestly, at this point, if Smooth wants to, he could actually just go inside the base of Homeboys and try to absorb like 2 waves, maybe even 3 waves, because even if it does get caught, he's going to give a lot of space for SMG to regain their map control, because again, at this point, like, if you die, it's only 12 minutes. At 20, sure, it's very punishable, but 12, it's like kind of reasonable.
I think it's kind of reasonable too, but also for the fact that like the timing doesn't seem right. I think Smooth has to do it at about the 15 to 10 second mark, but SMG, they see that Martis is on the side. They instantly go into the middle of the fight. Stormy ends up dying. Tamanos on him has found the kill, and this is Homeboys' moment to try and close out this game.
Team SMG making mistakes in positioning here that they should not be making. And Homeboys identifying really good opportunities. But Smooth is getting a really strong push onto the bottom lane right now. Homeboys,
he's not stopping.
Are they giving up their inhibitor? They're gonna send Warlord back. Smooth will be able to get some inhibitor damage. Almost actually takes it out, but with the Lord now pushing in for Homeboys, SMG, only 2 inhibitors standing. Can they defend against this?
Right now, I don't know, man. If I'm not mistaken, that wasn't an Elemental Lord. I was not sure if it changed into the Luminous Lord, but either ways, having having both the Feramis as well as the Diggy and the Melissa, we've seen, like, look at the damage ranking, man. Barbosa is the one on top.
Barbosa is shredding. He did decide to take Impure Rage for a reason, but this time it's working out well. He hasn't died a single time, so his auto alarm bombs have been stacking this entire game.
Stacks make people happy, you know?
Well, not if you're on the opposite side of those auto alarm bombs
okay,
here.
sure. Sure.
Barbosa and Aniv just causing a lot of siege damage here, and while Stormy is third on the list, getting picked off early means that he's not able to follow up, and now the Luminous Lord is pushing in, and there is no inhibitor here to defend it.
This could be the final moments as Homeboys have down. Honestly, God is going to muscle their way in. The next inhibitor is going to fall as the Cult Altar has been popped. Stormy in the middle taking Muddles' ult. It's not going to be enough as he doesn't have any auto attack damage whatsoever. They got pulled in by Warlord. They've done it. They found 3. They get the flicker out of Sasa, and they should just leave it at that with no way. It's going to be somebody who falls a 2-4-3 trade. They still have 3 members, but Stormy is on his way. The reversing time is not good enough. It's on with the winds of nature. He's trying his best. He goes down regardless. Oh, no way! Don't close out the game, and Warlord completely out of the fight.
Slam out. This is what we're talking about. Smanga Esports. The Esports spirit. The don't give up mentality. We got this, boys. We got this.
Doing this. They can't keep doing this.
It's 40 minutes. Imagine if this was 20. That would have been game. And this shows the level of fatigue. They all stood there. And it's like, I think Sasa is shooting at me. How should I respond?
I don't know, man. I honestly don't know, but Team SMG are bouncing back off of that blunder as they try to muscle into their base. They're basically taking all the outer turrets. They want more. They can siege, and now they're going to reset. They know that the Lord is coming back up in 35 more seconds, and Homeboys, they've got all their ultimates.
Did I honestly just jinx it?
That is literally the mistake we were talking about, that Homeboys, did they adapt to not make that mistake? Now, admittedly, they were never that close to ending the game when they made the mistake. So this is a bit of a new situation for them. But still, staying way too long. Oh, Sabat, he may be out of position.
Wait, Barbosa! And they force out his ultimate. Valence, he hits the Iron Hook, but it doesn't matter. Anip is going to move forward with the help of Muddles. The Cult Altar has been baited out. They're trying to round the No, they found one. They're going for a second. Sasa is down, and this is it. Valence is the next to fall. They did it. Sabat, with his flicker, was able to stun up 4 members of Team SMG.
Our Homeboy is going to try and force this out right now. The Luminous Lord is open, but Sasa and Valence are down for another 20 seconds at least. This will be a free inhibitor guaranteed, but will it result in the crystal?
I mean, they're at least going to try to make it result into at least an inhibitor. They find Sue with the Assurance Aura. Subpot's looking for an opportunity. Smooth gets chunked out, but at least he clears up the wave with the Electro final blow.
Right now, man, Anif 2, 1, and 10, like the moment the Inspires up, they're going to force it because, again, look at the amount of damage. Like, the moment Supply gets onto absolutely anyone, they're obliterated, man.
That's
like
a big
the
wave
amount of
top
threat
lane.
is crazy.
Yeah, that is actually a huge top lane wave there.
Oh, they're gonna try for it. Oh my god, no. They walk up, they die instantaneously. They haven't taken the Lord, but it's Smooth. He's going for that back door, and Team SMG, they're throwing bodies down the wall. I called it. It's running it. They're trying to end Warlord. He's cutting the waves. He doesn't have damage.
He can't end.
He's gonna try regardless, but Smooth's still alive. Gets on out of there. Oh, boys, hold on. And Smooth finds the kill on towards his target. Warlord, he comes back to life. More than enough charges. He's finally dead after all this time. Holy cow. Oh my god, I'm shaking. I can't deal with this right now.
Dude, look at the audience. They're all standing up.
Oh my god.
What are we watching?
They can't believe it.
Oh my god.
The Lord is pushing up now for the Homeboys. Stormy is up in 5. Smooth is still down for 25. They don't have his Electro to clear up the wave. Team SMG has to defend this again.
20 seconds. They have to hold out for 20 seconds. That's the key number here. Team SMG now putting up the base defense of a lifetime after Homeboys manage to defend. They get the Iron Hook on towards Subpod. The Call Altar saves his life, and even the time journey from Stormy giving them the advantage that they need. They clear out the wave.
They can't defend.
And now they have cleared up the wave and defended perfectly. Iron Hook wants to connect with Barbosa finally utilizing his ult. Homeboys are forced to back off.
What a game, man! This is a game! This is how you close out the day!
This is the reality TV
Split
show
push,
of
man.
MPL.
I want to see it. Slap it.
I cannot believe
He was so
what
close.
we are watching right now.
Dude, he was so close. He even bought the Wind Talker just to try to end the game, and he still couldn't make it happen.
Hey, listen, right? Einstein once said, if you did it once and it didn't happen, just split push again.
Yep, and that's what we're expecting to see coming out from Team SMG. At the very least, Smooth should be able to get it down cleanly. Homeboys, in terms of their position, they're controlling the top side.
The bases are exposed on both sides. Team SMG looking to defend. Homeboys still looking to be the aggressors, but they have to make sure they don't lose out on housekeeping again. They cannot afford to let Smooth get that close to ending the game once more. But the same can be said for Team SMG. You would think that Homeboys has enough utility to just push into the base with Cold Altar and Time Journey, but SMG is doing such a good job.
Dude, this conditioning, this is the perfect example of Pavlov's theory. You just have to condition them, do it enough times, and they got a movement out of both Warlord and Subbot to that bottom side.
Okay, you know what, Sasa? If he wants to win it for his team, it's very simple, right? Just don't die.
Just kill everyone, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, as long as you don't die, it's fine. Like, man,
why didn't
what's
I
so hard
realize it
about that,
before?
right?
Oh, man, I question the pro players sometimes. This is one of those moments, right? Just don't die and get kills.
Yep, just the easiest formula in the world. No one can mess up with that, but look at the Homeboys, conceal play.
No, they're not going to find anything here. I think Team SMG at least understands where the borders are on the map still.
They see Smooth, man. They're stressed. They see Smooth. They're like,
sending
oh
Subbot.
my God, why are you there?
Look, Subbot is going to go down and deal with him, which means that Team SMG actually has an advantage here in this 4v4.
Look at all these bunnies. That is ridiculous.
Okay. At the very least, Barbosa isn't as stacked up as he was earlier, but Stormy is holding on to that Time's Journey once more, and they're even getting Farmis to run down to do the housekeeping. Balance.
Franco.
He wants Chibi. He lands the bloody hot. They're jumping on top of him. Chibi gets saved by the Altar as they press on both sides, showing off their roller dexes as they want to keep on moving forward. So much contact between the two.
There's so many circles on the floor! Oh my god! Team SMG gonna take control of the Lord Pit. They sense up at to deal with Smooth split push. The Lord is dropping real low. Who is going to secure it?
I don't know this time. Balin hits the Iron Hook of a lifetime, and Sasa is able to 1v3 with the help of the Haas's Claw. He ends up dying.
The Lord
is still alive. Somebody hit the goddamn Lord. They're in the middle of the fight, and Subway doesn't care anymore. He knows this game is over. Team SMG, they have done it. Subbot unable to secure it. A complete wipeout.
Dude.
I am speechless right now. But look, Warlord, he's back. His respawn timer. He has enough stacks to come back.
Oh my goodness.
Can he actually get it?
He's still alive. Electro final blow is coming out. Smooth might just be the MVP of this game as the Praise's Wrath is already out, and Warlord, he's getting out of there. Shadow Stampede, get me out. I don't want to participate.
Can they end this? They only have 2 minions.
Warlord still has immortality though. It's a little too tough. Tough.
They can't. They have to wait for the Lord.
Oh no, and Anip is going to come back to life, and the same comes for Barbosa and Chibi. Oh, after all of that, nothing has been achieved.
Both fan bases, man, are on the edge of their seats.
Oh,
everyone is waiting with bated breaths.
Oh, more like I'm running out of breath.
You know, this game reminds me of a moment in gaming history. Do you guys remember Pong? It's
no.
Back
wait, what the? Dude, did you just see that?
What's happening?
Chibi wintered. I think that's a misclick.
He winter Trunkian?
Yes.
Inside his own base.
Yup, inside
That's
of his
a big
own
mistake.
Base. It could be a big mistake. Let's see how much is going to punish him. And Chibi gets taunted as Valence is going to get pulled by the reversing time. Smooth's waiting for the waves, but this is a very powerful Lord. Electro final blow coming in.
Is going to end it.
Exposed.
They're looking for the
end. Team SMG continue to press forward.
I jinxed it.
Oh my god!
Team SMG
I jinxed it.
To the grand finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, your second grand finalist after trials, tribulations, and the most insane game of MPL MY we have ever seen. Team SMG!
Oh my god, I'm so lightheaded right now. I'm happy for the winners, Team SMG, and the hurt coming in from Homebois. They don't even have the energy to be sad about it because of how much mental, physical exhaustion that they had to go through. A full best of 5 against Todak, and now a full best of 5 against Team SMG. What a day this has been.
Story meets family, man. They're very emotional, as they should be. That was an amazing game. Like, both teams deserve the highest amount of praise.
This game could have gone either way right from the beginning up till the end. Team SMG are the ones that move on, but Homebois should feel proud of the performance that they have shown here in Season 11. A single moment, a single decision could have changed everything for any of them.
This has to be so stressful, especially for Valence, the shot caller for the side of Team SMG. They put everything on the line and they finally get rewarded for it. Homebois taking it like true competitors, not a single tear, not a single person being sad. We throw it over to our host to get their final words. Take it away, Sith, as well as Rose.
All right, everybody, say hello to your top 3 teams this MPL Playoffs. Okay.
Perlawanan yang tak pernah saya saksikan sepanjang karier saya kas sebentar tadi. Perlawanan yang cukup sengit. Cukup mendebarkan, tetapi berikan tepukan kepada pasukan ketiga terbaik MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-11, Homebois.
Okay.
Saya akan serahkan kepada Daddy Hood. Oh, sorry.
Sorry. The mic dah
habis bateri.
Dah habis bateri.
Kita dah habis 12 jam lah kita.
Alright.
Okay. Saya nak tanya kepada Daddy Hood.
Ya, saya. Hai, Assalamualaikum semua. Hai.
Ini merupakan the best achievement daripada pasukan Homebois.
Oh ya, Alhamdulillah.
Okay, first of all, apa yang nak cakapkan dekat anak-anak buah anda yang berusaha sedaya upaya sampai ke tahap ini?
Alright, untuk anak-anak buah saya bangga. Ini sejarah kami. Saya sangat-sangat bangga. Terima kasih sebab sentiasa nak membanggakan saya dan kawan-kawan. Terima kasih juga Flameboys. Terima kasih semua. Terima kasih. Korang kena tahu yang kita semua ialah family. Sampai bila pun saya tetap sayang anak-anak buah saya. Ini adalah pencapaian terbaik diorang. Tak pernah kita jangka sampai ke tahap ni. Regular nombor 3, playoff pun nombor 3. Kita mungkin bukan tak kuat tapi rezeki belum sampai kita. Apa pun memang Allah yang bagi, kan. Apa pun terjadi memang dah tertulis, Allah yang tentukan. Kita tak boleh macam mana power pun kita. Tadi pun kita dah nampak kita owning macam mana pun tetap tak boleh nak end game kalau Allah tak berkehendak. Jadi apa pun ketahuilah bahawa korang semua dah membanggakan saya. InsyaAllah. InsyaAllah. Rose, ada apa yang nak cakap?
Alright, kita tahu this is the highest placement that Homebois pernah dapat, and I'm pretty sure in the next season Homebois will come and will not disappoint yet again. And I'm pretty sure ramai orang tak expect, tak sangka langsung Homebois will reach this stage. So, Coach Dale, as the last import we have in MPL, and you made it top 3, Joe made it top 4. What do you want to say to everybody who supported you, and what do you want to say to the fans of Homebois?
Una sa lahat, salamat sa mga sumuporta sa akin, lalo na sa mga Flameboys. Sobrang thankful ko na kahit first time ko dito, naka-top 3. Abangan nyo next season, mas lalakas pa yung Homebois.
Alright, dia cakap, first of all, dia nak cakap terima kasih kepada semua Flameboys yang datang dan sokong Homebois. Dan dia cakap, his first time in Malaysia dan dah dapat nombor 3. Apa lagi season depan? Mana tahu akan lagi kuat. Alright, a round of applause. Barbosa nak cakap something.
Selamat malam semuanya. Saya cuma mau berterima kasih sama semua penonton yang udah datang meramaikan MPL MY S11 kali ini. Untuk SMG, untuk Flamebois khususnya yang gak pernah berhenti-berhenti support kita. Guys, best of 10 guys, Homebois guys.
Yes.
Best of 10. Apa dari muka kita kelihatan muka kita capek, apa penat? Tak ada kan? Kita kasih semua yang terbaik punya kita guys.
Yes, betul.
Tak mudah sebenarnya main 10 game straight.
Yes, 10 game straight. And Homebois did not go down without a fight.
Yeah.
10 straight penuh, lepas tu 20 minit lebih.
Yeah.
Tu yang kita semua overtime hari ni.
Yeah.
But kudos tu. Yes, Homebois di boss. Kudos
Ya,
to Homebois.
Semua penat tak? Cuma mau meledak aja kepala kita.
Tapi saya ingat lagi apa yang dia punya mission M5.
Yes. M5 musim
Sebenarnya preparation kami hari ini bukanlah preparation yang kita akan stop sebab kita memang prepare untuk ke M5. Cuma ya MSC bonus. Saya pun cakap dengan diorang kalau MSC ni bonus, tapi jujur saya cakap saya tak pernah sangka yang anak-anak buah saya buat sebaik ni. Homebois buat sebaik ni, MPL buat sebaik ni. So saya sangat-sangat respect to SMG and Team Todak buat yang terbaik. InsyaAllah korang akan mewakili Malaysia, korang akan jadi yang terbaik. InsyaAllah kita orang kat sini sentiasa support korang and kita orang akan sentiasa improve. Kita tak akan berakhir kat sini. Ini hanya permulaan kita. InsyaAllah kita akan lagi power season depan. InsyaAllah mudah-mudahan. Amin. InsyaAllah.
Amin insyaAllah. Jadi sekarang ni untuk kali yang terakhir kita akan bow kepada semua peminat-peminat Homebois, Flameboys, baik di stadium juara maupun yang sedang menyaksikan secara langsung ni. Dalam kiraan 3, 2, 1. Berikan
round of applause everybody, round of applause.
Satu persembahan yang cukup menakjubkan pada malam ini, tetapi kita belum berakhir. Slot Grand Final kita yang kedua, SMG!
SMG, give it up for your second grand finalist. Wow. Tengok kita bawa dua flag.
Saya tak boleh pegang mic. Saya tak boleh.
Itulah yang I struggle tadi.
Balance. Okay, Haru. Alright.
Hello.
Antara calon juara SMG, mereka berjaya menewaskan pasukan Homebois sebentar tadi dengan kemenangan 3-2. Saya dah bagi mikrofon kepada Haru. Apa yang awak nak katakan tentang persembahan pasukan SMG untuk game terakhir sebentar tadi 3-2?
So for us, right, at the best stage also, I think it's all the same to audience also. We feel like really roller coaster games. At one point, the Homebois don't want to end, and at one point we want to end, and then one point turn back. So it was an exciting match, and I'm proud that we win.
Wow. Memang macam roller coaster.
Memang actually tadi tu berapa kali you and me stand up tadi? Berapa kali? I don't think I can count already.
Okay, Rose, awak nak tanya siapa?
Okay, so I want to ask Stormy.
What?
Now that you have secured your grand final slot, and just now tadi you whisper apa to me over there? You whisper apa? You want to meet Homebois again, and
Yes.
you did. But I can say from my point of view, it was not an easy ride.
Yep.
I could see your face tadi. Muka dia tadi dah tak cakap. Everybody looks stressed. But then you guys won. What do you want to say to everybody who came to support you guys today?
Semua orang yang datang, terima kasih so much sebab datang. My family, half of my family are here. Same goes to Nish family over here. And thanks so much and support Esports untuk kita orang. Thank you.
Alright. Jadi sebelum kita nak siarkan MVP, siapa MVP pilihan anda semua? Betul ke, Rose?
I tak tahu.
Alright, kalau korang nak tahu, kita kira sama-sama. 1,
2, 3. Look at the screen, everybody. Valence! Oh my God, Valence.
Ambil mic, bro.
Ambil mic, Valence. Semangat, Valence. Valence just now performed like crazy and he's now one of our grand finalists. One step away from the MSC ticket. Valence, how are you feeling?
I don't know what to feel right now. I'm speechless.
I can see that. Are you ready to face Todak tomorrow? Wait. Sasa, what did Sasa say?
Yes. All of us are ready to face Todak in the grand finals tomorrow.
You guys ready for that MSC slot?
So I have one question. Do we expect full G game for tomorrow?
Sorry.
Are we expecting
again,
fourth?
Valence again.
Oi, kesian dia.
Yeah, you expecting for full 3 games tomorrow?
Are you expecting full 7 games tomorrow?
7 games.
Or are you gonna sweep it in 4-0?
7 games. Hope.
Oh wow!
Oh, Sasa said 4-0. Sasa said 4-0.
Sasa said so 4-0. Alah, kesian him. You are bully people.
Okay, diorang dah menang. Kita bagi dekat Sasa untuk cakap one last word for all your supporters who supporting SMG for tonight.
Yes.
Thank you so much for coming lah. So see you guys tomorrow, bro. Thank you.
Alright, kita ada fans kena ambil gambar. Terus?
Kita ada fans. Tapi nama fan tu saya dah lupa.
Semua naik aja.
Berapa jam I tunggu? Alright, tu. Alright, dia pegang flag. Okay, mari atas pentas MPL. Carl.
Alright.
Wow. Jangan yang kat tengah-tengah tu jangan. Nanti you jatuh.
Guys, step forward.
Step forward guys. Makin lama makin belakang. Alright.
Untuk Team SMG, good game. Untuk Team SMG, good game. Kita orang semua happy tengok korang menang 2 game. Daripada pagi sampai petang. Kita orang respect dengan korang. Dekat fan-fans Homebois, kita orang pun respect dengan korang. Korang sanggup tunggu kat sini daripada pukul berapa tadi? Pukul 3.
Kita start pukul 12 tapi game diorang pukul 3.
Korang datang daripada pukul 12, ada yang datang tengok game. Sampai sekarang korang stay tengok. Kita orang respect dengan korang. Minta maaf kalau ada salah silap dengan korang. Kita orang respect korang. By the way, Abang Kacang masih kuat!
Alright, congratulations once again to SMG sekarang.
Bagi diorang peluang untuk ambil gambar. Di sini pula. Ikut Rose. Rose dah selebel dah ni. Alright guys. Tomorrow is the last day of MPL Malaysia musim ke-11. Tapi kalau korang nak saksikan game yang panas macam ni, which is confirm gonna happen, I dah boleh nampak dah 4-3 esok. Mari datang ke Stadium Juara for free. Kita ada 1,200 lebih kerusi untuk korang. So, jom join us and celebrate with us.
Ya, terima kasih diucapkan kepada Carl dan juga SMG kerana berjaya untuk pergi ke peringkat Grand Final untuk menentukan siapakah wakil Malaysia untuk MSC.
Alright, thank you so much SMG. We will see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye. Wow, haru. Wow, haru. Uish. I rasa, though it's like we really overtime today.
Yes, kita dah hampir masuk pukul 12.
Itu, betul. But then, I feel very fulfilled. I feel very satisfied. Because Homebois did not go down without a fight.
Yes,
and
betul.
SMG showed that they wanted that grand finals ticket as well.
Macam Caster kita cakap, sebenarnya nak masuk grand final tu sangat susah. Tapi kita belum habis. Sebab Caster kita masih lagi kena kerja. Jadi please, English Caster dan BM Caster, please take it away, my brothers.
What a story it has been for the Homebois. What a journey it has been for Team SMG. A full day here at day number 3 of the playoffs of the MPL MY Season 11. And even a surprise jump-in cast for the trio LaFell here. My name's Getting Q. This is Sadafa here to break it all down for ya.
Snap, man. I gotta say, man, like jumping in here, being in between you guys, a lot of things are surprising. Number one, both of y'all smell.
Yeah.
Pretty sweaty up here.
It's very sweaty up here.
Imagine how sweaty it is down there.
Oh, you know what? I don't want to think about that. With that being said, our headline of the match, Homebois achieved their best record, but Team SMG proved that they are more worthy to be the grand finalists. And honestly, there's so much to say about this.
Okay, tomorrow we'll either get our first 3-time champions or the second 2-time champions.
Right.
Well,
that's
that would
true.
be very interesting to see.
And if SMG win, it will be Sasa's second champion here in Malaysia.
Oh, that is true. That is true. His first conception he wanted, and now, since then, they've been looking to get it back. More importantly, MSC is on the line tomorrow, so let's have a look, a deeper dive into what exactly happened this game.
Honestly, I feel like it's a bit hard to make sense of what exactly did happen this game, because there were definitely there was definitely a point where the game just devolved into absolute chaos. Despite everything though, Team SMG able to maintain control. Unfortunately in this case, we already mentioned, Homebois has a really terrifying team fight combination, but it feels like they let go of the housekeeping a little bit in terms of controlling their lane and allowing Smooth to just push in the waves constantly.
I mean, again, Todak done it. It's like, you guys want to group up together. We get it. You have a Fermis and a Diggy. We get it. So don't play together, you know? Like, act like your friends are your enemies.
Yeah.
Smooth, I don't like you. Balance, I don't like you. Everyone just go their separate ways and try their best.
I mean, the skill score is 24-17. Like, Homebois had so much control towards the early stages of the game. Like, the way that Team SMG comes back is the same mistake that Homebois continues to make. And it's that the sieging of the high ground, like breaking through those inhibitor turrets. Yeah, that's great, but closing out games has been far from perfect for the Homebois.
The difference in damage is 90,000.
Yep.
Almost 100,000 damage difference between Homebois and SMG.
Goes to show that damage doesn't matter most of the time because all you gotta do is break down that crystal.
Even damage to the towers, Homebois won it.
Look, the important thing here...
That's kind of crazy when you really pointed out.
We need to understand the most important stat after everything is damage taken, because that's how Team SMG won. They absorbed so much. Subway in particular absorbed literally everything, more than Smooth, and I would have imagined Smooth took more than that. With our MVP going over to the one and only, it's going to be Valence, once again by audience choice, playing 3 hard-fought games.
This is the anime moment, right? Like you said, it's all about the damage taken. It's not about how you get hit. It's about how you get hit over and over again and revive after you die.
Okay,
revive after you die.
Standing, you know, in the end, you gotta remain standing. That's the big difference here.
It's okay to die 20 times if you get 30 assists.
Exactly. It's all about helping out and getting back up on your feet.
You just got to have that KDA ratio, right? As long as it's positive.
Here's the thing. We're gonna look at the highlights, right? And look at the mental state. The more times you die, the less goal you're going to give to your enemies. Is that not correct? Am I not being analytical right now?
Yes. You're actually not wrong, yes, but I don't feel like that applies under current circumstances. I think a lot of it, like obviously we've already pointed out how Smooth was doing God's work with all the split pushing, and Homebois unfortunately grouped up a bit too much. But I think a lot of props have to be given to Team SMG as well, because they have to fight a lot of these 4v5 since Smooth is not going to be around. It would be easy for Homebois to just run them down, but they're able to persevere, they're able to survive all of it and buy the time that is necessary. Honestly, the number of times this game came close to ending, literally, if that minion survived 1 second longer, Smooth would have ended it.
At that point, it's just like, yo, Minion, what you doing, man? Like, I needed you, homie.
I needed you, brother.
It's like the one time I needed you to survive. That's the time where you're like, you know what, I'm done.
When the world needed him most.
He vanished.
And worst of all, right? Like, despite everything that has been going on, you got to give respect to all of these teams. They played for so long today, from morning all the way up till night. Their stamina has a limit to it. Let's look at the bracket one more time, recap their journey.
Here's the thing, right? I'm not even going to look at the grand finals. I just want to prove everyone watching here from different regions, especially Indonesia, Philippines, the first day, 2-1, 2-1. Second day, 2-1, 2-1. Third day, 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. Today, well, 2-1, 2-3, 2-3. Sasa said it's going to be a 4-0.
He's wrong.
I'm sorry, bro. I highly doubt it.
He's definitely wrong. I'm scared. I'm scared to wake up
I'm not ready.
I just can't believe the only zeros on this graphic are of a game that hasn't been played. My God! What has this playoffs been? It is the
best playoffs ever!
It is.
Slebel!
Slebel! Honestly, we should change the next season's hashtag to Slebel.
Slebel.
I don't even know what that means.
I just love the audience. I just randomly said Slebel. And then everyone just like, Slebel.
The best part is, what does it even mean? What's the true, deeper meaning to it all?
It's
oh, you're really digging deep for this one.
It's the meaning of life.
It's the life equation.
Slebel means taking enough damage to go down, but not enough that you can still get back up. Slebel.
I feel like the grammar in that sentence wasn't correct, but you know, that's a Slavao moment.
Take enough damage that you will fall down, but not enough damage that you can't get back up.
There we go.
That's correct.
Clear definition. Clip that if you need to for
We're
later.
gonna see it on the Urban Dictionary.
Oh, I hope that we do. With that being said, we're going to be wrapping this up and hearing on to the mic check and closing out. This is Stafa, this is Lafel. Let's go to the mic check.
Go back home. Or go back what? Just still the same lah. Kalau kalah sedih 1 week lah. And then work hard again lah. Betul ya? Betul. I try my best. This one tahan 20 minit. Go SMG again.
Ke atas Tom. Ke atas Tom. Dia nak play.
Sabar ya. Tunggu gua. Kalau gua datang boleh bunuh.
Dah free. Makan sah.
Makan sah. Ini.
Mid aku boleh cover. Mid aku boleh cover. Kas kat si. Aman guys. Dah. Mid aku cover tau. Lock ni macam susah. Ambil atas je lah.
Storm, be careful, Storm.
Ya. Sabar. Biar minion ku pun nak sah. Nice! Gigi seorang.
Nice guys.
Jangan pakai balik.
5 ada.
Gigi main sah. It's okay.
Balik sikit.
Jangan pakai dia balik.
Boleh ke?
Ada farmis.
Ada Falamis.
Tower lock.
Aku tak boleh tower loh.
Tower.
Nice, bodoh leh.
And selamat kembali to the last MPL Open House of the day. Sebab I rasa kalau kita buat kat luar ni dah kena halau dah. So, as usual, you're with me, Rose, Sid, Poji dan juga Pakcik Game.
Pasal bila dah sebut nama uncle je gelak. Dah sebut nama uncle je gelak.
Guys, korang kalau korang tengok jam, sekarang pukul berapa?
Pukul 12.
Lagi 2 minit, 12.
Lagi 2 minit pukul 12.
Tolong film dorang kat atas tu.
Kita start.
Tolong film dorang kat atas tu.
Kita start kita punya stream pukul 12 guys.
Betul.
Dah nak masuk pukul 12, kita tak habis-habis lagi stream kita.
Ya, dah Angka boleh cakap ni playoff paling seru sekali dalam sejarah MPL lah.
Playoff paling seru lah. Ini playoff paling seru.
Aduh.
Paling seru, paling panjang, paling penat.
Game tadi,
Habis paling lambat.
Last tadi sebenarnya saya tak pernah lagi tengok dalam sejarah MPL game yang sehangat tu.
Ya, betul. SMG defend dia punya crystal 3 kali 4 kali daripada Homebois push, and SMG try 3 kali. Ui, memang satu game yang orang kata apa, kalau orang sakit jantung dah kena naik ambulans lah.
Bak kata haru roller coaster.
Actually I agree lah. And tadi naik stage masa first match orang I bawa flag Homebois kan. But I bias Homebois hari ni.
Okay, I bias SMG.
And I tak regret. Because they went down with a good fight.
Betul. Sebab tu orang kata bola tu bulat. Macam-macam boleh jadi.
Sejak bila?
Bulat slow sikit.
Sorry.
Tak.
Dia tak ada perumpamaan lain yang boleh kaitkan.
Tahulah baru lepas jumpa Aidil. Tetapi kita ingin terima kasih kepada semua yang sentiasa kekal dengan kita, dan kita ingin mengucapkan tahniah kepada pemenang-pemenang untuk MPL Predictor. Tahniah ucapkan kepada Rockler, Muhammad Irfan, Genius, Romano, Sasha.
Asal Sasha ni menang lagi. Semalam dah menang game SMG tau.
Kalau dah rezeki tak ke mana. Dan yang terakhir Jeff Montoya Posadas. Ini orang daripada selatan Colombia.
Tak, Filipino name.
Saya rasa lah.
Filipino name.
Dan saya ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada 3 fans kat belakang ni.
Masih setia lah.
Yang masih lagi kekal setia dekat kita ni open house. Saya tak tahu bila nak balik. Tapi korang boleh survey
dekat
kita punya, bukan boleh survey lah, kita ada survey yang kita memerlukan korang punya feedback, di mana korang boleh scan QR code kat sini. Segala feedback, even komplain pun korang boleh salurkan kepada kita. InsyaAllah ini yang akan improvekan MPL for the next season.
Kalau mana tahu kan next
kalau
season
cadangan dia punya survey tu, dia letak cadangan tambah match best of 10
ya,
ke?
baru nak cakap best
Kan?
of 10. Next season buatlah best of 10.
Kau jangan memandai-mandai je.
Tak kisah nak buat open house setiap MPL pun boleh.
Boleh.
Betul?
Jumpa muka tak.
Tak kisah nak buat apa, tapi itulah yang perlu anda lakukan. Tapi Rose, esok kita ada apa?
Okay, esok, oh my goodness, kita ada red carpet pada pukul 1 petang. Lepas tu kita ada gift award ceremony, mana yang korang vote best talent, dream team, dream coach, korang punya best fan club, semua kita akan bagi pada pukul 2 petang. Lepas tu kita akan saksikan grand finals kita pada 3 petang. Oish, best of 7 ni.
Yes, game of the day.
Memang.
Sebab ada satu game.
Sebab ada satu game je.
Dah tentulah.
4-3. 4-3.
Confirm dah.
Good, let's go. Tapi
Confirm
kita happy-happy dulu dengan red carpet. Baru kita pergi dengan 4-3.
Kita happy-happy.
Pause 2 jam.
Okay.
Let's go.
Let's go. Terima kasih kepada Podi dan juga Uncle Chicken Nook for coming today. We had so much of fun. I'm pretty sure you two had a blast too.
Yes,
of course.
Alright, thank
Memang
you so much.
suka terlibat dengan MPL, especially bila ada Sith.
Sith je.
Okay, roasting lah.
Dan 3 orang fans kita.
Alright guys, and with that, let us end today.
Empat, Sith.
Terima kasih. Terima kasih kepada semua orang yang nonton kita hari ini. I hope you all had so much of fun dengan 13 match. So we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Selamat Hari Raya.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu